The girl, once was a thousands people watched epic level angel beast, now was treated like trash, thrown in the dark warehouse waiting for destruction, only because she was a born defective and unable to advance angel. And I, at seeing her first glance, without hesitation decided to contract with her. People all thought I got crazy sickness, one after another mocked me as a stupid boy. But little did they know, I owned the ability to see through all beast evolution ways. Even if it was a defective angel, I also could make it evolve into 12-winged sacred angel. However, I once was betrayed by the first epic level beast Succubus I summoned. This greedy dark-type creature actually colluded with Dragon Abyss City rich family's son. After publicly refusing to contract with me, immediately threw herself into the rich family son's arms. This moment, distance from Beast Master School selection still had 10 days left. I could only nervously come to the beast trading house to try my luck. After looking around once, I didn't rush to make a move. After all, excellent level beasts although were good choices, but compared with epic level Succubus, the gap was really too big. Hello, does the Beast Trading Association still have other beasts? The staff thought and said, besides the beasts here, previous year's unsold ones will be uniformly processed at the logistics department. However, those beasts are all leftover defective products picked by others, and you must hurry. If too late they will all be sent away for destruction. Inside the trading house's logistics warehouse, a silver-haired girl with dull eyes curled up in the corner. Around her, there were also several different shaped beasts, similarly waiting for fate's judgment. They were defective products that nobody picked for a whole year. Today was Tomb Garden City's Beast Summoning Day, also their doomsday. Just at this time, a uniformed young man pushed the door and entered. Hearing the sound, the girl numbly stood up, hollow eyes filled with despair. 1 year ago, when the girl descended to Tomb Garden City, she once caused the whole city's sensation. Pity the born defect made her not even as good as ordinary beasts, even more unable to upgrade through contracts. Like her such waste products, even recycling value had very little left. The staff looked at her once, sighed, let's go. Wait. Just when he prepared to lead the way, a hurried voice suddenly rang out. I breathlessly rushed into the room, gaze instantly was attracted by that silver figure. The girl's attribute interface instantly popped up. Epic 9-star qualification beast, was the highest qualification beast seen so far, distance from legendary level only 1 step away. My sight unconsciously moved toward her back. There originally should have had a pair of holy wings, now was completely empty. This was the reason she had no one interested. But the system gave the repair plan: Angel Feather ×1, Radiant Stars ×3, Holy Spirit ×11. And these 3 materials, the Beast Trading House happened to have them all. I took a deep breath, walked to the staff's front. I want to buy that angel, how much money? Hearing this sentence, Lioli's pupils suddenly shrank. She slowly raised her head, golden eyes reflected my figure. Does he really know what he is choosing? I am just a waste product that can't even fly. And the staff was also stunned for a moment. Are you saying that angel beast? My gaze was firm, repeated once more, yes, how much money? The staff nervously rubbed hands. Only 10,000 dragon summer coins, you can take it away. Although it's a defective product, but after all it's epic quality. I paid straightforwardly, soon came to the contract room. Lioli lowered her head standing at the contract magic circle's edge, falling silver hair covered her slightly trembling shoulders. Sorry, I cannot contract with you, I am a defective beast. I looked toward Lioli, tried to give this desperate little girl some hope. I know your problem, but I have ways to solve it. Lioli suddenly froze, tearfully looked up. Really? 10 days later is the Beast Master test. If no confidence, why would I choose you? I have already prepared, want to try or not? Hearing this sentence, Lioli's body slightly trembled, then under my encouraging gaze, integrated the 3 materials one by one into her body. Next moment, Lioli's body suddenly surged with rich purple light. This light, compared to when summoning the succubus, was even deeper, almost condensed into reality, as if wanting to swallow the entire room. And even more amazing was, in that rolling purple light's depths, a golden light like prairie fire rapidly spread. This was golden legendary qualifications light. My breathing stopped. The materials the system provided, clearly were only used to repair injuries. Why would it trigger qualification evolution? Unless Lioli's injury itself was the shackle limiting her potential. Just when my thoughts were racing, at Lioli's back injury spot, 2 pure white wings slowly unfolded, gently wrapped Lioli, finally transformed into a huge light cocoon. Only heard a boom loud sound, an invisible wave suddenly exploded, penetrated the roof, rushed straight to the clouds. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Tomb Garden City Lord Xiaoxiu's pupils suddenly contracted. He fiercely stood up, looked toward the window. Just now, he felt a vast abyss aura descending from the sky, covering the entire Tomb Garden City. Xiaoxiu's voice suddenly became sharp. Come people, immediately thoroughly investigate all surrounding different space cracks. Guards hurriedly took orders and left, while Xiaoxiu's eyebrows frowned tighter and tighter. Able to trigger such heaven-earth strange phenomena, there were only 2 possibilities: either different space barriers loosened, with terrifying existences aura leaking, or there was legendary level qualification beast born. And at this time, I stared blankly at the light screen before my eyes. Legendary level, really became. I took a deep breath, tried to calm my wildly jumping heart. Legendary level angel, really willing to become my beast? After all, just recently, I just experienced the succubus's betrayal. However, that silver-white figure suddenly spread wings lightly, knelt on one knee, golden pupils had undisguised determination. Sacred Angel Lioli requests to become your beast. Listening to that determined voice, I slowly curved up my mouth corners. This world, after all, not all beasts were like that succubus, so heartless and ungrateful. I solemnly stretched out my hand. Lioli, welcome you to become my first beast. When my words fell, a crystal teardrop quietly slid across the girl's fair cheek. She had waited too long for this moment. So many days and nights, she curled up in the cold corners of the merchant house, with voices echoing in her ears, defective product, worthless trash, a failed item with broken wings. But now, she had finally waited it out. All those pains she licked alone, all that despair no one knew. At this moment, they all turned into the most precious gifts. So, the gods really do take pity on an angel forgotten by the world. Chapter 5, Beginner's Trial. By the time the two finished the contract and left the beast merchant house to go home, it was already dusk. Gu Xing pushed open the door, and a familiar figure made him freeze where he stood. Sister? Gu Chanxian turned her head at the sound, her chestnut ponytail drawing a graceful arc in the air. Xiao Xing, you're back, she smiled and waved. Come eat. Since Gu Chanxian got into the National Academy, the siblings hadn't seen each other for half a year. At the dinner table. Sister, why did you come back all of a sudden? I took a mission in Linyuan City. Happened to pass by, so I came to check on you. Her gaze landed on Lioli, who was sitting upright, with a flash of curiosity in her eyes. Is this your contracted beast? At this moment, the little girl sat up even straighter, her hands neatly placed on her knees. Hearing Gu Chanxian's question, she suddenly bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle, her forehead hitting the table with a bang. Greetings, respected elder sister. Gu Chanxian was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing at the cute reaction. No need to be so stiff. From now on, we're family. Only then did Lioli lift her head, her small face blushing red, nodding like a pecking chick. The laughter faded, and Gu Chanxian's expression gradually turned serious. She put down her chopsticks and looked straight into Gu Xing's eyes. Xiao Xing, tomorrow's beginner trial space, you must seize this chance. The military has sealed off a safe zone in the different space. The highest is only level 5 beasts. It's the best chance for newcomers. And the beginner's trial can only be entered once. It's the only buffer period the military gives. Gu Xing silently nodded. Once you step into a real different space, even a commander-level beast master might meet danger. This world's levels are Awakening, Transcendence, Commander, King. Each large tier is further split into 10 small levels. Right now, he was just at the lowest Awakening level, so he had to be extremely careful. Seizing every chance to grow quickly was his top task for now. The dinner ended in a hurry, along with Gu Chanxian's reminders. With a mission on her shoulders, Gu Chanxian didn't stay longer. She only took a few hours off just to check on him. Seeing that her little brother was doing fine, she could finally be at ease. In a flash, it was the next day. The entrance to the beginner trial space was full of noise and excitement. Countless students gathered here, either looking for teammates or strong players to follow. Even though it was a beginner trial space, a single mistake could still cost one's life. So, for common folks, teaming up was the best option. Looking for an offensive-type beast. Our team is 4 waiting for 1. Any pros willing to carry me? I'm a support-type beast, and I'm also a sweet 36D girl promised to behave in the trial space. Damn. A humanoid beast, where did this pro come from? Quick, join up. A humanoid beast meant powerful strength. As Gu Xing walked in with Lioli, countless eyes locked on them instantly. But soon, people figured out the identity of this humanoid beast. Isn't that Gu Xing? Didn't he sell his humanoid beast to the Chen family? Where did this one come from? Oh. I remember now. This beast was summoned from the altar last year. I think she was a total failure. He made a contract with a beast that can't level up at all. Is he giving up completely? Now, no one dared to form a team with him. One by one, they moved away. Bringing a useless beast into the team, wasn't that asking to die? This made Gu Xing happy instead. There were many people at the entrance to the novice trial, and latecomers like him couldn't squeeze in no matter how hard they tried. But now, things were different. The crowd parted on its own, and the path ahead was wide open. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Xing calmly walked to the entrance. He really is a weirdo. Look at him, he's not planning to form a team. Is he going in alone? Is he trying to get himself killed? Gu Xing completely ignored these people whispering about him. Just as he was about to bring Liu Li to register for entering the trial space, suddenly, a sarcastic and strange voice came from behind. Yo, isn't this that guy? Chen Ziming walked over slowly, holding his succubus in his arms, rubbing his temple like he was trying to remember something. Gu, what was it again? The succubus in his arms instantly understood and replied sweetly. Master, his name is Gu Xing. Ah, right. Gu Xing. Chen Ziming exaggeratedly slapped his forehead, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. Speaking of which, I should thank you. If you hadn't generously given up, how could I have made a contract with such an excellent beast? As he spoke, he pinched the succubus's waist hard with his right hand. Master. The succubus let out a flirtatious moan. Though she rolled her eyes secretly, she quickly put on a flattering smile. Only by following a genius like you, master, can I show my true worth. The people around them also began to agree one after another. How can a commoner like him compare to young Master Chen? An epic-level beast can only show its full strength in young Master Chen's hands. Not to mention he's contracted a trash beast now. He really can't be compared to young Master Chen anymore. Yeah, in this trial, young Master Chen will definitely leave everyone in the dust and take first place. The novice trial space was a special training ground built by the military with a huge investment, and its value went far beyond a simple place to level up. All the monsters put into it had special marks implanted. Every time a trial taker killed one, they automatically gained points. Outside the trial space, the military set up a precise monitoring system to track each trial taker's points in real time. This system not only recorded final scores, but also calculated combat talent and growth potential by tracking how fast the points increased. All this data would be entered into the system and used as part of the final evaluation for the college entrance exam. Gu Xing calmly watched Chen Ziming and the others perform, even with a faint smile on the corner of his lips. When someone's strength far exceeds others, they can stay calm in the face of mockery. Only the weak get angry over a few insults. Clearly, Gu Xing, who had contracted a legendary beast, was not weak. However, beside him, the little girl was trembling with anger, her silver teeth clenched, her pink fists so tight her knuckles turned white, and she looked like she was about to rush over to argue. Liu Li. Gu Xing reached out and stopped her at just the right time. The most important thing now is the novice trial. Don't let them mess with your state of mind. Liu Li looked up into Gu Xing's eyes, calm like still water, and the rage in her chest slowly faded. She took a deep breath and nodded heavily. But in her heart, she secretly swore she would give it her all. She had to make these people understand that her master was the real number one. The true number one. Chapter 6, Elite Tier 2 Beast, Instant Kill. Leaving the entrance, he and Liu Li stepped through a blue light gate, and the scene before their eyes changed instantly. Now, they stood in a vast forest. The sky was a dull gray, fog covered everything around, cold and lonely. Although all the students entered the same secret realm, unless they went in at the same time, they would be randomly placed somewhere in the space. Gu Xing took out a timer and set it for 4 hours. The novice trial space had a 4-hour time limit. Once time ran out, they would be teleported out. Time is tight, the task is heavy. We must find the beast as quickly as possible and kill it, rapidly increasing Liu Li's level. At this moment, Liu Li spread her wings and hovered in the air, her small face full of seriousness, completely unlike her usual unreliable self. Master, don't worry, with me here, you'll be fine. A beast tamer in the awakening period can be said to be no different from an ordinary person. In this space, one wrong move could cost you your life. Such situations are only alleviated when one reaches the extraordinary realm. At that time, the beast tamer's physical fitness would greatly improve, and they could contract a second beast. In addition, when a beast tamer breaks through to the extraordinary realm, they will awaken their own unique talent. This is the true key to distinguishing the strong from the weak. Because of this, the extraordinary realm is widely recognized as the most important watershed on the beast tamer's cultivation journey. A powerful talent can often enable a beast tamer with average potential to undergo an astonishing transformation. Unfortunately, this path of cultivation is far crueler than imagined, with many beast tamers spending their whole lives trapped in the awakening realm. At this moment, the sound of a crack as a branch snapped came suddenly from the depths of the mist. Master, be careful, a monster is coming. Liu Li's wings suddenly spread, and with a flash, she blocked Gu Xing in front of her. The mist gradually dispersed, and a monster, nearly 2 meters tall, slowly appeared. It looked like a wild bull but was pitch black all over, with bloodthirsty red light flashing in its bell-like eyes. Wild Bone Bull, Monster. Quality, Elite 1 star. Level, 2nd stage. Strength, 22. Constitution, 21. Mental, 11. Speed, 17. Skill, Wild Bull Charge. Seeing the Wild Bone Bull's attributes, Gu Xing couldn't help but furrow his brows. To encounter an elite second stage monster as soon as he entered the newbie trial space, his luck was certainly not good. For an ordinary civilian 5-person team, this would almost be a disaster. However, with Lioli's legendary beast tamer strength, taking down this monster should not be a problem. Lioli! Leave it to me, master. The girl's eyes burned with fierce battle intent, and her slender figure exuded an astonishing aura. She had been waiting for this moment for too long. Judgment! With a clear shout, dazzling golden flames rose from Lioli's palm and quickly condensed into a giant double-handed sword, burning with holy flames. This was the inherent battle instinct of the angel race, a legacy engraved in their bloodline. The wild bone bull was enraged by this sudden might. Its sturdy hooves scraped the ground, nostrils snorting white steam, and its bell-like eyes fixed fiercely on the tiny 0th stage figure in front of it. Moo! With a deafening roar, the wild bone bull used its signature skill, Wild Charge, charging forward like an out-of-control war chariot. Lioli, however, remained motionless until the wild bull was right in front of her. Schwa! A perfect golden arc cut through the mist. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The wild bone bull, still in its charging posture, fell heavily to the ground behind Lioli, its massive body neatly split in two. The judgment skill increased damage to demon-type creatures, and combined with the terrifying attributes of a legendary beast tamer, this battle was decided in an instant. Then, a deep blue light rose from the wild bone bull's corpse and entered Lioli's forehead. Gu Xing immediately checked Lioli's information upon seeing this. Holy Angel, Lioli. Quality, Legendary 1 star. Level, 1st stage. Strength, 35. Constitution, 34. Mental, 34. Speed, 37. Skill, Judgment, increases damage to demon creatures, Divine Blessing, immunity to 1 fatal attack, Seraphim form, all attributes increased by 200%, Final Lament, after use, the angel enters a slumber period. Cultivation Suggestion, Light Crystals, Holy Spirit Bone Liquid, Angelic Holy Blood. Just by killing a 2nd stage wild bone bull, Lioli's level immediately broke through to the 1st stage. At the same time, Gu Xing felt a buzzing sound in his mind, as his mental power surged like a tide, and his 5 senses became incredibly sharp in an instant. The level of a beast tamer depends on the level of the beast it tames. At this moment, his level rose to Awakening Stage 1. Then, Gu Xing focused on the attributes of Lioli. At that moment, he realized how terrifying a beast with legendary talent could be. Just after breaking through to the 1st stage, Lioli's attributes completely crushed the 2nd stage Mango Bull in every aspect. What's even scarier is that this gap would expand geometrically as the level increases. Master! Master! Gu Xing looked up upon hearing the voice, only to see Lioli standing beside the corpse of the Mango Bull, her slender fingers trembling slightly. When she turned around, crystalline tears were rolling down her cheeks. Did you see it? Her voice was choked, yet it shone with an unprecedented brilliance. I really am not useless. Gu Xing could understand how Lioli felt at that moment. For the past year, she had lived under the mockery of others, and now, she had finally torn apart all the doubts with her strength. He quickly stepped forward and gently embraced her small figure. You have never been useless. You are an angel soaring in the skies. Lioli buried her face deeply into her master's chest, her slender fingers tightly gripping his collar. All the suppressed grievances and unwillingness turned into hot tears, soaking Gu Xing's clothes. Time slowed down at this moment. When Lioli finally lifted her head, the glistening tear stains hadn't dried, but the confusion and timidity in her eyes had disappeared. In its place was a fiery determination, as unyielding as forged steel. At this moment, the formerly timid girl had truly completed her transformation. Master, I'm fine now. Lioli wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Let's hurry and level up. Gu Xing nodded. With Lioli's current strength, ordinary 3rd stage monsters were no match for her. Even 4th stage monsters could barely pose any threat. And when she broke through to the 2nd stage, even some 5th stage monsters would no longer be her opponents. Therefore, at this moment, what restricted their leveling speed was not the strength of the monsters, but, in this trial space shrouded in thick mist, how to quickly and accurately find the traces of the monsters. The entire novice trial space covered tens of square kilometers, with monsters distributed evenly throughout. What made it even more troublesome was that those high-level monsters, which could provide rich experience, were far too rare. Chapter 7, Seraphim Form, Unleashed. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of the trial space, the person in charge, Su Feng, stared at the central fluorescent screen, his brow tightening more and more. The screen displayed the real-time scores of all the trial participants, along with the potential ratings calculated by the system based on their scores. Is this the level of the students from Linyuan City? He shook his head in disappointment. Apart from Chen Ziming, who barely reached A level, the others don't even make B level. Just as he was about to shift his gaze, his peripheral vision suddenly caught an abnormal data. Gu Xing. The points behind this name were skyrocketing at an almost terrifying speed. 200, 500, 2000. Finally, in full view of everyone, it directly broke through the 5,000 point barrier. This. Su Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. Other students had scores of only a few hundred, and even Chen Ziming had just over 2,000. But this little-known student, his score reached 5,000. How is this possible? Su Feng slammed the table and stood up. Why is his score growing so terrifyingly fast? A nearby staff member cautiously said. Could it be that he picked up some leftovers? Perhaps he stumbled upon two monster groups fighting and was just nearby. Clearly, such an explanation couldn't convince Su Feng. Nonsense. Su Feng immediately interrupted harshly. Bring me Gu Xing's information. The staff member didn't dare delay and immediately brought Gu Xing's information to Su Feng. After reviewing the information, Su Feng's frown deepened even further. Gu Xing had contracted a beast that was considered disabled. How could he achieve such remarkable results? But the next moment, it seemed like he thought of something. His pupils shrank. Could it be that Angel Beast has recovered? Back then, when this Angel-type beast appeared, it caused a huge uproar in Abyss City. Su Feng had naturally heard about it too, but later, after hearing about its unable to level up defect, he stopped paying attention. But now, the terrifying potential Gu Xing showed was obviously related to this beast. That beast, once judged as crippled, was very likely completely recovered. On the screen, Gu Xing's score was still rising. The potential rating column had already jumped to S rank. Su Feng's hand started trembling uncontrollably. A genius of this level, this was already beyond his authority to decide. Quick! He turned around and shouted sharply to his assistant, inform the city lord at once. Holy Angel, Lioli. Aptitude, Legendary 1 star. Level, Awakening Stage 3. Strength, 98. Constitution, 96. Spirit, 94. Speed, 107. Skills, Judgment, increased damage to demon-type creatures, Divine Blessing, immune to one fatal attack, Seraph Form, all attributes increase by 200%, Final Requiem, after use, Angel enters slumber period. After 3 hours of leveling up, Lioli's level successfully reached Awakening Stage 3, infinitely close to Stage 4. And all of Lioli's attributes were almost 3 times that of an ordinary third-stage beast. Beside her, golden arcs flashed, and the few elite third-stage demon beasts besieging Lioli were all sliced in half. The next moment, Gu Xing's body trembled, and the spiritual power in his mind rose again. This also meant that Lioli's level had reached Awakening Stage 4. The monsters here still aren't enough. Gu Xing let out an inhuman sigh. However, for him, if there were just a few more monsters, maybe he and Lioli could reach Awakening Stage 5 right now. After all, for the current Lioli, eliminating these low-level monsters had no cost at all. After finishing the enemies, Lioli flapped her wings lightly. Confirming she had not been stained with enemy blood, she slowly walked to Gu Xing's side. Master, just now during battle, I sensed something big in the east. If my senses are correct, it should be an Awakening Stage 5 monster. Hearing this, Gu Xing immediately perked up. An Awakening Stage 5 beast he and Lioli hadn't encountered even one in the past 3 hours. Now, finally seeing one. Lioli, let's go, take it down. A Stage 5 monster was enough to let Lioli's level rise another big step. Following Lioli's guidance, the two quietly approached. Sure enough, it was an Awakening Stage 5 monster, and its quality wasn't low. Bloodthirsty Tiger, Demon. Aptitude, Excellent 9 stars. Level, Awakening Stage 5. Strength, 71. Constitution, 74. Spirit, 52. Speed, 69. Skills, Blood Rage Bite, Fierce Tiger Pounce. Looking at this excellent aptitude Stage 5 demon beast, Gu Xing couldn't help but click his tongue secretly. Compared to those elite aptitude low-stage beasts, this one's stats were more than just a little stronger. And because of the transformation, monsters of the same level were generally stronger than beasts. This was also one of the reasons why leveling up in the alien space was hard. But as things stood now, facing this Stage 5 beast, Gu Xing had no less confidence. With Lioli's attributes all over 100, facing this Stage 5 demon beast. At most, it would only take 2 strikes. Just as Gu Xing and Lioli quietly moved closer, they discovered someone else had gotten to the beast first. No. Rather than say someone got there first, it was more accurate to say that this beast had found its prey. In the deep valley below, the bloodthirsty tiger was leading 3 Stage 4 beasts, forcing a 5-person team into a desperate situation. The strongest in this team was only a 3rd-stage beastmaster. At this moment, everyone's face was pale. L leader. A team member looked at the girl in the center of the team with trembling eyes, full of despair in his voice. Shinruashua bit her lip hard, her knuckles white from gripping too tightly. Faced with a luxurious lineup of 1 Tier 5 and 3 Tier 4 beasts, their rookie team could only dream of escaping. Now, these magical beasts had not yet struck the killing blow, but were simply enjoying the dying struggles of their prey.
Listen. We might not make it out of this valley. But even if we die, we must tear a piece of flesh from them.
Concentrate all beast tamers and attack the Tier 4 beast on the left.
Even if we can't kill it, we must severely injure it.
Understood. The 4 gritted their teeth, their voices trembling with the fear of death. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty tiger's crimson tongue licked its fangs, seemingly tired of this cat-and-mouse game.
Roar! With a deafening roar, the 4 magical beasts simultaneously surged forward.
In the shriek of claws tearing through the air, Shin Ruoshue could even smell the blood-soaked wind rushing toward her.
Death was just around the corner.
At this moment, Gu Xing, seeing this scene, no longer hesitated and immediately commanded Liu Li to take action. After all, the experience from these magical beasts was something he must get his hands on.
Liu Li, activate the Seraphim form.
At this critical moment, only Liu Li's Seraphim form, with its doubled attributes, had the ability to control the situation. The instant Liu Li received Gu Xing's command, she broke the shackles of her body.
In an instant, the very air seemed to change color. Chapter 8, A Student with S-Class Potential.
The crimson holy flame suddenly erupted, evaporating the gray mist within a 100-meter radius, even distorting the air with the searing heat. Under Gu Xing's shocked gaze, a stunning figure slowly rose from the flames. 4 wings, burning with holy flames, fully unfurled, each feather shimmering with brilliant golden divine patterns. Liu Li's originally clear eyes had transformed into burning golden vertical pupils, resembling a fiery empress stepping out of mythology. Under this divine pressure, the air in the entire valley seemed to freeze.
Woo!
The 3 awakened Tier 4 magical beasts let out a mournful wail, fearfully burying their heads deep in the earth. Although the bloodthirsty tiger was an awakened Tier 5 beast, facing Liu Li's pressure directly, it was not much better off. Its pouncing motion abruptly halted, its massive body strangely suspended in midair. The crimson beast's pupils sharply contracted, reflecting the figure that made its very soul tremble.
Captain, is this beast taming?
The youngest member of the team mumbled, his voice trembling. Shin Ruoshue unconsciously clenched her hands, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. She opened her mouth, but her throat was so dry it hurt. It should be, I guess.
Although even she couldn't fully accept this explanation.
But within the rookie trial space, only they, the new beast tamers, and the magical beasts existed. That holy figure clearly wasn't one of the latter.
That left only one absurd possibility. She was a beast tamer. A beast tamer's beast.
Under the horrified gaze of the others, Liu Li's golden vertical pupils coldly swept across the magical beasts lying prostrate on the ground. She casually swung the holy sword in her hand. 3 scarlet sword arcs tore through the air, and the 3 awakened Tier 4 beasts didn't even have time to wail before their massive bodies were neatly split in half. Where the cuts were, holy flames ignited, instantly burning the remaining bodies to ash.
Roar! The bloodthirsty tiger let out a desperate roar, releasing its final surge of fury.
Liu Li merely raised her sword slightly.
Shii. The trail of the holy sword left a scorching afterimage in the air.
The bloodthirsty tiger's proud, hard body, in the face of the legendary beast tamer's power, was as fragile as paper. Its pupils still frozen in terror, its body slowly slid down along the smooth cut.
Voo!
A ball of deep blue light, about the size of a basketball, rose from the bloodthirsty tiger's remains and slowly entered Liu Li's brow. When the last wisp of holy flame dissipated in the air, the golden divine patterns around her body faded like the tide, and the 4 burning wings turned into little sparks, drifting away. The figure that had been floating in midair gently landed, but her steps were noticeably unsteady. Although the seraphic angel form could greatly enhance her attributes, the consumption was equally terrifying. With Liu Li awakening to the 4th level, even with all her strength, she could only last about 30 seconds. After confirming there was no danger, Liu Li slightly turned her head and her gaze fell on a shadow not far away.
Shin Ruoshue and the others unconsciously held their breath, their eyes moving along with Liu Li.
What would it be like for a beastmaster with such a powerful beast? However, when that familiar figure walked out of the shadow, everyone froze.
Gu Xing?
Shin Ruoshue's pupils suddenly contracted, and her voice involuntarily rose by 8 degrees. As the class leader of Beastmaster Class 3, she naturally recognized this usually low-key classmate. Not long ago, she had even heard that this classmate had been stripped of his beast, and at that time, she was still filled with indignation.
But now, Shin Ruoshue's gaze shifted back and forth between Gu Xing and Liu Li, her mind nearly stopping.
When Gu Xing walked closer, she realized that the ones Liu Li had saved were actually a few familiar faces.
Oh, class leader, what a coincidence! Coincidence! Shin Ruoshue mechanically replied.
A student who usually had no reputation, but now stood beside a legendary beastmaster capable of killing a 5th-level monster in an instant. The sense of incongruity was so strong that it made her temples throb.
Gu Xing nodded politely and motioned for Liuli to leave. There was less than half an hour left.
He had to make use of this final time to raise Liuli's level to the 5th awakening stage. Liuli obediently followed, and before leaving, she did not forget to give a slight bow to the others. This action made the team members collectively gasp. As soon as Gu Xing's figure disappeared into the mist, the team members immediately exploded in conversation.
Damn!
Class leader, did you see that?
When the beast bowed, I almost kneeled. Wasn't Gu Xing the one who had his beast taken? Why does he seem stronger now?
Honestly, I feel like the epic level beast that Chen Ziming took is nowhere near as strong as this one. Then, what if we meet Gu Xing in the assessment 10 days later? One team member weakly spoke.
Just surrender.
The 5 of them said in unison. At the city lord's mansion, Xiaoxiu stood respectfully to the side, his gaze slightly awkward. In front of him stood a middle-aged man in a dark blue zhongshan suit, hands behind his back. The man's lips held a faint smile, but it cast an invisible pressure over the entire hall. He was the head of the Southern Military District, the true leader, Wei Yuan.
Wei Commander, why did you come in person?
Wei Yuan turned around and his gaze lingered on Xiaoxiu for a moment. This soldier who had once struggled under his command was now the lord of a city. I just came from Lanyang City, they have a promising A-level potential candidate this year, not bad.
Although he said that, Xiaoxiu keenly noticed a flash of disappointment in Wei Yuan's eyes. As the highest-ranking official in the Southern Military District, Wei Yuan's visit to various cities was clearly to find top-tier talent.
Clearly, he had found nothing so far.
Commander Wei, the situation in Linyuan City this year is probably not much different from Lanyang City.
Before the trials began, he had ordered someone to thoroughly check the profiles of all the participants. Except for Chen's young heir who contracted an epic-level succubus, the beast qualities of the others were hard to describe.
Wei Yuan sighed lightly, his brows unable to hide his disappointment. Forget it, summoning beasts is ultimately a matter of fate, it can't be forced.
He straightened his collar. I'll go check out other cities.
I'll see you off.
Xiaoxiu was about to see him off when the city lord's assistant rushed in, stumbling.
What's the meaning of this?
Xiaoxiu's face darkened, feeling embarrassed in front of his old superior.
How do I usually teach you? Stay calm when facing problems.
The assistant finally noticed the big shot in the hall, immediately breaking into a cold sweat. But he couldn't care about much more, his voice trembled with excitement.
City Lord.
In Linyuan City, there's a student with S-class potential.
What?
Xiaoxiu's voice suddenly rose, shaking the quiet atmosphere of the city lord's mansion. Even Wei Yuan, who had been calm earlier, quickly turned around and cast a surprised glance.
Chapter 9, Potential Rating, SSS. Inside the city lord's mansion, the air seemed to freeze for a moment.
You should know, in the entire southern battle zone, only a few dozen geniuses are rated with S-class potential. And in a border town like Linyuan City, it had been years since such a genius appeared.
Director Wei, how about we go take a look?
Seeing that Wei Yuan was clearly interested, Xiaoxiu cautiously suggested.
A glint flashed in Wei Yuan's deep eyes, and he adjusted his zhongshan suit collar before speaking in a deep voice. Let's go.
The assistant to the city lord naturally didn't dare to slack off and immediately bowed, leading the way.
However, what they didn't know was that the monitoring room was already in an uproar. This is impossible. This score, is it a cheat? Why did the score suddenly increase so much? Did he destroy a monster's lair? This score, can a rookie beast master really reach this? Could the equipment be malfunctioning?
Su Feng stared intently at the monitor screen, the coffee cup in his hand already tilted, with brown liquid dripping onto his shiny leather shoes, yet he remained unaware. The glaring number on the screen struck his heart like a heavy hammer. First place, Gu Xing 25,000 points. And the second place, Chen Ziming, still had a pitiful 3,000 points. What was even more suffocating was that Gu Xing's score was still rising at an astonishing speed.
The highest record in the past 10 years was only 3,500 points.
Su Feng muttered to himself, his throat involuntarily tightening. His gaze slowly shifted to the potential rating section, and his pupils instantly contracted.
Potential rating, SSS.
The 3 golden characters on the screen shone brightly, stabbing at his eyes painfully.
In the trial space.
The translucent, snow-white wings of Liuli were stained with the blood of monsters, and a pile of bodies was stacked at her feet like a small mountain. The suffocating smell of blood filled the air, with thick blood pooling on the ground, forming small streams.
Master, they've gotten smarter.
Liuli stood with her sword raised, protecting Gu Xing behind her. Her breath was a little hurried, but her grip on the sword was as steady as a rock. Gu Xing squinted his eyes and looked toward the valley entrance. Dozens of different kinds of monsters had surprisingly formed a coalition, baring their teeth and blocking all escape routes. Although most of them were only second or third tier low-level monsters, the number of monsters gathered together was still overwhelming.
Looks like they've gotten scared of us.
In the past half hour, he and Liuli had nearly gone on a rampage, killing monsters. In the end, the remaining monsters had no choice but to unite and lure the two of them into this valley.
Gu Xing raised his hand and checked the timer. Time remaining, 3 o'clock. Only 3 minutes left.
Perfect, now we don't have to go looking for them, Liuli.
Understood.
After this period of fighting, the tacit understanding between the two had rapidly improved. Now, without Gu Xing needing to speak, Liuli could already guess his thoughts.
Seraphim form, release.
Golden patterns instantly spread across Liuli's entire body, and 4 dazzling wings of light erupted from her back.
Judgment.
Blinding white light surged like a tide through the valley, and the wails of the monsters echoed endlessly. When the last head of a 5th-tier magic wolf was sent flying, Liuli's body suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light. Awakened to the 5th tier, achieved.
Gu Xing immediately checked Liuli's attributes. Sacred Angel, Liuli. Talent, Legendary 1 star.
Level, Awakened 5th tier.
Strength, 148. Constitution, 150. Spirit, 142. Speed, 153.
Skill, Judgment, increases damage against demon creatures, God's Blessing, immunity to 1 fatal attack, Seraphim form, all attributes increase by 200%, final elegy, after use, the angel enters a dormant state. Cultivation suggestion, use light crystals, Holy Spirit bone fluid, and angel's holy blood to improve the beast master's potential.
The terrifying aspect of the little angel's legendary potential is finally beginning to show.
Although the level is only Awakened Stage 5, Liuli's various attribute values already crush those of ordinary Awakened Stage 7 or 8 Beast Masters. Gu Xing stared at the cultivation suggestion section on the system interface. He had a feeling that as long as he found the 3 materials, Light Crystal, Holy Spirit Bone Fluid, and Angel's Holy Blood, Liuli's potential would experience a breakthrough. However, the largest Beast Master shop in Lin Yuan City doesn't even have any information on these 3 materials. Gu Xing bitterly shook his head and smiled. He had previously looked up the information. At the top auction of Longsha Kingdom, a broken piece of light crystal had been auctioned off for tens of millions. And the light crystal Liuli needed had to be a complete whole. As for Holy Spirit Bone Fluid and Angel's Holy Blood, even the Beast Master Association's ancient texts only had vague mentions.
Training a legendary potential is indeed not something ordinary people can achieve. Gu Xing sighed lightly. Even with the golden finger in hand and a clear evolution path, at this moment, he can only lament and look up in frustration. However, Gu Xing didn't dwell on it. When the ship reaches the bridge, it will go straight. One day, I will definitely collect all the materials and complete Liuli's first cultivation. At this moment, the restless energy around Liuli finally calmed down. She instinctively wanted to approach Gu Xing but froze in place as she took a step. Her snow-white wings were covered with dark red bloodstains, and her skirt was still dripping with thick liquid. Ugh! The little angel wrinkled her delicate nose and looked at herself in disgust. With a light grunt, golden red holy flames ignited from her fingertips, flowing like water over her entire body. The filthy bloodstains turned to smoke and vanished without a trace the moment they touched the flames. Once every feather was restored to purity, Liuli nodded in satisfaction, her light steps bringing her to Gu Xing's side. Master, shall we leave now?
Liuli gently tugged at Gu Xing's sleeve, her small face slightly frowning as she looked around. This valley soaked in blood truly made people not want to stay any longer. Gu Xing looked down at the timer, and just as the numbers reached 0, the next moment, a solemn mechanical voice echoed throughout the trial space.
This new player trial has officially ended. Please prepare to exit, everyone.
In 10 seconds, everyone in this space will be teleported back to Lin Yuan City.
Countdown begins now. Hold on to me.
Gu Xing naturally held Liuli's small hand.
10, 9, 3, 2, 1.
A blinding white light engulfed the entire world. When Gu Xing opened his eyes, the familiar outline of the Lin Yuan City square appeared before him. Before he could fully adapt to the dizziness from the teleportation, he realized that the area around him was already surrounded by excited staff members. Su Feng, who was leading them, quickly stepped forward, this normally stern trial supervisor now wearing a wide smile.
Gu Xing, your performance in the new player trial was truly amazing. The city lord specifically instructed me to invite you for a chat.
Gu Xing paused for a moment, quickly understanding that it must have been his performance in the trial space that caught the city lord's attention. He had anticipated this result beforehand, so he did not refuse.
Sure. Chapter 10, The Frenzied Qin Zimming.
When Gu Xing's figure disappeared at the end of the square, the other participants were gradually teleported back. When Chen Ziming appeared in the center of the square with a succubus in his arms, he was immediately surrounded by a crowd of flattering students.
Young Master Chen, you must have been first in the trial this time, right? A legendary beast master, you've left everyone far behind. I bet young Master Chen scored at least 3,000 points.
That score would have been the undisputed first in previous years.
3,000 points? Doesn't that mean the potential rating is almost S level?
We are witnessing history here. Chen Ziming listened to these flattery, and his smile almost reached his ears. He tightly hugged the succubus in his arms, his fingers restlessly rubbing her waist. He had always been the embodiment of a spoiled rich kid in Lingyuan City. But ever since he contracted this epic-level beast, he not only shed the label of good-for-nothing rich kid, but also received praise wherever he went. Thinking about this, he felt even more satisfied with the succubus in his arms. Mayor, he leaned closer to the succubus's ear and whispered, "I'll reward you well tonight, and tomorrow I'll take you to the other world to level up." The succubus immediately blushed, her long eyelashes fluttering downwards.
I'll listen to you, Ziming Ji."
Her coquettish demeanor, half resisting yet inviting, made Chen Ziming burn with desire, wanting nothing more than to take her home immediately. But seeing the still unpublished leaderboard, he forced himself to suppress the impulse. After all, this was the moment he was about to top the leaderboard under the eyes of thousands. How could he miss this honor? He had spent a great deal of effort for this trial. Not only relying on the succubus's power, but he had also secretly hired a 5-member team with heavy money. This team specialized in injuring magical beasts to the brink of death, leaving him to deliver the final blow. At this moment, feeling the awakened power of the 4th rank inside his body, Chen Ziming couldn't help but curl his lips in pride. Though this method was considered underhanded, its effects were undeniable. His level soared, and his points skyrocketed. Look! The leaderboard is out. With a shout, the entire square instantly boiled over. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the big screen in the center of the square. The leaderboard began to slowly reveal itself, starting from the last place. 187th, Zhang Wei, 85 points, potential rating D. 163rd, Li Na, 112 points, potential rating D. Cheering and sighing erupted from the crowd from time to time. When the list reached the top 10, the atmosphere in the square became even more tense. The announcement method for the top 10 was obviously different, with each name stopping individually, accompanied by special sound effects. 10th, Wang Hao, 890 points, potential rating B. 9th, Lu Feng, 902 points, potential rating B. In the center of the square, Chen Ziming, full of pride, hugged the succubus, with a victorious smile hanging on his lips. Around him, sycophantic praise filled the air. Young Master Chen will definitely secure the first place this time. Obviously, who else has the strength to take first except young Master Chen? Chen Ziming enjoyed the flattery, his fingers playfully twirling the succubus's hair, already imagining the moment when he would receive the Lord's reward.
However, did I see that wrong? Why is young Master Chen's name in second place?
This voice was like a thunderclap, instantly shattering Chen Ziming's dream. He quickly turned his head, staring at the glaring data on the light screen.
Second place, Chen Ziming, 4,100 points, potential rating A.
This is impossible.
Chen Ziming's eyes nearly split, his voice changing pitch. Second. 4,100 points, such a score had already made history in Lingyuan City. How could he still be second place? Chen Ziming's eyes turned red, staring fiercely at the big screen in the center of the square. Who was it?
Meanwhile, the succubus in Chen Ziming's arms was also stiff with shock. She had been following the leaderboard, her goal to see the ranking of her abandoned former master. But all the way from the last place to second, she still hadn't found that familiar name. This situation made her heart sink. The next moment, a terrifying guess plunged her into an icy abyss. Could it be that Gu Xing is first? The succubus immediately shook her head, trying to shake off this absurd possibility from her mind. Impossible. That person only contracted a crippled angel. How could she lose to such a defective product? But often, what one fears the most. Things will develop in that direction. Under everyone's gaze, the first place was slowly revealed. First place, Gu Xing, score 44,300, potential rating SSS. At the moment this ranking was announced, the entire square seemed to have been hit by a bomb. My God! Gu Xing's score is 44,300? 10,000. Really 5 digits. SSS level potential? This must be a human cheat. Amidst the rising exclamations, Chen Ziming was frozen in place as if struck by lightning. He stared hard at those two numbers. 44,300 versus 4,100. A full 10 times the difference. How could this be possible? Chen Ziming's eyes turned bloodshot, and his fingers, swollen with veins, dug fiercely into the staff member's shoulder.
Cheating. This is definitely cheating. His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing. 40,000 points? Are you kidding me?
The staff member expressionlessly brushed off his hand, and his voice was eerily calm.
This score has been personally verified by the City Lord. Young Master Chen, are you questioning the judgment of the City Lord?
This sentence was like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. Chen Ziming staggered back 2 steps, his ears buzzing. The gazes from all around him were like countless sharp knives, stabbing into his body and making him tremble all over.
Ha!
He. He suddenly laughed nervously, his nails digging deep into his palm.
I understand now.
That poor bastard must have used the 20 million my father gave him to hire someone to boost his score. At this moment, Chen Ziming had completely lost his reason, his handsome face twisted almost grotesquely, the veins on his forehead pulsing with each rapid breath. Just thinking about that poor kid he had once trampled underfoot, now using the 20 million his Chen family had given him to humiliate him, the rage in his chest nearly burned him to the core.
Gu Xing. Do you think you can beat me by using my family's money?
He suddenly grabbed the succubus wrist, pulling so hard that her delicate bones nearly snapped. The succubus let out a muffled groan of pain, but dared not struggle, only stumbling as he dragged her along.
Now. Immediately.
Chen Ziming's eyes were red, like a wild beast on the verge of madness.
I will hire the best demon hunting teams. 10 teams won't be enough, so I'll get 20.
In 10 days, at the academy assessment, I want that worthless fool to kneel before me and beg for mercy. His voice echoed through the square, drawing countless astonished glances. But at this moment, Chen Ziming no longer cared about his image. All that was left in his mind was one thought. At all costs, he must crush Gu Xing completely. The succubus was violently dragged forward, but as she turned, she caught a glimpse of the shining name on the square's light screen.
Gu Xing, SSS level.
A thought suddenly surged in her heart.
Did I make the right choice back then? Chapter 11, Abyss Level Trial.
On the other side. Under Su Feng's guidance, Gu Xing arrived at a well-decorated meeting room. After signaling Liu Li to wait outside, Gu Xing pushed open the door and entered. As soon as he entered, his gaze was immediately drawn to the figure in a dark blue outfit sitting at the main seat. The city lord, Xia Xiu, stood respectfully to the side. This detail made Gu Xing immediately realize that the middle-aged man with extraordinary presence in front of him held a position far above the city lords.
Xia Xiu, seeing Gu Xing enter the room, immediately stood up and introduced. Gu Xing, this is the overall leader of the Southern Military District, Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan? Gu Xing's pupils contracted slightly.
This name was as famous as thunder in the Longxia Kingdom. A king-level beastmaster, the pillar of the southern war zone, a true figure capable of turning the tide in the nation's time of peril.
City Lord, sir.
After coming back to his senses, Gu Xing greeted them both.
Wei Yuan nodded slightly, his deep gaze scanning Gu Xing before he spoke gently.
Gu Xing, congratulations on receiving an SSS-level potential rating in your beginner trial.
Thank you, sir, but you must have called me here for something else.
Seeing Xia Xiu standing there like an invisible person, Gu Xing understood that the one who truly wanted to meet him must be this overall leader of the Southern Military District.
Gu Yuan.
But he didn't understand why the head of the military district would take the initiative to meet him.
Although he had shown outstanding performance in the rookie trial.
But a genius who hasn't yet grown up is not really a genius. Seeing Gu Xing's performance, Wei Yuan's eyes flashed with a trace of admiration.
When he received the news of Gu Xing's SSS grade evaluation on the way, his first reaction was doubt.
After all, in Longxia country, only a few geniuses could reach this level.
In a border town like Linyuan City, it was almost impossible to find a genius with an SSS grade evaluation.
He had originally thought that this genius had reached the SSS grade evaluation through some small tricks. But after personally seeing Gu Xing's beast, this thought was immediately dispelled. The aura emitted by that beast clearly surpassed the epic level. Having a legendary level beast and achieving an SSS grade evaluation is naturally well deserved.
Gu Xing, I do indeed have something to ask of you.
Wei Yuan said, his gaze lightly sweeping towards Xia Xiu. The city lord immediately understood and respectfully left the room, but waves of shock surged in his heart. What kind of secret is it that even he, the city lord, has no right to know? After the door closed, Wei Yuan raised his hand and lightly waved, a faint blue light curtain rippled out like water waves, enveloping the two of them.
This is... Gu Xing's pupils contracted. It's the basic application of the domain.
You'll learn it once you advance to the leader level.
This is mainly to ensure our conversation isn't eavesdropped on from the outside.
Gu Xing stared at the fluctuating energy barrier before him, his expression gradually becoming serious. For a king-level beast master to be so cautious, even using the power of the domain to block the outside world.
This is no ordinary matter. It might even be related to the fate of Longxia country. Gu Xing, you should know that the alien space is another world that is merging with Blue Star. Countries are building defenses in the alien space to provide a safe environment for lower-level beast masters to train. Gu Xing nodded. This history was already recorded in the textbooks. But Longxia country's defense construction lags behind other countries. Wei Yuan suddenly changed his tone. Do you know why? Gu Xing frowned and thought, is it because the defense construction hasn't gone smoothly? Exactly. Wei Yuan's finger traced out a map of light in the void. 3 years ago, we discovered a massive trial site at a critical location. On the light screen, a scarlet light dot was exactly at the defense line's key hub. Normally, discovering a trial site is a good thing. But this trial site happens to be located at the most crucial point of the defense line. If this trial site isn't cleared, there will always be a gap in the defense line, and those demonic creatures might invade through this gap at any time. Hearing this, Gu Xing couldn't help but look up at Wei Yuan. But it seems like I can't help with anything. Wei Yuan raised his hand to interrupt, his fingertip lightly tapping in the void, and a three-dimensional projection immediately unfolded. The projection clearly marked the various areas of the trial site, most of which were marked green to indicate cleared, except for the core area, which still flashed with glaring red light. Other level trial areas have all been conquered by our army. But only this last one. He pointed to the red light, requires an awakened level 5 or below, with a team of 3 to challenge. The projection suddenly zoomed in, showing detailed data of that area. Difficulty level, Abyss. The trial site is a special secret realm in the alien space, where those who clear it will receive rich rewards. And according to the difficulty, Longxia country's official classification divides it into 5 levels. Normal, Hardship, Nightmare, Hell, and the top level, Abyss. I need you, Wei Yuan looked directly into Gu Xing's eyes, to team up with 2 other SSS-grade geniuses to complete this ultimate challenge and help Longxia country complete the defense line. Upon hearing this, Gu Xing finally understood why the head of a military district would personally seek out an awakening stage rookie beast master. As he processed this information, Wei Yuan misunderstood, thinking he had concerns. This trial is indeed highly risky. So, by participating, you will be qualified to choose an item from the Southern Military District's treasure vault. Wei Yuan said, raising his hand to form a light screen in the air. Countless rare material phantoms swirled within the light screen. Gu Xing glanced up casually, but his attention was instantly captured by one of the materials. Light crystal? A whole block of light crystal? Director Wei. Gu Xing's voice trembled slightly. Does the military district's treasure vault have a whole block of light crystal? He never expected to learn about the first material needed to cultivate Liuli here. Wei Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise, and with a light tap of his finger, he enlarged the phantom of the crystal. Looks like this item is very important to you? Gu Xing nodded. Alright, as long as you agree to participate in the trial, regardless of success or failure, it will be yours. Deal. Gu Xing agreed without hesitation. He had already intended to participate in this task to serve the country, and now, the light crystal was a pure stroke of luck. Wei Yuan, seeing Gu Xing agree, let out a deep sigh of relief. He had made a military oath, promising to complete the entire defense line this year. Had it not been for Gu Xing, he thought he wouldn't be able to finish the task this year. They had previously sent geniuses to participate in the trial, but even those with SS-level potential couldn't break through half of the progress. So, he had been desperately searching within the Dragon Summer border for geniuses with SSS-level potential. Now, he had finally found one. No time to waste, we'll depart now. Every day of delay, a gap in the defense line will claim the lives of more Dragon Summer beast masters. Chapter 12, The Trial Begins. The military district leader's style of doing things was indeed swift and decisive. Before Gu Xing could react, he felt a tightening around his waist. Wei Yuan directly took him and Liuli up into the sky. Whoosh! With the sound of breaking air, a gigantic bird that blocked the sun suddenly tore through the clouds. The 3 of them landed steadily on its broad back, and Gu Xing instinctively scanned the beast's information. Cloud-devouring sparrow. Qualities? Level? Attributes? Skills? The series of question marks made Gu Xing's heart shudder. But what amazed him even more was that despite the cloud-devouring sparrow's speed being fast enough to tear through the air, they felt no wind pressure at all. This meant that the beast beneath them was at least at the commander level, and most likely had reached the king level. Soon, a twisted blue light screen appeared across the horizon. This is the spatial passage that connects the 2 worlds. After passing through here, we will fly for a few more hours to reach the trial location. Wei Yuan's voice remained clear amidst the howling wind. The cloud-devouring sparrow let out a lone cry and flapped its wings into the light screen. Below them, over 20 teams gathered like stars around Chen Ziming and that succubus.
The team leader at the front was flattering. "Don't worry, young Master Chen, with our elite teams assisting, we will definitely help you break through to Awakening Level 7. But Chen Ziming paid no attention. He stared hard at the spatial passage, his eyes filled with a cold, ominous light. Gu Xing. He clenched his fist, the veins on his hand bulging. "You think you can compare resources with the Chun family? I will make you understand what despair feels like. With 20 teams helping me level up, what do you have to compare with me?" 3 hours later, the cloud-devouring sparrow landed at a military base surrounded by mountains. When Gu Xing jumped off the giant bird's back, he immediately noticed that, besides the soldiers, there were also 2 young people on the camp square. These 2 must be his companions for the trial. Ying Bing, Qin Tian, from Kyoto, SSS level potential. Gu Xing, from Linyuan City, also SSS level potential. This trial will be tackled together by the 3 of you. Wei Yuan briefly introduced their information. Ying Bing, standing on the left, wore a white outfit, with a crystal-clear bird resting on her shoulder. Upon hearing Wei Yuan's introduction, she nodded slightly towards Gu Xing. Her gaze lingered on Liuli for a few more seconds, and a hint of surprise flashed through her ice-blue pupils. Gu Xing also politely greeted her, then checked the information of this woman's beast. Frost Qian Ice Phoenix. Talent, Legendary 1 star. Level, Awakening 5th stage. Strength, 120. Physique, 130. Spirit, 178. Speed, 150. Skills, Cold Spike Piercing, Frost Storm, Frost Ring Binding. After use, the beast enters a weakened state. As for the person on the right, Qin Tian, he had his arms crossed, with a 3-meter-tall bronze-colored Treant standing beside him. He glanced at Gu Xing with a sideways look, his eyes showing a hint of disdain. Linyuan City? Never heard of it. Such a small town has geniuses? He must have earned his SSS rank by grinding for points. But, due to Wei Yuan being present, he didn't voice his thoughts, only standing aside with a pretentious cold attitude. Gu Xing didn't mind Qin Tian's attitude. He didn't come to this trial to make friends, his goal was that light crystal. As for trial companions, it would be best if they got along. If not, no harm done, after all, they would never meet again after this trial. That being said, he still checked the information of the other person's beast. War Tree Man. Talent, Legendary 1 star. Level, Awakening 5th stage. Strength, 160. Physique, 165. Spirit, 112. Speed, 105. Skills, Root Strangulation, Giant Tree Strike, Ironwood Barrier. Gu Xing carefully compared the data of the 3 beasts, and a judgment began to form in his heart. Even with the same legendary 1-star talent, the difference is so obvious. Liuli's attributes, though not top tier, were well balanced, with no weaknesses. More importantly, she had 4 skills, 1 more skill slot than the other 2 beasts. Ying Bing's Frost Qian Ice Phoenix was clearly superior to Qin Tian's War Tree Man, especially with the skill, Frost Ring Binding, which made Gu Xing pay special attention. This was similar to Liuli's, Ensong, both requiring a certain cost to activate. Gu Xing guessed that the higher the cost to use, the more terrifying the power of the skill. This seemed to be a beast's ultimate skill. Ensong, after activation, the beast falls into a deep sleep. Looking at Liuli's skill, he decided that unless it was a matter of life or death, he would never use it. He then turned his gaze to Qin Tian's War Tree Man. This beast, aside from its excellent strength and physique, seemed to have no other outstanding points. The 3 skills were quite ordinary, and there was no ultimate skill. Gu Xing secretly estimated that this War Tree Man barely touched the threshold of legendary talent. After understanding the strength of Ying Bing's and Qin Tian's beasts, Gu Xing's gaze finally settled on Liuli. Overall, his little angel was still the one that pleased him the most. Master? Liuli tilted her head in confusion. His long fingers unconsciously brushed against Liuli's silver hair, the soft touch at his fingertips warming his heart. Master? Liuli tilted her little face upwards in confusion, her golden eyes filled with confusion. She subconsciously rubbed against Gu Xing's palm. This intimate gesture made Gu Xing's heart tremble. Sin. Luckily, Wei Yuan spoke again, drawing Liuli's attention, allowing the little angel not to notice her master's unusual behavior. Is there anything else you need to prepare? If not, I will take you to the trial grounds. Wei Yuan's gaze swept over the 3 of them. Gu Xing cleared his throat and subtly withdrew his hand, his fingers still lingering with the soft sensation of Liuli's hair. We can depart any time. Ying Bing and Qin Tian also indicated they were ready. Soon, Wei Yuan led them to an ancient hall. The hall was ruined, but from the finer details, it was still possible to see its former grandeur. This was once the holy land of the elves, but for some unknown reason, the entire elf tribe has vanished, leaving only this trial ground behind. By passing this trial, you should be able to gain good rewards. But if you encounter danger, you should choose to exit in time. After all, your safety is the most important.
Director Wei, don't worry. Qin Tian patted his chest and assured, with me here, this trial is almost certain. Wei Yuan looked deeply at him, I hope so.
No more talk, Wei Yuan pointed to the stone platform in the center of the hall, place your hands on it, and you can start the trial.
Lastly, with his booming voice, all the soldiers stood at attention and saluted, wish you a triumphant return.
Under everyone's gaze, the three of them placed their hands on the stone platform at the same time. In an instant, a blinding white light shot up into the sky, completely engulfing the three figures.
Chapter 13, A Man Cannot Say He Cannot.
As the three figures completely vanished in the white light, the adjutant walked over to Wei Yuan's side and whispered.
Director, do you think they will succeed this time?
Wei Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the empty stone platform, his knuckles unconsciously tapping against his pants. After a long while, he slowly spoke. With that girl, the winner, here, the chance of passing this trial, is 50-50. After all, it is the highest level of trial. Even if the three beasts they control are legendary, Wei Yuan still felt uncertain. Last time, participants included a genius with SSS level potential and two others with SS level potential. But, the three of them didn't even get past the second level. With a sigh, he took one last look at the stone platform and turned to walk out of the hall.
We've done what we needed to do, next. Let's leave it to fate. Inside the trial ground. The pitch-black soil looked as if it was soaked in ink, with ruins everywhere, presenting a desolate scene. Hey, country bumpkin.
Qin Tian suddenly stopped, the thick branches of the war tree behind him rustling.
No matter how you got that SSS rating, when danger comes, just hide behind me and Ice Sister. He lifted his chin, his face filled with pride.
With us here, at least you can save your little life.
Gu Xing raised an eyebrow with interest.
This young master from the capital was arrogant, but he wasn't a bad person. He just hadn't experienced the bitterness of society, so he was a bit overconfident.
Coincidentally, in the trial, killing various monsters would not raise the beast's level.
If someone was happy to take action, he would be more than pleased.
No problem, you go ahead, I won't steal your thunder.
Saying this, he deliberately took 2 steps back and made an exaggerated gesture of, please go ahead. Lioli tilted her head in confusion, but under Gu Xing's gaze, she obediently stepped aside.
At least you know how to be sensible.
Qin Tian snorted in satisfaction and marched to the front of the group. Meanwhile, Ying Bing seemed to completely disregard all of this, wholeheartedly communicating with the ice phoenix on her shoulder.
Soon, the three encountered 3 monsters. Trial Puppet Balance Type. Level, Awakening Stage 6. Strength, 100. Constitution, 100. Mentality, 100. Speed, 100. Skills, 1000 Machine Heavy Fist, Balance Force Field.
Seeing the information about these 3 trial puppets, Gu Xing finally realized the difficulty of the Abyss trial. Trial puppets with all attributes at 100 are at the level of outstanding Stage 6 monsters. Even due to the balance of attributes, their strength may surpass other monsters of the same level. What's even scarier is that this is only the first wave of monsters in the trial. The monsters they encounter next will gradually increase in strength.
However, Qin Tian seemed unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Qin Tian had already stepped forward boldly, Ice Sister, don't take action.
I'll handle these iron lumps. Ying Bing thought for a moment before slightly nodding in agreement. After all, Qin Tian had received an SSS level potential rating, it shouldn't be a problem for him to defeat these 3 trial puppets.
Tree Man, strangle with roots.
With Qin Tian's command, the War Tree Man's thick roots burst through the ground, wrapping around the 3 puppets like giant pythons. The wooden fibers rubbed against the metal shells, creating a screeching noise, and finally, with 3 loud explosions, the puppets turned into countless fragments on the ground.
How about that? My Tree Man.
Qin Tian turned proudly to the others, his face full of expectation for praise. Gu Xing and Luli exchanged glances, and in unison, they gave a thumbs up. Luli even kindly added, so impressive. Qin Tian was overwhelmed with praise, his voice rising by an octave. Even though your strength is a bit lacking, watching my battle carefully will surely teach you a lot. Right. Gu Xing nodded repeatedly, pressing down on Lu Li, who wanted to argue.
Next, Qin Tian continued on as the Pathfinder.
However, as they ventured deeper, the trial puppets they faced grew increasingly stronger.
When 5 awakened 7th-tier trial puppets blocked their way, Qin Tian finally couldn't smile anymore. He was sweating profusely. Trial Puppet. Level, Awakened 7th tier. Strength, 120. Physique, 120. Spirit, 120. Speed, 120.
5 trial puppets, each with an average attribute of 120, clearly made it extremely difficult for the War Tree Man to handle.
Sweat beads formed on Qin Tian's forehead, and his clenched fists trembled slightly. Qin Xiao, do you need a hand? Gu Xing kindly inquired, leaning in. No, no need.
Qin Tian gritted his teeth, trying to hold on, but anyone could see his struggle. But beside him, Ying Bing lightly patted Ice Phoenix on her shoulder, her voice cold. I'll control, you output.
Hearing Ying Bing's voice, Gu Xing raised an eyebrow in surprise. This icy beauty actually spoke.
And when Qin Tian heard Ying Bing was going to help, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He could deal with these 5 trial puppets, but it would come at a certain cost. But this was only the first level of the trial.
As Ying Bing joined the fray, the situation turned around in an instant.
With a flap of the mysterious Ice Phoenix's wings, Frost quickly covered the joints of the trial puppets. The War Tree Man seized the opportunity, raising its sturdy branches and shattering the frozen puppets one by one.
In the following rout, Gu Xing found himself relaxed.
With Ying Bing and Qin Tian working together, the trial puppets hardly lasted a round against them. For a moment, he and Lu Li felt like outsiders watching. Before long, Qin Tian and Ying Bing smashed through the first level with overwhelming strength. The 3 of them reached the end of the first level, where 3 deep passages appeared before them. Here, this was the second level of the Abyss level trial. According to the information provided by Wei Yuan, the 3 passages must each be chosen by the 3, who must individually complete the trials in their passages to enter the 3rd level.
As for the content of the 3rd level, even Wei Yuan did not know.
The last trial taker only reached the 2nd level at best. At this moment, Qin Tian suddenly turned around, his gaze lingering on Gu Xing for a long time, with evident suspicion in his tone.
Can you do it?
He had no worries about Ying Bing's strength. As the top novice trial taker in Kyoto, her strength was even above his own.
But this seemingly talented boy from the countryside, if he held them back.
Even if he and Ying Bing passed the 2nd level, their trial would still be deemed a failure. And the usually indifferent Ying Bing also slightly tilted her head, waiting for Gu Xing's answer. After all, along the way, Gu Xing hadn't made a move, and she too couldn't judge this companion's strength. Faced with Qin Tian's doubts, Gu Xing didn't argue, merely smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, and walked straight towards the middle passage.
A man can't say he can't. Chapter 14, 2nd level, Clearing.
The moment he stepped into the passage, Gu Xing felt as if he had entered another world. He suddenly turned back, only to find the entrance he came from had vanished, replaced by a void of darkness. And before him, a mechanical figure slowly took shape before his eyes.
Trial Puppet, Enhanced Type. Level, Awakening Level 5. Strength, 90. Physique, 90. Spirit, 90. Speed, 90. Skills, 1000 Machine Heavy Punch, Attribute Boost, Equilibrium Field, can stack. Enhanced Type? Gu Xing frowned slightly.
Compared to the ordinary equilibrium type puppets, this guy in front was clearly a notch stronger. Not only did it have an extra attribute boost skill, but the equilibrium field was even trickier. If several enhanced trial puppets appeared at the same time later, that would be a problem.
But for now, it wasn't a big deal. Liu Li, take care of it.
Before the words fell, Liu Li's silvery white wings fully spread, and a long sword engulfed in blazing flames formed in her hand. With a light flap of her wings, her figure instantly appeared before the puppet. The golden sword light streaked across like a new moon. Swish! The enhanced puppet fell apart, shattering into 2 pieces and crashing to the ground. Though this awakening level 5 puppet had decent strength, before Liu Li, whose attributes had surpassed 150 points, it was still easily defeated. As the puppet dissolved, the blue barrier that had blocked their path also disappeared. Gu Xing and Liu Li continued to move forward. In the second space, waiting for them was still an enhanced trial puppet, but its level had risen to awakening level 6. Looking at the enemy with soaring attributes reaching 120 points, Gu Xing couldn't help but furrow his brows.
No wonder previous trial takers couldn't pass this checkpoint. With each space they cleared, the strength of the puppets grew exponentially. This awakening level 6 enhanced puppet's attributes were even comparable to a level 5 epic beast. And this was only the second checkpoint.
Liu Li's sword light shone again, and the trial puppet fell at her command.
In the next space,
2 awakening level 6 puppets appeared simultaneously, and the equilibrium field began to show its power, suppressing Liu Li's attributes by about 10 points. Fortunately, even weakened, Liu Li still held absolute advantage, quickly dealing with the 2 awakening level 6 trial puppets. Next, the difficulty of the trial continued to rise.
3, 4, 5, awakening level 7.
When Gu Xing and Liu Li reached the final space, 3 trial puppets exuding a terrifying aura were standing ready.
Trial Puppet, Enhanced Type. Level, Awakening Level 7. Strength, 150. Physique, 150. Spirit, 150. Speed, 150. Skills, 1000 Machine Heavy Punch, Attribute Boost, Equilibrium Field, can stack. Looking at the 3 enhanced trial puppets confronting Lioli. Under the stacking of 3 equilibrium fields, Lioli's attributes were suppressed by nearly 30 points. This meant that even with Lioli's strength, if she didn't activate her Seraph form, it would be quite tricky to deal with these puppets. But at this moment, he was not worried about the battle in front of him, but rather, could the other two truly pass this trial? Yinbing's Ice Phoenix had a spirit attribute as high as 170 points, paired with her excellent skills, clearing the level should not be a problem. But Qin Tian's War Treant. Facing 3 Awakening Level 7 enhanced puppets, it might be a bit precarious. In a flash of thought, Gu Xing made a decision. Lioli, activate your Seraph form, quick battle, and quick resolution. Got it. As the little girl answered crisply, crimson flames erupted explosively from her body. 4 wings of light unfurled behind her, the holy and fierce energy wave engulfed the entire space. Attribute values doubled. 300 points of absolute suppression. 3 golden sword lights streaked across like shooting stars. The 3 enhanced puppets didn't even have time to react before being cleanly split in 2. The remains, under the burning of the Seraph's flames, instantly turned to ash, scattering in the wind. The light screen at the end of the passage finally began to slowly dissipate. Meanwhile, in the core monitoring room of the trial grounds, a huge stone platform floated in the center, displaying the trial takers' progress in real time. Chief, they have entered the 2nd level. Wei Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze heavy as he looked at the stone platform. He knew better than anyone that starting from the 2nd level, this trial was the real test. Last year's trial, apart from that SSS-level potential genius who barely made it to the end, the other 2 SSS-level geniuses were even eliminated after only completing 70% of the progress. Wei Yuan unconsciously clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the force. If he fails this time, he will have to wait until next year. Send the order down, let the border army enter a state of level 1 combat readiness. After passing the 2nd level, part of the trial site will disappear, and the demonic creatures will surely rush in through the gap. Although it is still unknown whether the 3 of them can pass the 2nd level, it is always good to prepare early. Yes. The deputy officer was about to turn and leave when he suddenly caught a glimpse of the stone platform flashing with dazzling light. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Chief! Chief! It seems someone has passed the 2nd level. What? Wei Yuan turned sharply, his gaze fixed on the stone platform. He saw clearly the words "one person has passed" displayed on it. Who is it? It is known that only half an hour has passed since the 3 entered the 2nd level. From the last trialer's mouth, he also knew that in the final space there were 3 Awakened Level 7 trial puppets. Awakened Level 5 vs Awakened Level 7. Even if the 3 summoned beasts were legendary, it would still be very difficult to handle. Chief, I think it should be Yinbing? After coming back to his senses, the deputy officer cautiously analyzed. After all, the winner's bloodline is special, and they can only contract 1 summoned beast in their lifetime. The deputy's thoughts coincided with Wei Yuan's guess in his heart. The Ying family, as one of the oldest families in Longsha Kingdom, has a very special bloodline inheritance. Family members can only contract 1 summoned beast in their lifetime, but the bloodline power can gradually enhance the summoned beast's qualifications. Because of this, the summoned beasts of the Ying family are at least epic level from the start. Yinbing is the one with the highest talent in nearly 100 years. It's not surprising that she could pass so quickly. However, at this point, Wei Yuan's expression became serious. But the current problem is, if Gu Xing and Qin Tian cannot pass, no matter how strong Yinbing is, it will be of no use. After all, this trial requires all 3 to unite. If one person does not pass, this trial can only be declared a failure. However, at that moment, the deputy officer suddenly exclaimed again. Chief! Chief! Another person has passed. What? Wei Yuan's gaze turned back to the stone platform. He saw that the original 1 person has passed had turned into 2 people have passed. Chapter 15, Emergency Rescue. In the center of the trial site, in a round hall. The moment Yinbing stepped out of the passage, her cold gaze quickly swept around. Just as she was about to find a corner to rest, waiting for the other 2. Hi! A clear voice suddenly rang out. Yinbing's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, a hint of surprise flashing in her usually calm eyes. She suddenly turned around, incredulously looking toward the source of the voice. There was Gu Xing, lazily leaning against a stone pillar, with Lioli quietly hovering beside him. That familiar angelic summoned beast was now tilting its head curiously examining her. You? The usually calm Yinbing was unusually speechless. In the previous trial, she had almost held nothing back, and the Ice Phoenix had exerted all its power. Even so, did she really lag behind this person? After a moment of silence, Yinbing stepped forward, her cold voice carrying a hint of hesitation. How long have you been here? Gu Xing looked up, meeting the furrowed brow of the ice-cold beauty, and casually replied. About 10 minutes. Exclamation point. Ying Bing's pupils constricted slightly. A difference of 10 minutes. This means the opponent's summoned beast is far stronger than the Ice Phoenix. Perhaps sensing her owner's thoughts, the Ice Phoenix on Ying Bing's shoulder flapped its wings in discontent. Ying Bing reached out to soothe the Ice Phoenix, then nodded at Gu Xing before turning to head toward the other side of the hall. But her cold gaze still wandered between Gu Xing and Liuli from time to time. Time passed silently, second by second. The third passage remained silent. Gu Xing's expression gradually became serious. It was estimated that Qin Tian had encountered an accident, otherwise, it wouldn't take this long without passing the level. Ying Bing also frowned, her slender fingers unconsciously rubbing the wings of the Ice Phoenix. This year, they had finally gathered 3 SSS-level geniuses, if they couldn't pass this trial this year. At that moment, Gu Xing suddenly stood up. Liuli, we are leaving. Where are you going? Ying Bing turned her head in shock. To save the situation. These 2 simple words made Ying Bing's pupils shrink suddenly. She watched in disbelief as Gu Xing strode toward the entrance of the passage where Qin Tian was, instantly understanding his intention. You are crazy. Her usually calm voice rose unusually high. The second round tested personal ability. Once someone intervened, the difficulty would triple. In the final round, if 10 awakened 7th tier enhanced puppets appeared, combined with the superimposed equilibrium field. Even if Gu Xing's strength was greater than hers, there would be no chance of clearing the level. But Gu Xing's steps didn't hesitate at all. Although Wei Yuan had promised that regardless of whether they passed this trial, he would give the light crystal to him. However, he did not want to owe anyone a favor. If something could be done, it must be done to the best of his ability. Liuli. The little angel's eyes ignited with intense combat will. The master's will is the highest mission of summoning beasts. As long as the master's sword points ahead, even if the front is an abyss or a sea of fire, she will clear all obstacles for her master. Seraphim Ultimate Release. Under Ying Bing's shocked gaze, Liuli transformed into a war angel bathed in sacred flames, her crimson brilliance illuminating the entire hall. Liuli, once you go in, you must deal with half of the puppets immediately, otherwise, with 10 superimposed equilibrium fields, even you will be suppressed. Understood. Liuli's reply was filled with unprecedented seriousness. Then Gu Xing took a deep breath, charge. The 2 figures instantly vanished into the dark passage. Ying Bing stood dazed, her ice-blue eyes reflecting the gradually fading afterglow of the sacred flames. After a long time, she gently stroked the Ice Phoenix on her shoulder, her voice soft as if she were whispering to herself. Ice Phoenix, do you think we really deserve to be called geniuses? In the dark passage, the War Trent's twisted branches firmly protected Qin Tian at the core. Bang! Another heavy punch slammed hard against the trunk, and as wood chips flew, the 7th tier awakened trial puppet's eyes shone with a bloody light. If it weren't for the War Trent's ironwood barrier skill, Qin Tian would have probably been eliminated long ago. Damn! Curled up in the tree cocoon, Qin Tian gritted his teeth, his knuckles turning white from excessive force. The War Trent's vine whip lashed against the puppet but only left a few shallow marks. Both sides fell into a strange stalemate. Damn, why is this trial puppet so strong? Is this level really something a human can pass? Watching the trial puppet's tireless attacks on the War Trent's trunk, Qin Tian's face was incredibly ugly. Tray ant, root constriction. The War Trent's twisted roots erupted from the ground, striking the puppet's chest like a giant python, yet only leaving a few shallow marks on the metal shell. The trial puppet merely staggered back a few steps, its bloody eyes flashing a couple of times before it lunged again. The previous attack had caused no substantial harm to the trial puppet. Made of alloy, the trial puppet was just the War Trent's nemesis when it comes to physical-type summoned beasts. Moreover, after defeating this trial puppet, there would still be 3 awakened 7th-tier trial puppets in the next room. Thinking this, a wave of despair surged in Qin Tian's heart. Should I give up? However, as this thought just surfaced, a deafening explosion suddenly echoed from deep within the passage. Blinding white light surged like a tide, instantly engulfing the trial puppet. When the dust settled, Qin Tian's wide-open eyes reflected a figure that should never have appeared. How can it be you? His voice got stuck in his throat, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably. He never expected that the one coming to save him from the end was the very person he had initially looked down upon, Gu Xing. And Gu Xing's presence here meant something. Qin Tian knew it all too well. Gu Xing raised an eyebrow, looking at the wood shavings covering Qin Xiaoyi. Oh, has Qin Xiaoyi been stunned by the puppets? Not even recognizing his savior? You. Qin Tian's face turned red, his outstretched finger tracing a hasty arc in the air, ultimately unable to squeeze out a complete sentence. Enough, Gu Xing put away his joking demeanor. We should go, Qin Xiaoyi.
The last puppet in the testing space had already been dealt with by Gu Xing, and now the entire passage was clear. When Gu Xing brought the dazed Qin Tian back to the hall, this perpetually proud young master was still in shock. His gaze mechanically switched back and forth between Gu Xing and Ying Bing, ultimately having to accept an absurd fact. This guy from the countryside not only crushed him but likely surpassed the top genius of the capital by a significant margin. And at this moment, Ying Bing. Her icy gaze was firmly fixed on Gu Xing, as if she were looking at a monster that defied belief. He really cleared the 3 times harder difficulty trial all by himself. He truly killed 10 awakened 7th tier enhanced trial puppets. Chapter 16, Trial Puppets Ultimate. Next, the 3 did not rashly start the final trial. The difficulty of the 2nd level was already so high that the difficulty of the 3rd level was even greater. To ensure absolute certainty, before starting the 3rd trial, they must have their beast companions restored to peak condition. When their beasts were all adjusted to their best states, Ying Bing slowly walked towards Gu Xing. She stopped in front of Gu Xing, her icy blue eyes rare in their fluctuation. For the 3rd level. She paused, her usually cold voice, "You will take the main attack." This suggestion made Gu Xing slightly startled. With Qin Tian's arrogance, would he accept such an arrangement? He turned to look, but saw that this once arrogant young master had no rebuttal to her words. If the gap in strength wasn't so wide, Qin Tian might still have had a competitive spirit. But after witnessing Gu Xing swiftly defeat 10 awakened 7th tier enhanced trial puppets, he completely let go of his pride. "I also agree with Bing Jia," Qin Tian patted his chest, "my Treant is sturdy and can definitely help by some time." Seeing both of them say this, Gu Xing could only nod in agreement. After all, judging from the skills of the Ice Phoenix and the Treant, the offensive capabilities of the 2 beasts were indeed weaker than Lioli's. After the battle strategy was confirmed, the 3 moved to the center of the circular hall. There was a stone platform here to start the 3rd level trial. When their palms simultaneously touched the cold surface of the stone platform, the entire hall suddenly lit up with a blue glow. A mechanized voice echoed in the void, "Final trial confirmation procedure started." A light curtain unfolded before the 3, the blood-red text particularly glaring. Final trial warning. Rule 1, once the trial starts, it cannot be exited midway. Rule 2, only by clearing can one leave the trial space. Rule 3, those who fail will remain here forever. Please confirm. Yes/no. Gu Xing noticed a nearly transparent line of small text in the lower right corner of the light curtain. Since the establishment of the trial ground, the clear rate for the final trial, 0%. Looking at this prompt, Gu Xing's expression was somewhat grave. It had to be known that in the first 2 levels, if one felt they couldn't hold on, they could retreat to a safe area to ensure their safety. But the final trial seemed different. Only by clearing would the end come. This meant that if the 3 of them failed to clear, their lives would remain here. Gu Xing's gaze first landed on Qin Tian. To his surprise, the young master of the aristocratic family looked serious at this moment. "I participate." Qin Tian suddenly spoke up. Before we set off, the old man made it clear. Either come back with the glory of passing the trial, or never step through the gates of the Qin family again. More importantly. Qin Tian suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. "I want that old stubborn to know that his son is not a coward afraid of death." Gu Xing was slightly taken aback by the words, then understood. The Qin family, like the Ying family, was a noble house with a history of hundreds of years. As the heir of the Qin family, Qin Tian could be proud, could be arrogant, but absolutely must not be a coward. Turning his gaze to Ying Bing, this cool girl only lifted her eyelids. Her long fingers gently brushed over the Ice Phoenix's feathers, her thin lips slightly parted. Participate. Just 2 simple words, but they carried immense conviction. Understanding the choices of Qin Tian and Ying Bing, Gu Xing couldn't help but smile. He took a deep breath and decisively chose yes. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a colossal rock crashed down, completely sealing off the only retreat. In the center of the hall, the space suddenly twisted, a vague giant shadow was coalescing. With each manifestation, the air filled with a suffocating pressure. Trial Puppet Ultimate. Qualification, Epic 9 stars. Level, Awakening 8th stage. Strength, 301. Physique, 340. Spirit, 256. Speed, 240. Skills, Balance Field Complete, World-Breaking Hammer, Steady State Barrier. Seeing the final trial target, even Gu Xing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. With strength and physique attributes exceeding 300 points, even the relatively weaker spirit and speed attributes reached 250 points. Could such a thing really be defeated by a new beast master at the 5th awakening stage? Qin Tian and Ying Bing naturally felt the might emanating from this giant puppet. Qin Tian unconsciously stepped back half a pace, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Xing. Brother Xing, can we really take down this thing?"
His gaze swept over his proud war treant. In front of this trial puppet, the 3-meter-tall war treant looked like a little chick. Ying Bing, upon seeing this trial puppet, also frowned tightly. The Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix on her shoulder cried out anxiously, clearly feeling the dread of this puppet. At this moment, Gu Xing looked at the fully formed trial puppet, rapidly calculating a way to defeat it. Holy Angel, Lioli. Qualification, Legendary 1 star. Level, Awakening 5th stage. Strength, 148. Physique, 150. Spirit, 142. Speed, 153. Skills, Judgment, increased damage against demon creatures, divine protection, immune to 1 lethal attack, seraphim form, all attributes increased by 200%, finale chant, enter slumber after use. If Lioli activated the seraphim mode, her attributes would rise to around 300 points. Although her physique and strength were still below this beast's, the boost from the judgment skill should be enough to cut through the puppet's high physique of 340 points. However, this trial puppet would not just stand still for Lioli to attack. This would require Ying Bing and Qin Tian's beasts to buy Lioli at least 3 seconds of time. If the plan failed, Gu Xing's gaze rested on the little girl's ultimate skill, finale chant. The seraphim form was already so powerful, the even stronger finale chant would surely solve the ultimate trial puppet in front of them. However, unless absolutely necessary, Gu Xing truly didn't want to use this skill. After all, using it would send the little girl into a slumber state. No one knew how long that time would be. Thinking of this, Gu Xing cleared his mind of distractions. No problem. We can definitely do it. Ying Bing, Qin Tian, I need you to buy at least 3 seconds for Lioli. Hearing Gu Xing's voice, Ying Bing and Qin Tian's bodies shook. Xingge, don't worry, we can't kill this puppet this time, but the war tree can still buy us some time. Ying Bing nodded in agreement beside him. Although the Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix is not good at attacking, it is extremely skilled in controlling. If she and Qin Tian work together, they should be able to control this trial puppet for 3 seconds. However, looking at the beasts of the two, Gu Xing did not feel optimistic. The attributes of the trial puppet are almost twice that of their beasts. With such a huge gap, it would be very difficult to delay for 3 seconds. Moreover, this trial puppet also has skills. But right now, there are no other choices. We can only take a gamble. Chapter 17, Frost Ring Prison. Qin Tian, let the war tree use its roots to strangle the trial puppet. Qin Tian could be considered one of the top geniuses in the capital. As soon as Gu Xing's command fell, Qin Tian immediately directed the war tree to attack. War tree, release the ironwood barrier to enhance the strength of the roots. Then use the roots to strangle and bind the puppet's limbs. The war tree's dark and thick roots burst out of the ground like giant pythons, wrapping tightly around the limbs of the puppet as soon as it formed. Those roots, shining with a metallic luster, layered over each other, wrapping the puppet so tightly that not even air could pass through. While Qin Tian was acting, Gu Xing was not idle. Almost at the same time, Lioli ignited with crimson flames, and her seraphim form fully unleashed. She transformed into a line of fire, shooting straight towards the puppet, distorting the air in her path. Gu Xing turned to Ying Bing, Ying Bing, let the Ice Phoenix unleash the frost storm. Freeze its joints. Understood. The Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix let out a clear cry and spread its wings as it took off from Ying Bing's shoulder. As its wings spread wide, its form rapidly expanded, quickly restoring its true form of over 2 meters. With a flap of its wings, a fierce cold current surged towards the puppet, forming thick ice crystals at the joints bound by the roots. Yet Gu Xing's gaze remained locked on Lioli. This was the only method he could think of to defeat the trial puppet. If that trial puppet were allowed to release its stabilization barrier, its defensive power would greatly increase again. Then their chances of killing this trial puppet would be extremely slim. Therefore, they had to resolve it as quickly as possible, while the trial puppet had not reacted yet. Judgment. As Lioli soared, her momentum climbed, and the wings of the seraphim dragged out brilliant flames behind her. As she approached the puppet, the flames engulfing her were as dazzling as the rising sun. Seeing this scene, joy flickered in Qin Tian and Ying Bing's eyes. They could clearly feel that the pressure Lioli was radiating was actually comparable to that of the trial puppet. As long as their control did not go wrong, they would definitely clear this trial. However, Gu Xing's face was somewhat heavy at this moment. His gaze was locked tightly on the trial puppet, and unease surged within him like a tide. Too easy. Everything was going too smoothly. According to his expectations, the probability of Qin Tian and Ying Bing successfully controlling the trial puppet was less than 30%, but the reality was, they had almost effortlessly bound it. Something was wrong. Just when the red light in the trial puppet's eyes surged explosively, Gu Xing's heart constricted sharply, and a strong sense of crisis swept over him. Lioli, retreat immediately.
Hearing Gu Xing shout, Liuli was confused but had no hesitation in obeying her master's command.
She didn't hesitate to retract her seraphim wings and pulled back quickly. Boom! Almost in the same instant, the roots of the war tree shattered inch by inch. The ice of the Xianshuang Ice Phoenix instantly melted away.
The trial puppet clenched its fists together and smashed down towards the ground like a falling star.
World-crushing hammer. Boom! The violent shockwave swept outward. The ground cracked inch by inch, and stones flew everywhere. Liuli narrowly avoided the strike, but the edge of her seraphim wings was still brushed by the aftermath, the scorching flames flickering violently. Liuli felt a chill in her heart. If I had been half a second slower. With the terrifying power of the trial puppet at 340 points, combined with skill enhancements, even in her seraphim form, that blow would have been enough to severely injure her, leaving her near death. Seeing Liuli successfully dodge this attack, Gu Xing sighed in relief. But soon after, looking at the situation on the battlefield, his heart immediately tightened again. He hadn't guessed wrong. This trial puppet wasn't a lifeless creature, but one with combat intelligence. From the very beginning, this trial puppet's target was Liuli. That's why it pretended to be controlled by the War Treant and the Xianshuang Ice Phoenix. This purpose was merely to lure Liuli closer, then launch a surprise attack. To eliminate the greatest threat to it on the battlefield. Roar! The trial puppet missed its strike, and its crimson mechanical eye suddenly turned towards the War Treant. Xin Tian quickly pulled back the War Treant. But it was too late. The speed of the trial puppet was as fast as lightning. Almost the instant Gu Xing spoke, it had turned into a blur, charging straight for the War Treant. Break the world heavy hammer. The War Treant hastily erected an ironwood barrier, but the massive difference in attributes rendered it utterly defenseless. Bang! In a dull crash, the War Treant was sent flying like a broken kite, heavily embedding into the wall of the circular hall, life or death unknown. Puff! Xin Tian's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, then immediately fell unconscious. The Beastmaster was mentally linked to his beast. The War Treant suffered a heavy blow, and naturally, he could not escape unscathed. The trial puppet's gaze shifted again, this time locking onto the Xianshuang Ice Phoenix. Liuli! Save the Ice Phoenix! Gu Xing shouted sternly. If the Xianshuang Ice Phoenix suffered another heavy blow, this trial would essentially be declared a failure. Fortunately, at this moment, Liuli's speed attributes were nearly 50 points higher than those of the trial puppet. She transformed into a streak of crimson light, fiercely pulling the Xianshuang Ice Phoenix out of danger just before the trial puppet's massive fist smashed down. Swish! The seraphim wings stirred up a wave of scorching air, as Liuli safely landed with the Ice Phoenix beside Gu Xing. Then, she spread her wings, shielding both him and the beast behind her, vigilantly watching the distant trial puppet. The battle situation took a sharp turn. Xin Tian remained unconscious, and the War Treant lost its fighting ability. The original plan to encircle and kill had crumbled before this trial puppet, which had combat intuition. Ying Bing's expression turned grave as she turned to Gu Xing, her voice low. Gu Xing, what do we do now? Gu Xing did not answer immediately. His brain raced, scanning back and forth between the trial puppet and Liuli. Awakening at level 9 strength, crushing attributes. Unless he activated Liuli's finishing move, it would be nearly impossible to defeat it head-on. But if he did that, his only beast would fall into slumber, and Liuli's growth speed would surely be greatly delayed. Just as he weighed the pros and cons, Ying Bing suddenly spoke in a deep voice. If I can control it, do you have the confidence to deliver a one-hit kill? Gu Xing turned abruptly, surprise flashing in his eyes. Upon noticing the Ice Phoenix's skills, he instantly understood Ying Bing's intention. The Xianshuang Ice Phoenix's finishing move. Though it would also weaken the beast, the cost was far less than Liuli's. Gu Xing's gaze returned to Liuli, and he nodded without hesitation. As long as you can control it, Liuli will definitely be able to deal with this trial puppet. Ying Bing's eyes lit up with battle intent upon hearing this. Xianshuang Ice Phoenix, unleash Frost Ring Confinement. Chapter 18, Master, I can. As Ying Bing's command fell, the Xianshuang Ice Phoenix suddenly erupted with a dazzling ice blue light. Gu Xing's pupils contracted, and a brand new data panel appeared before him. Xianshuang Ice Phoenix, Special State. Qualification, Legendary 1 star. Level, Awakening Level 5. Strength, 120220. Constitution, 130230. Spirit, 178378. Speed, 150250. Skills, Ice Spike Pierce. Cold Frost Storm, Frost Ring Confinement. After use, the beast enters a weak state. Before the Ice Phoenix unleashed its finishing move, its mental attributes soared by 200 points like a rocket, and the other attributes also surged by 100 points suddenly. It seems
This finishing move for the beast relies on enhancing the beast's attributes to achieve an improved skill effect. However, reaching this special state comes with certain side effects. A bold guess suddenly surged in Gu Xing's mind. If the glass-like Lioli, in its seraph state, unleashed a finishing move, could it achieve a double enhancement on the already doubled attributes? But the more the enhancement, the greater the side effects on the beast. However, now is not the time to think about these things. Lioli, get ready! Hearing Gu Xing's command, Lioli's fiery red eyes locked onto the trial puppet, and flames surged around her. At the same time, the Ice Phoenix's momentum peaked. Two completely opposite energies, ice and fire, wreaked havoc in the trial space, intertwining frost and flames across the battlefield. The trial puppet clearly sensed the threat, its eyes flashing with red light. Stable barrier. A black shield with a metallic sheen formed instantly. However, the finishing move of the Mystic Frost Ice Phoenix does not simply start freezing from the outside. On the contrary. Crack. Accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering ice crystals, sparkling ice suddenly crystallized all over the trial puppet's body from within, rapidly spreading over its surface. Under the attack, the stable barrier released by the trial puppet instantly shattered. Gu Xing, hurry! The Ice Phoenix's burst state can only last for 5 seconds. Such an opportunity Gu Xing would naturally not miss. Lioli, now is the time. Understood. A blazing red light streaked through space as Lioli, wielding a burning sword, charged in like a falling star. The sword tip aimed straight at the mechanical head of the trial puppet. For the first time, a hint of human-like panic appeared in the trial puppet's electronic eye, but the ice crystals had already completely bound it, rendering it unable to move even a finger, helplessly watching the deathly red light approach. Judgment. The blade collided with the alloy head, producing a piercing metallic screech. Bang! Lioli's hands went numb, and the recoil from the sword sent a shock through her heart. Hard. This was the only thought in Lioli's mind at this moment. Even in the peak state of the seraph form, facing a metal monster with an astonishing physical attribute of 340. She felt as if she were cutting diamond, every inch of progress immensely difficult. Fortunately, though slow, the blazing sword was still gradually sinking into the puppet's head, and the hot sword tip sparked against the melting metal. However, just when everyone thought this trial would conclude like this, the dying trial puppet's eyes suddenly burst forth with dazzling bloodlight. Jet black energy mist spewed out from the gaps in its joints, instantly corroding the ice crystals on its surface. Gu Xing and Ying Bing were stunned at this scene, their pupils shook dramatically. What is this? And in Gu Xing's view, the attribute panel was wildly twisting and reshaping. Trial Puppet Ultimate, Demonized. Qualification, Epic 9-star. Level, Awakened Tier 8. Strength, 301400. Physique, 340450. Mental, 256350. Speed, 240360. Skills, Balance Field Complete, World Break Hammer, Stable Barrier. Demon Transformation. Gu Xing and Ying Bing exchanged glances, both inhaling sharply. At this moment, all the mysteries became clear. Why is the difficulty of the Abyss-level trial so insane? Clearly, the entry requirement is Awakened Tier 5, yet they end up facing an enemy close to the Extraordinary level. It turns out the entire trial space had long been permeated by demonic energy. Under the influence of this demonic energy, the attributes of the trial puppet in the trial ground were slowly enhancing. If these things weren't inanimate, their enhancements would be even more terrifying. After realizing this, the hearts of the two suddenly fell into the abyss. In the usual state of the ultimate trial puppet, both of them found it so difficult to fight. And now, due to demonization, this trial puppet's attributes had increased by another 100 points. What to do? Ka. Lioli's sword blade produced a piercing friction noise against the puppet's neck, and the sword tip could no longer penetrate. More deadly was the fact that the extreme cold confinement of the Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix was rapidly fading, with spider web-like cracks covering the surface of the ice crystal. Both of them clearly understood that once this monster with attributes surpassing 400 points regained its freedom, this trial might really lose the possibility of passing. Crack. The ice crystal around the puppet's head began to crack. Its head regained the ability to move. At this moment, its gaze slowly turned, locking directly on Gu Xing and Ying Bing. After demonization, its intelligence had clearly improved further. No matter how powerful the beast masters were, as long as they dealt with their beast masters, Gu Xing and Ying Bing both felt a bone-chilling cold, as the puppet's gaze locked onto them like a venomous snake. Crack! With a crisp shattering sound, the ice crystals covering the puppet's entire body exploded. Its mechanical arm grabbed the flying shards of ice spikes at an amazing speed, completing the aiming, charging, throwing process in an instant. Whoosh! The sharp sound of something piercing the air echoed across the battlefield, as the ice spike turned into a deadly cold light aimed straight at Ying Bing's throat.
Screech! The Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix let out a heart-wrenching cry, desperately trying to flap its wings to block. But after just using its finishing move, it could barely stand, only able to watch death approach its master. Ying Bing's mind was blank, the shadow of death shrouding his entire being. The cold light of the ice spike rapidly enlarged in his pupils. Liuli, divine protection. Gu Xing's roar echoed within the trial space. In an instant, a brilliant golden light shield descended like a divine shield, completely enveloping Ying Bing. This was one of Liuli's 4 core skills. Divine protection. An ultimate guardian that could absolutely defend against a lethal attack once. Boom! The ice spike collided violently with the golden light shield, erupting in a deafening roar, yet ultimately failing to break through the seemingly thin barrier. Seeing Ying Bing safe and sound, Gu Xing turned his head, his gaze locking onto the trial puppet. Now, facing this monster with 400 attributes. There was no choice but to unleash Liuli's ultimate move. At this moment, Liuli seemed to sense Gu Xing's thoughts deep within his heart. She suddenly raised her golden eyes, incredibly firm. Master, I can. Chapter 19, Trial Pass. I can definitely do it. Liuli's golden pupils suddenly narrowed, staring intently at the crack on the neck of the trial puppet. The sword blade was just 3 inches away from completely slicing through, but it felt as insurmountable as a vast chasm. Just a little stronger, just a little stronger. The unwilling flames burned wildly in her chest, hotter than the crimson flames surrounding her. She would not allow her master to show such a difficult expression. She could never be that weak and powerless self again. The puppet's crimson electronic eye suddenly turned to Liuli, and its mechanical arm made a piercing metallic grinding sound. Since it couldn't kill the beast master, then it would destroy this most threatening angel first. Liuli, retreat quickly. Gu Xing's cry was heart-wrenching. But this time, the girl did not move at all. Her crimson long hair danced wildly in the energy storm as she poured all her strength into the sword blade. This time. I must. Boom! The red flame surged into the sky, and 4 wings of light suddenly spread to the limit. What was even more shocking was that 2 illusory outlines of wings actually appeared behind her. The phantom of a 6-winged angel flickered in the sea of fire, sacred and majestic. Liuli, Special State. Qualification, Legend 1 star. Level, Awakening Stage 5. Strength, 296446. Physique, 300450. Spirit, 282432. Speed, 306456. Skill, Judgment, Divine Protection, Cooling, 24 hours, Seraphim Form, Finale Chant. After seeing Liuli's attributes, Gu Xing's pupils suddenly constricted. Just like the Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix, they were both in a special state. But Liuli clearly hadn't unleashed her ultimate skill. Ying Bing, having survived the ordeal, staggered to steady herself. When her gaze fell on Liuli, her pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhole. Liminal state? Gu Xing turned sharply, filled with confusion. What liminal state? Ying Bing took a deep breath, trying to calm her tone. This state is supposed to be a realm only accessible to extraordinary levels. Beasts in the awakening phase can forcibly enter through special skills, but releasing it will have strong side effects. Only by reaching extraordinary levels will these side effects disappear. Hearing this explanation, Gu Xing furrowed his brows. He was very sure that Liuli had not used the ultimate skill Final Elegy. Is there any other way for a beast to enter this state? Ying Bing pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. There's another possibility. In my family's ancient texts, it is recorded that when a beast's talent and belief reach an ultimate resonance, there is also a chance to enter this state. This state is incredibly rare. And it has almost zero side effects, just a slightly smaller enhancement for the beast. After realizing there were no side effects, Gu Xing finally relaxed his worried heart and refocused his gaze on the center of the battlefield. At this moment, the mechanical arm of the trial puppet abruptly stopped just an inch from Liuli, firmly blocked by a crimson energy shield like blood. Its eyes flickered with scarlet light, and the magic energy within trembled uncontrollably. In this moment, in the trial puppet's perception, the momentum of the beast before it had already equaled its own, even surpassed it. Danger! Extreme danger! Liuli's golden pupils reflected the terrified electronic eye of the puppet, 6 radiant wings fully spread behind her, each feather flowing with liquid fire. At this moment, only one thought burned in her mind. Must win. Die for me. With this earth-shattering roar, the halted longsword suddenly burst forth with dazzling crimson light. Clang! The moment the sword tip sliced through the air, time seemed to freeze. The red sword light fell like a meteor, and the metallic body of the trial puppet was effortlessly torn apart like thin paper under absolute power. The flames dancing on the blade melted the metal at the cut into crimson molten iron, dripping onto the ground with a hissing burning sound. Boom! In the deafening sound of collapse,
the massive mechanical body of the trial puppet crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Just as its core extinguished, a pure blue energy orb rose from the wreckage, splitting into two in midair. Only by killing demonic creatures can a beast's level be elevated. And this trial puppet, after being demonized, also belonged to the category of demonic creatures. Perhaps it was because the War Trent's contribution in this battle was too small, failing to trigger the minimum distribution standard. Upon receiving this blue light orb, Liuli's body shone with dazzling golden light. And Gu Xing also felt his mental power strengthen once more. Level up. Holy Angel, Liuli. Quality, Legendary 1 star. Level, Awakening 6 stages. Strength, 175. Constitution, 177. Spirit, 173. Speed, 181. Skills, Condemnation, Divine Protection, Cooldown, 24 hours, Seraphim Form, Final Elegy. Gu Xing looked at the skyrocketing data on the panel, his fingertips trembling slightly. So monstrous. The attribute peak of an ordinary awakened 8th-stage beast is only around 150, but Liuli. Each stat was nearing 180 points. Not to mention Liuli also possessed the even more monstrous Seraphim form. Both have legendary quality. Gu Xing glanced at the war treant embedded in the wall, suddenly understanding the meaning of same rank, different fate, from his textbooks. Although both the war treant and Liuli had a quality of legendary 1 star, the gap in strength was like heaven and earth. He shook his head and Gu Xing's gaze turned towards Liuli. However, Liuli stood frozen in place as if hit by a spell, her silver wings spread wide but not moving an inch. Liuli? His heart skipped a beat, and the worst thoughts flashed through his mind. Something went wrong? Not thinking too much, he rushed forward in one swift move. But as he got closer, he discovered. I did it. He. The little angel was grinning foolishly at the air, her cheeks flushed an unnatural red. Master will definitely be happy. Gu Xing. Just as Gu Xing was at a loss watching the silly grin on Liuli's face, the stone wall ahead suddenly let out a rumbling sound, slowly parting to the sides. An ethereal, distant voice echoed in the trial space. Congratulations to everyone for passing the ancient trial. The blessing of the elves is with you. Brilliant green light intertwined in the air, condensing into 3 transparent rating crystals. Final evaluation. Gu Xing, SSS level, highest in history. Ying Bing, S level, excellent. Qin Tian, A level, good. Immediately, 3 different colored pillars of light descended from the sky. Gu Xing was enveloped by the dazzling golden pillar, a series of alert sounds ringing in his mind. Acquired, Beast Master Qualification Enhancement Potion, Legendary level. Acquired, Beast Master Space Condensation Core. Acquired, Elves Ancestral Land Key ×1, can open the secret passage. In the silver pillar surrounding Ying Bing floated a potion and a key. Acquired, Beast Master Qualification Enhancement Potion, Epic level. Acquired, Elves Ancestral Land Key ×1. Before Qin Tian was a healing green light. Acquired, Essence of the Spring of Life, can fully heal the injuries of the beast. Chapter 20, Qualification Enhancement, Beast Master Space Condensation. Looking at the 3 floating items before him, Gu Xing focused his attention on the golden potion. Beast Master Qualification Enhancement Potion, Legendary level. Effect, increases legendary quality beast's qualification by 2 stars. Seeing the effect of this potion, Gu Xing's breath quickened. A 2-star qualification boost could significantly raise Liuli's attributes. Currently, Liuli's average attribute was 180 points. If she took this potion, it might push her attributes past 200 points. Such a reward truly matched the difficulty of this trial. The Beastmaster Space Condensation Core was a transparent diamond crystal with star-like points of light flowing inside. Beastmaster Space Condensation Core, Legendary level. Effect, helps Beastmasters construct a complete Beastmaster space in advance. After seeing its description, Gu Xing was astonished. Construct an entire Beastmaster space in advance? It is known that only those who reach the extraordinary realm could condense their own Beastmaster space. Yet through this core, Beastmasters could achieve that during their awakening phase. That's insane. As for the last item, Gu Xing felt puzzled. Because he couldn't check the information of this key. He gently reached out to touch it. Buzz. The key transformed into flowing light and entered his forehead, a massive amount of information flooding in. Elves Ancestral Land Burial Grounds Secret Realm. Admission requirement, collect all 3 keys. Remaining time, 49 days 23 hours 59 minutes. Notice, exceeding the time limit will result in permanent closure. Elves Ancestral Land? After decoding all the information about this key, Gu Xing began to understand its purpose.
This trial was like an assessment.
Only geniuses who passed this assessment could enter the burial grounds of the elves and obtain their legacy.
However, entering the secret realm required 3 keys.
Currently, he had one in hand, and Ing Bing had the other one. As for the last one, it seemed, its whereabouts were unknown. But as long as the last person wanted to enter the secret realm, they must meet at the entrance within these 50 days. Thinking of this, Gu Xing looked up at Ing Bing, and their eyes met perfectly. She must have also learned this news. But since there were still 50 days left, there was no rush about entering the secret realm. Gu Xing reached out to take the Beast Master Qualification Enhancement Potion. Just as he was about to hand it over to Liuli, he noticed that the little girl's gaze was closely following the bottle of potion. He deliberately spun the potion bottle on his fingertips, and Liuli's golden pupils immediately traced an arc in the air. But when Gu Xing's gaze shifted over, the little girl quickly pretended to look away indifferently. However, the little angel, who was secretly peeking, didn't realize her small actions had completely exposed her thoughts. Seeing his little angel's appearance, Gu Xing decided to tease her. Liuli, what do you think about giving this potion to the second contracted beast? Her talent definitely cannot compare to yours, why don't we give this to her? Liuli's wings suddenly stiffened. She mechanically turned her neck, the corner of her mouth twitching as she forced a smile. Master, what you said is right. The little girl's voice carried an obvious tremor, and her eyes were already starting to glisten with tears.
Put. Gu Xing finally couldn't hold back his laughter, tossing the potion over, catch it. Liuli clumsily caught the potion bottle, blinking her big eyes in confusion. It wasn't until she saw her master's mischievous smile that she realized she had been tricked. She immediately puffed up her cheeks, glaring in dissatisfaction at her master. But when she lowered her head to gaze at the potion, her fingers unconsciously tightened around it. She was thoroughly aware of the legendary potion's value. Yet Gu Xing didn't hesitate for a moment before handing the potion over to her. Since her master trusted her so much, she had to perform well and work even harder. And Gu Xing completely had no idea about the little girl's thoughts. To him, the beast enhancement potion wasn't as valuable as Liuli imagined. He could see through the training route of beasts, as long as he found the materials. Using the cultivation plants provided by the system, the strength boost of the beasts would surely far exceed the potion's enhancement. Therefore, to him, the beast potion was merely an additional bonus. As for what was more important, Gu Xing's gaze finally locked onto the crystal-clear core of the beast space. This core was what could bring about a transformative change for him. Once he successfully condensed the beast space, Liuli's growth would no longer be limited to hunting demon creatures. She could stay in the beast space, improving herself anytime, anywhere. Additionally, through the beast space, Gu Xing and she could develop entirely new tactical combinations, achieving a true communication of hearts. Without hesitation, Gu Xing activated the shimmering core in his hand. The crystal, shining brightly, instantly transformed into a stream of light, directly merging into his forehead. In that moment, a surge of powerful mental energy rushed like a tide through his sea of consciousness. The originally vague outline of the beast space was now becoming clear and substantial at a visible speed, with every detail rapidly taking shape. At the same time, Liuli tilted her head and drank the golden enhanced talent potion. The dazzling golden cocoon instantly wrapped around her completely, and a powerful wave of energy surged in the circular hall. The transformation began. At the outskirts of the trial grounds, the twilight was blood red. Wei Yuan stood with his hands behind his back at the forefront of the defense, hundreds of soldiers ready behind him. After clearing the second level, he had already fortified the breached defenses. Now, he just needed one last step. As long as the 3 passed, the entire defense line of the Dragon Summer Kingdom could be connected as one. At that time, the upgrade difficulty for new beast masters would drastically decrease. Chief, it's been half a day already, and the 3rd level hasn't been cleared. Could it be a failure? The deputy lowered his voice, hesitating to speak. But Wei Yuan's gaze remained unmoved, fixed on that area of prohibition. I believe in them. The short and powerful 5 words landed like thunder. The deputy was stunned for a moment, then understood. Indeed, this year's trial participants were the strongest lineup in recent years. If they couldn't break through, then this trial might just. There is no possibility of passing. Suddenly. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp sound of shattering broke the silence. Hearing this sound, Wei Yuan and the deputy officer turned their heads almost simultaneously. This is the sound of the seal breaking. This means that the 3 of them have cleared the level. Attention everyone! Wei Yuan shouted with a booming voice, shaking the surroundings, the seal has been broken, prepare to face the enemy. Hundreds of soldiers responded in unison, received. The roar was like thunder. Crack! With the last crisp sound, the seal completely shattered. From the huge gap, countless demonic creatures let out piercing roars, surging in like a tide.
Wei Yuan stared at the demonic tide, the king-level beast master exerting dominance over the entire battlefield.
If any of these demonic creatures escape, military law will be applied. The war is about to break out. Chapter 21. We are recommended.
The demonic creatures are fearless, but the soldiers led by Wei Yuan are also the elite of the Longsha kingdom. To block this gap and connect the entire defense line of the Longsha kingdom as one.
This war lasted for several days.
In the trial land, unlike the front lines filled with flames of war, it was extremely silent here.
In Guxing Sea of Consciousness, the outline of the Beast Master space has completely solidified, vast mental power surging like tides.
This core not only helped him complete the construction of the Beast Master space but also caused a qualitative leap in mental power. Beside him, a golden cocoon wrapped in glass had cracks spreading like spider webs on its surface, a heart-pounding aura seeping out from within.
The improvement in Liuli's qualifications was also nearing its end. On the other side, Qin Tian's injuries had long healed under the nurturing of the Fountain of Life.
And Yingbing's Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix also successfully broke through to legendary 2 stars under the catalysis of the epic qualification improving potion, her power skyrocketing.
Sister Bing, how long do you think Brother Xing will still be asleep? It's been 9 days since. Qin Tian scratched his head, his tone no longer containing the arrogance from before.
Ever since he learned that Gu Xing almost single-handedly killed the ultimate trial puppet, his pride and arrogance shattered into pieces, completely becoming Gu Xing's little fanboy. Yingbing glanced at him faintly without answering, just lowering her head to gently stroke the Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix in her arms.
However, her ice-blue eyes couldn't help but drift toward Gu Xing's direction. Qin Tian awkwardly touched his nose, just about to turn and leave. Vroom!
The air suddenly trembled.
Gu Xing's mental power erupted violently, sweeping the surroundings like a storm. Yingbing felt this mental power, her ice-blue pupils constricting, shock filling her heart. Extraordinary level mental power.
Although Gu Xing's current level still remained at the 6th awakening, at this moment, his mental power intensity was already enough to rival a true extraordinary beast master. He was only missing one talent to become a true extraordinary beast master. She tightened her arm holding the Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix, her gaze locked tightly on Gu Xing.
At this moment, in Gu Xing's Sea of Consciousness,
the pure white beast master space had completely formed under his mental power's construction.
Now, only one last step is needed.
To completely merge his own mental power with the beast master space.
Merge.
Gu Xing did not hesitate, pouring all his mental power into it.
Boom.
In an instant, his consciousness seemed to transcend a certain boundary, entering an unprecedented mysterious state. Even with his eyes closed, he could clearly perceive everything around him.
Yingbing's delicate movements as she gently stroked the Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix, Qin Tian's tense clenched fists, and
in the cracked golden cocoon, Liuli who had completed her qualification improvement.
Gu Xing suddenly opened his eyes, looking towards Liuli's direction. Crack!
The cracks on the golden cocoon suddenly expanded, crimson flames bursting forth from the gaps.
In the next moment, boom! The golden cocoon exploded completely.
In the blazing firestorm, sacred wings unfolded with a resounding sound, and a sacred figure stood suspended in the air.
Holy Angel, Liuli. Qualification, Legendary 3 stars. Level, Awakening 6th stage. Power, 205. Constitution, 207. Mental, 213. Speed, 211.
Skill, Judgment, Divine Blessing, Seraph Form, Finale Aria. Cultivation suggestion: use bright crystals, Holy Spirit essence, and angelic blood to improve Beast Master qualifications. With a 2-star qualification boost, Liuli's attributes broke through the 200 barrier. Now, if she faced the ultimate trial puppet again, there would be no need to enter a special state. Simply relying on the Seraph form that doubled all attributes was enough to crush the opponent. As Liuli adapted to her transformed body, her golden eyes immediately locked onto Gu Xing.
Master!
Gu Xing felt a blur before him, and suddenly there was a soft little creature in his arms. Liuli tightly embraced him like a fledgling bird, her soft cheeks affectionately rubbing against his chest.
Master, I missed you.
Her soft voice carried joy, warming Gu Xing's heart. He gently reached out to stroke the girl's smooth long hair. Feeling the warmth above her head, Liuli suddenly froze, realizing what she had done. Her fair cheeks flushed red at a visible speed, even the tips of her ears turned a cute pink. In a hurry, she released her hold, her snowy wings whoosh wrapping around her, creating a fluffy cocoon.
What had she done? So embarrassing. How embarrassing.
Gu Xing chuckled in surprise, and with a thought, this shy little thing was sent back to the Beast Master space. With the Beast Master space, Liuli no longer had to stay in the real world all the time. After seeing the little girl settled in the Beast Master space, Gu Xing slowly walked towards Yingbing and Qin Tian, speaking with a hint of apology.
Sorry to keep you waiting. It's nothing.
Ying Bing's cold voice rang out. This was supposed to be a trial for 3 people.
Qin Tian suddenly turned his head, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg in it. This is still the ice goddess who didn't care about anyone? She actually responded to Gu Xing?
Feeling the burning gaze beside her, Ying Bing frowned slightly.
Is there a problem? And no.
Qin Tian quickly waved his hand, almost biting his tongue. Just thought we should get going, it's been 9 days. As Gu Xing took a step forward, he suddenly paused, spinning around to stare at Qin Tian.
What did you say? How long has it been? In 9 days, Qin Tian stuttered, startled by this sudden reaction. Brother Xing, is something wrong? Gu Xing's heart tightened as he quickly calculated.
Wei Yuan took half a day to bring him here, plus these 9 days.
That means today is the day of the school-level assessment.
Thinking of this, Gu Xing couldn't sit still.
However, he turned to look at the calming Bing and Qin Tian. Aren't you two participating in the school-level assessment?
Qin Tian and Ying Bing exchanged glances, then realized what assessment Gu Xing was talking about.
The two shook their heads simultaneously. We are automatically assessed. Gu Xing. People are indeed different from one another.
He still had to work hard to take the college entrance exam, yet these two directly skipped that step.
Time was tight. Gu Xing wasted no time and directly exited the trial.
A blinding white light flashed, and the 3 figures instantly appeared outside the trial area.
Great! You finally came out.
The waiting deputy quickly stepped forward, his face filled with worry. There's been no news for a full 9 days. Colonel Wei almost sent people in for rescue. However, Gu Xing was very anxious at this moment. He needed to take the college entrance exam to enter university and gain access to more resources.
Liu Li also needed a chance to improve. Can you send someone to take me back to Linyuan City? I won't make it in time for the school-level assessment.
What?
The deputy's face changed drastically, then immediately reacted.
Don't worry, we will get you back to Linyuan City as fast as possible.
We're leaving immediately. Chapter 22, the school-level assessment begins. Linyuan City, Assessment Square.
Sunlight poured down on the granite-paved square, where 200 candidates stood in neat rows. Today marks the first round assessment of the college entrance exam in Longxia country, the school-level assessment. Only by ranking in the top 50 can one qualify for the next round of assessments. Attention, all candidates.
The assessment is about to begin. Please take the stage in order according to the drawing lots. This assessment is divided into 2 rounds, and the top 50 candidates will be selected for advancement. The advanced candidates must participate in the subsequent competitions, and the final results will be an important basis for the comprehensive evaluation of the college entrance examination. Please take this seriously and perform at your best. As the staff finished reading the rules, the candidates list began to scroll quickly on the big screen. In the crowd, Shen Ruoxua tightly clutched the corner of her school uniform, her gaze constantly shifting between the screen and the entrance passage. Behind her, there was obviously an empty spot in the class array. Class monitor, why hasn't Gu Xing arrived yet? He wouldn't miss the assessment, would he?
Yeah, with Gu Xing's strength, getting first place is a piece of cake.
What if he gets disqualified for being late? Class monitor, can you contact Gu Xing? Hurry him up.
The few who spoke were the classmates who were saved by Gu Xing during the newcomer trial.
Hearing these voices, Shen Ruoxua felt extremely troubled.
Since the trial ended, she had been searching for Gu Xing, wanting to thank him in person, but had never found his trace.
Everyone, don't worry.
She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down.
I believe Gu Xing will arrive on time. During the competition, try to delay as much time as possible.
The others exchanged glances and could only nod helplessly.
Low-level beast masters often reach a conclusion quickly. On the arena, the battle between 2 beasts is usually decided within 30 seconds.
Although Shen Ruoxua urged her companions to find ways to delay time, the battle list on the big screen continued to scroll rapidly.
Gu Xing vs. Wang Wu.
When this line appeared, Wang Wu, standing on the stage, turned pale in an instant. Although rumors circulated in Linyuan City that Gu Xing's SSS grade evaluation was bought with money, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. How could a third-tier awakened beast master dare to compete with him?
Gu Xing, please come to the stage.
The referee's loud voice echoed through the square. As seconds passed, the other side of the stage remained empty. The referee frowned at the timer and raised his voice.
Is Gu Xing here?
If he is not present, it will be considered an abandonment of this match.
No one responded on the scene.
The referee scanned the entire venue with a frown, still finding no trace of Gu Xing.
Since Gu Xing is not here, I announce.
Shen Ruoxua was about to speak up to stop it.
Wait.
A somewhat playful voice suddenly interrupted.
Chen Ziming strolled in, holding a seductive demon, its tail flirtatiously wrapped around his waist. Referee, how about we make this match the finale? After all. He deliberately stretched his tone. We are all looking forward to this SSS grade genius's performance.
In these 10 days, he had almost lived in another space, fully raising the level of the demon. All of this was to trample that kid who stole his limelight underfoot today.
But now, the main character was actually absent? This made him unable to accept.
Sweat beaded on the referee's forehead. The rules were clear, being late means disqualification.
But this person in front of him. I will explain the situation to Vice Principal Chen.
Chen Ziming casually added, his fingers flirtatiously rubbing the demon's waist.
Hearing Chen Ziming mention the vice principal, the referee instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, then this match is postponed. The match between Gu Xing and Wang Wu will be last. As the referee's voice echoed, the scene instantly erupted in chaos. Gu Xing didn't appear on the spot? What's going on? Didn't he receive an SSS grade evaluation? Is he afraid he won't pass this assessment? Don't you know?
Gu Xing seems to have spent 20 million to become the first in the newcomer trial. Moreover, the beast he contracted is a useless angel, he probably fears being exposed, so he doesn't dare to participate in this assessment. Rumors spread like poison mist throughout the venue. Shen Ruoxue's fingers turned pale, her nails digging deeply into her palm. She wished to stand up and tell everyone the boy who saved her during the novice trial like a descending god was a true genius. But in the end, she merely loosened her fist in despair. Her voice was too soft, even if she spoke such words, no one would believe her. Moreover, during this time, under the deliberate spread of rumors by the Chen family. Basically, the people of Linyuan City all assumed that Gu Xing's SSS rating was obtained through cheating. Furthermore, Gu Xing had not appeared since the novice trial to explain this matter. This led everyone to accept that this was the truth of the matter. Next match, Chen Ziming vs. Li Si. As the referee announced, Chen Ziming stepped onto the stage, holding the succubus in his arms. His opponent, Li Si, turned pale, his awakened fourth-tier strength was among the best of this year's graduates, but at this moment, he looked like a lamb to the slaughter.
Chen Xiao.
Li Si's voice trembled, please show mercy. Chen Ziming's lips curled into a cruel arc, as the succubus in his arms licked her fangs with a scarlet tongue.
Xuanjia Turtle. Water stream impact. Li Si commanded, bracing himself. Whoosh.
A column of water erupted forth but strangely halted 3 feet away from the succubus. The succubus lazily raised her slender hand, and the water column shattered as if hitting an invisible barrier.
Ah!
The succubus's eyes glowed with purple light, and a visible mental wave swept out. The Xuanjia turtle didn't even have time to scream before collapsing to the ground.
Li Si was struck like lightning, bleeding from his mouth and nose, and fainted.
Hiss! The sound of gasps filled the arena.
Wow, the awakened fourth-tier beast was actually taken down by Chen Ziming's beast in one move? What level has he reached now? Could it be he's already awakened to 6th tier? I feel it's even more. He might have already awakened to 7th tier. No way, it's only been 10 days since the novice trial, and he's already reached 7th tier? How can we even compete with him?
Chen Ziming's cold gaze scanned the crowd back and forth, but he could not find the figure he most wanted to see.
Could it be that he really ran away?
If that were the case, his carefully prepared gift for Gu Xing would have no place to be used. He had spent a fortune hiring 20 professional leveling teams to forcibly raise the succubus to awaken 8th tier in these 10 days. With the epic tier beast's qualifications, he was confident he could crush the entire arena. Especially that Gu Xing who obtained his SSS rating through cheating.
The following matches were dull until Shen Ruoxue appeared.
This awakened 5th tier girl deliberately did not defeat her opponent and delayed on stage for a full 10 minutes. Chen Ziming narrowed his eyes, watching her deliberate delay with a dangerous smirk. Next match, Gu Xing vs. Wang Wu. The referee's voice brought silence over the arena. As Gu Xing still did not appear, Chen Ziming's smile grew colder. This time, he would give no more chances.
Gu Xing is eliminated.
However, before the referee could finish his sentence.
Boom!
A golden meteor suddenly fell from the sky, smashing heavily down at the center of the arena. As the smoke cleared, Gu Xing's figure gradually became clear in the sunlight. The glass-like wings gently folded, and his porcelain white hands slowly released from his waist. Just moments earlier, it was a critical moment, with the referee about to announce elimination. He had no time to think and leaped directly off the military beast that was escorting him back to the city.
He arrived at the arena just in the nick of time.
Gu Xing's sudden appearance stunned the referee for several seconds before he came back to his senses and announced.
Contestant Gu Xing has arrived, the match begins.
As this announcement rang out, the audience immediately erupted, with discussions rising and falling.
Why did Gu Xing suddenly appear? He actually came to participate in the evaluation. Now there will be a good show to watch. Chen Ziming definitely won't let him off easily. Although everyone says Gu Xing got the SSS rating by cheating, his strength is indeed not weak. He might really be able to tie with Chen Ziming. Tie? What a joke. Didn't you see how Chen performed just now? At least he's at the 6th awakening level. Do you understand what that means? In the midst of the discussions around, Wang Wu's legs trembled, and his forehead was covered with fine sweat. Originally, Gu Xing hadn't appeared, and he thought he could steadily advance by luck. But, unexpectedly. In the end, Gu Xing still arrived at the arena, and in such a high-profile manner. Gu. Brother Gu. Wang Wu's voice trembled, please show mercy. No matter how the outside world talked, Gu Xing was still a real SSS level potentialer. This meant Gu Xing's level was at least the 5th awakening level. As for himself, because he was afraid of dying in the alternate space, he hadn't managed to raise his level in the past 10 days. This also led to his current level being only the 3rd awakening stage. Don't worry, it will be over soon. Before Wang Wu could react to the meaning of this statement, a white shadow suddenly flashed before his eyes. Aoo! His awakened 3rd stage beast could only let out a miserable cry before it fell heavily to the ground. I concede. Wang Wu raised his hands without hesitation, his face instantly turning pale. On the sidelines, Chen Ziming's eyes slightly narrowed. He casually stroked the hair of the demoness. Mayor, what level do you think the beast that your former master contracted is now? The demoness glanced at Liu Li, hesitating for a moment before slowly speaking. Brother Ziming, based on the performance of that beast just now, it's at most the 6th awakening level. A cold smile crept onto Chen Ziming's lips. The 6th awakening level? In front of his 8th awakening level demoness, it was nothing but an ant. The following matches progressed rapidly. 2 hours later, the top 50 students had been decided. Only those who entered the top 50 could participate in the second assessment organized by the military. The entire college entrance examination consisted of 3 assessments. The first assessment was organized by the school, with scores based on the novice trial space and school-level assessments. The second assessment was organized by the military, equally scoring the students based on their performance. The final assessment was collectively organized by all universities nationwide, also scoring based on student performance. Finally, the comprehensive evaluation and ranking were made based on the scores of these 3 assessments. At this moment, the 50 advancing students were about to undergo the school-level assessment ranking. Silence. With the referee's command, the entire square fell silent. The ranking match for the top 50 will continue using a lottery duel method. In the first round, 50 people will draw lots to duel, 25 will advance. In the second round, 24 people will draw lots to duel, 1 will have a bye, and 13 will advance. In the third round, 12 people will draw lots to duel, 1 will have a bye, and 7 will advance. In the fourth round, 6 people will draw lots to duel, 1 will have a bye, and 4 will advance. Finally, a lottery will still be held for the semifinals and finals. Now, the competition officially begins. The competition progressed vigorously, with each contestant striving to advance in their own way. Some crushed their opponents with solid strength, while others narrowly defeated their foes with excellent luck. Gu Xing's path to advancement, however, became the biggest topic of conversation in the entire arena. This luck is beyond belief, right? 3 by opportunities, and he drew 2 himself. In the audience, discussions were lively, and many began to call Gu Xing the child of destiny. What was even more astounding was that in the remaining 2 matches, the contestants Gu Xing faced were actually the team members he saved during the novice trial space. Brother Gu, we concede. Without your rescue back then, we would have. The 2 team members chose to forfeit without hesitation, their eyes filled with gratitude. Thus, after 4 rounds of matches, Gu Xing didn't even lift a finger and easily advanced to the top 4. With him advancing were. Amidst the fierce atmosphere, there was Chen Ziming, boisterous and imposing, along with the capable Shun Ruoxue, and a dark horse Li Yan, a beastmaster awakening at the 5th stage. The next morning, the entire Lin Yuan city was buzzing with excitement. The assessment square was packed with people, and even the rooftops of surrounding buildings were filled with spectators. Look! That's President Chen. The vice principal is here too. Oh my, even the city lord has come in person. In the VIP section, the most powerful figures in Lin Yuan City took their seats one by one. Chen Shan, father of Chen Ziming, president of the largest chamber of commerce in Lin Yuan City. At this moment, he was conversing quietly with the vice principal, a significant smile on his face. I heard your son Succubus has awakened to the 8th stage, the vice principal inquired tentatively. Chen Shan waved his hand modestly. Just kids playing around. But that Gu Xing. He paused meaningfully, an SSS rating, very promising indeed. He had thought that the poor student he bought the beast from would have no chance to rise.
But unexpectedly, after the novice trial, he had become a figure of importance within Lin Yuan City.
However, he didn't know how much of that was true. Chen Shan squinted his eyes, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest of his chair.
He had already sent people to investigate Gu Xing's background thoroughly.
A useless angel? Ha, he sneered internally.
Even if that angel truly regained its power, at most, it would just be of epic rank. Meanwhile, his son's contracted succubus not only belonged to the epic level but had also reached the 8th stage of awakening.
With a 2-level gap, how could Gu Xing win? The vice principal sensed the odd atmosphere and quickly smoothed things over. Old brother Chen, you are too humble. Let's focus on watching the match.
Saying this, he turned his gaze back to the arena. At this moment, the tension in the air was so thick it felt like it could be squeezed out.
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the draw results for the first match successfully appeared on the big screen. First match of the semifinals, Gu Xing vs Li Yan.
With the referee's announcement, the awakened 5th stage Beastmaster stepped onto the stage with heavy steps.
Li Yan looked at Gu Xing, who wore an indifferent expression, and involuntarily swallowed hard.
Brother Gu, he managed to squeeze out a smile more pitiful than crying, show mercy.
Chapter 24, Gu Xing's Fury.
Although Gu Xing hardly acted as a 5th stage Beastmaster, Li Yan keenly sensed that the rumors might have been wrong. This boy rumored to have cheated to obtain the SSS rating was likely not that simple.
The match begins. Li Yan took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he looked at Gu Xing.
He was well aware that the odds of winning were slim, but as a Beastmaster, he at least had to show his dignity.
Rock Tortoise, use Rock Wall. A yellow-brown wall instantly appeared before him. At least. I need to hold out for 3 minutes. Li Yan silently set this goal in his heart. However, the gap between ideals and reality was vividly displayed at this moment. Liuli's various attributes had long surpassed those of the same level beasts. If she fully exerted herself, let alone 5th stage awakened beasts, an 8th stage defense type beast wouldn't last even a moment before her. Gu Xing looked at the prepared Li Yan, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. At least, this Beastmaster knew the vast difference in strength yet still found the courage to fight. Liuli, just enough to make a point.
Before the words fell, a white shadow zipped past. The fully defensive rock tortoise didn't even have time to react before its heavy body crashed down, completely losing consciousness.
Li Yan stared blankly at his beast, recovering after a moment of daze.
He smiled wryly, raised his right hand, referee, I concede.
Gu Xing wins. With the referee's announcement, the audience went into an uproar. What's going on? Li Yan is a 5th stage Beastmaster. That was too fast. I just saw a flash of white light, and it was over?
This Gu Xing's strength feels almost on par with Chen Ziming. Voices of discussion rose and fell in the audience, many began to reassess Gu Xing's strength. Below the stage, Chen Ziming curled his lips into a cold smile. Others might not have seen what happened in that instant, but his succubus, as a mental-type beast, had already witnessed everything.
Brother Ziming, the succubus whispered in his ear, it has been confirmed that the angel's spiritual fluctuation is indeed of the awakened 6th tier.
At these words, a glimmer of confidence flashed in Chen Ziming's eyes.
In the second match, Chen Ziming vs Shin Ruoxue. The referee's voice timely brought everyone's attention back to the arena.
Chen Ziming adjusted his collar and walked toward the stage with a relaxed stride. As he passed by Gu Xing, he deliberately slowed his steps and shot a meaningful glance. Seeing that glance, Gu Xing furrowed his brows slightly.
What did Chen Ziming mean? But
his gaze swept over the succubus.
Succubus. Qualification, Epic 2 stars. Level, Awakened 8 tier. Attributes, Dark type, Mental type. Power, 110. Physique, 108. Spirit, 184. Speed, 120. Skills, Desire Absorption, Enchanting Eyes. Awakened 8 tier.
No wonder Chen Ziming was so confident, it turned out he had trained the succubus to this level.
But did Chen Ziming think that an awakened 8 tier succubus could easily take him down? Interesting.
Master, I must teach that bad guy a good lesson. Luli waved her little fists in anger, her silver wings fluttering restlessly behind her. Since she discovered the betrayal of the succubus, she had been remembering this debt. Gu Xing chuckled and ruffled her soft silver hair.
All right, I'll do what you say.
Luli immediately squinted her eyes like a cat being petted, nudging against his palm unconsciously. But soon, she seemed to remember something and straightened her little face.
Master, that sister probably isn't a match for the succubus.
Gu Xing followed her gaze to the stage. Shin Ruoxue stood there, biting her lower lip, her black hair fluttering in the wind.
The fur of the snow shadow wolf in front of her stood on end, yet its trembling limbs could not be hidden. At least awakened 7 tier. Shin Ruoxue's clenched fists had knuckles that turned white.
The tier difference of 2 levels, combined with the suppression of epic qualification, made the outcome of this match almost obvious. But when she caught a glimpse of Gu Xing's gaze from below, she straightened her back.
Snow Shadow, prepare for battle. Even knowing she would lose, she would not give up. Especially. The match begins.
With the referee's voice, the succubus instantly vanished from her spot.
Slap. The crisp sound of a slap resonated across the stage. Shin Ruoshue staggered back a few steps, a bright red handprint appearing on her left cheek.
The audience erupted in an uproar.
Wah! What is this? The beast actually attacked a person? Can this really happen? It seems there truly isn't a rule against beasts striking at their trainers. But this doesn't seem like a match anymore, right? This slap is somewhat humiliating.
Chen Ziming's lips curled into a cruel smile. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, my hand slipped. He feigned innocence, spreading his hands, but his eyes flickered with a chilling light.
This damned woman delayed Gu Xing's time earlier.
That meant Gu Xing and this woman must have a good relationship. Since Gu Xing couldn't touch her for now, then he might as well take his friend's head first.
Mayor, continue.
He casually ordered, his voice laced with biting coldness. The succubus slowly licked her fingertips with a scarlet tongue, her eyes filled with playful pleasure.
In the next 3 minutes, the stage turned into Shun Ruoshue's hell. Woo!
Shun Ruoshue curled up in pain. Every time she tried to call out for surrender, she was interrupted by the succubus's mental shock. The snow shadow wolf desperately tried to protect its master but was pinned in place by a glance from the succubus, only able to whimper helplessly.
Ah! Another scream of pain. Shun Ruoshue's right shoulder was torn open by the succubus's sharp claws.
Blood dripped down her fair arm, blooming shocking red plums on the stage. The referee beside was about to step forward to stop it but was pinned in place by Chen Ziming's cold glare. Facing this young master from the Chun family, he ultimately did not have the courage to step forward. Gu Xing, watching this scene from below, furrowed his brow tightly. This was not a contest on the stage at all, it was more like an humiliation. But what enmity could there be between Chen Ziming and Shin Ruoshue? Wait. A suspicion suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be because of him? He looked up and happened to meet Chen Ziming's triumphant gaze. It really was because of him. Shun Ruoshue suffered for no reason. And Lu Li, seeing this scene, had her eyes turn red. Master, how can that beast act like this? Why attack the beast master during the competition? Isn't this a battle among beasts? Why hasn't the referee stopped it yet? That sister clearly has already lost. Faced with Lu Li's questions, Gu Xing was momentarily unsure how to respond. After hesitating for a moment, he gently pulled Lu Li into his embrace, his gaze coldly locking onto Chen Ziming on the stage. Trying to anger me in this way? Gu Xing's lips curled into a dangerous arc. Congratulations, you certainly succeeded. However, can you bear the consequences of this? Chen Ziming. Chapter 25, Shin Ruoshue. Severely injured. On the high platform. When the lord of Linyuan City, Xia Xiu, saw Shin Ruoshue be jolted again by the succubus's psychic attack, he finally couldn't help but speak up. Vice Principal Chen, his voice was neither loud nor soft, yet it silenced the entire platform. This competition has gone a bit too far, hasn't it? Chen Yan's smile stiffened for a moment, then he put on an even brighter smile. Lord Xia is too harsh, it's inevitable for young people to get carried away in sparring. This child Ziming always knows moderation, don't you think, Brother Chen? Chen Shan stroked his beard, a flicker of pride flashing in his eyes. Of course, my son always knows when to hold back. Lord City Master, you worry too much. Xia Xiu saw the two of them supporting each other, and his expression gradually darkened. There was no longer any reason for the contest on the stage to continue. But judging by their attitudes, it was clear they wanted to let Chen Ziming continue humiliating that girl on the stage. Xia Xiu's fist clenched slightly, yet he ultimately did not speak to stop it. The iron rule of Longxia Kingdom. The military and government must be separate, and the education system operates independently. Even as the esteemed lord of Linyuan City, he had no authority to interfere in the college entrance examination matters. He originally didn't need to come to the exam site, he was merely curious about this SSS-level genius personally taken away by Wei Yuan, which is why he came to watch. But, unexpectedly, before Gu Xing could take action, he encountered these two who made him take a hard blow. Seeing the Chen father and son so blatantly indulging this, Xia Xiu let out a cold snort and stopped speaking. However, his gaze on Chen Ziming grew colder and colder. On the platform, Chen Ziming seemed to feel tired. He waved his hand disinterestedly, and the succubus immediately ceased her attack. At this moment, that alluring figure quivered slightly, an unnatural flush appearing on her pale cheeks. As a contracted beast, she was originally not allowed to strike against humans.
But Chen Ziming's command made her break through this taboo. Previously, she had attacked Shen Ruoxue. She felt a certain desire deep within her suddenly released. Watching Shen Ruoxue in her grasp with no power to resist, an unprecedented thrill surged within her. Now suddenly called to a halt, she reluctantly licked her lips. In the end, she suppressed that wild impulse and obediently stepped aside. Chen Ziming slowly walked in front of Shen Ruoxue. Looking down at this girl who lay on the ground, covered in blood and dirt. Tell me, he squatted down, his voice laced with danger. What exactly is your relationship with Gu Xing? You were willing to delay for him earlier? Shen Ruoxue struggled to lift her head, blood trickling down her forehead, staining her vision red. But those eyes still stubbornly opened, an unhidden mockery flickering in their depths. She spat out a mouthful of blood foam. Cough, why should I tell you? Chen Ziming smiled deepened suddenly, but it sent chills down one's spine. It doesn't matter, your relationship means nothing to me. As long as you answer one question, I will let you concede gracefully, deal? Seeing Shen Ruoxue still staring coldly at him, he continued on his own. Who do you think is stronger, me or Gu Xing? Remember, think carefully before answering. As he said the last few words, Chen Ziming deliberately emphasized them. As long as this woman wasn't a fool, she should understand what he meant. However, Shen Ruoxue suddenly laughed. Blood dripped from her chin, but it couldn't hide the sarcasm in her eyes. Chen Ziming, you are truly pathetic. Is this all you amount to? She stressed every word. You are far worse than Gu Xing. These 3 words were like a sharp blade, instantly piercing through Chen Ziming's disguise. His pupils constricted suddenly, his face twisting for a moment. Very well. He sat up abruptly and snapped his fingers at the succubus. The succubus licked her red tongue over her fangs, her eyes gleaming with sickly excitement. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the arena. Shen Ruoxue trembled violently, her nails digging deep into her palms, but she swallowed her cries of pain. Large beads of sweat mixed with blood rolled down, forming a dark red puddle beneath her. Oh whoa! The snow shadow wolf struggled wildly, its pure white fur stained with blotches of blood. But under the terrifying mental pressure of the succubus, it could only let out a reluctant whimper, eventually being forced down onto the stage, its limbs twitching violently. A snow shadow wolf with awakened 5th tier excellent talent versus a succubus with awakened 8th tier epic talent. The gap between them was like a chasm. The succubus merely relied on her mental attributes to completely suppress the snow shadow wolf. Chen Ziming slowly straightened his cuffs and kicked Shen Ruoxue's face with the tip of his boot. You should be glad this is in the arena. Chen Ziming turned around and casually tossed out an order. Succubus, kill that wolf. Upon hearing this command, even Shen Ruoxue, who was trembling in pain, froze. But the next moment, immense panic submerged her. Her beast was going to be killed? Even under the succubus's attack, she hadn't shed a tear, yet now, tears instantly slipped from the corners of her eyes. At that moment, she felt fear. Chen Ziming, please, please don't. However, Chen Ziming continued walking away without a pause. It's too late. The succubus licked her lips, and the next moment she appeared in front of the snow shadow wolf. No. Don't. In Shen Ruoxue's desperate gaze, the succubus's slender tail tip stabbed into the snow shadow wolf's forehead, sending a spray of crimson blood flying. The beast contract suddenly broke. Plus, the shock from the beast's death. Shen Ruoxue spat out a mouthful of blood and then fainted on the stage like a puppet with its strings cut. The entire audience was stunned at this scene, momentarily speechless. That beast seems to have been killed by Chen Ziming. Such behavior breaks the rules, right? But the referee hasn't said anything to stop it until the end, isn't that a problem? Haven't you noticed, every opponent of Chen Ziming seems to end up in a terrible state? It sounds like it, not a single beast has left the arena intact. The one that suffered the worst must be Shen Ruoxue. Even her beast was killed by Chen Ziming. Shu, keep your voices down. The vice principal of Lin Yuan High also has the last name Chen. Do you not want to participate in the next assessment? Amidst the noisy discussions, Chen Ziming slowly turned around, his gaze piercing through the crowd directly at Gu Xing. A victorious smile curved at the corners of his mouth, silently saying, You dare oppose me, do you even deserve it? Only. Facing Chen Ziming's provocation, Gu Xing was incredibly calm at this moment. But standing next to him, Lu Li could clearly feel. The chill emanating from her master seemed to freeze the air around them. Lu Li, Gu Xing's voice was frighteningly calm, get ready to go on stage and give it your all. The little angel nodded vigorously. Even though she was inherently kind-hearted, rare anger ignited in her eyes at this moment. Chapter 26, I accept this bet. The match is over. Chen Ziming wins.
The referee's voice was urgent, and before he finished speaking, he hurriedly waved to signal the medical team to enter the arena. On the stretcher, Shin Ruashiue's face was pale, with bloodstains still drying at the corners of her mouth, quickly whisked away by the medical staff from the bloody platform.
The finals will be held in 1 hour.
Please prepare, contestants. The referee hastily announced the schedule and quickly left the scene. His back appeared somewhat flustered. The incident of Shin Ruashiue's beast being publicly killed had sparked strong dissatisfaction among the students. At this moment, he had to report the matter immediately for handling. Meanwhile, in the stands, Chen Yan was flattering Chen Shan enthusiastically. Brother Chen, Zimming has improved rapidly. At this rate, breaking through to the extraordinary is just around the corner. Chen Shan feigned modesty and waved his hand. He still has a long way to go, he just awakened to the 8th level. Though he said this, the pride on his face couldn't be concealed. Xiaoxiu watched the performance of the Chen brothers with cold eyes, finally unable to restrain himself. Vice Principal Chen, should the deliberate killing of a competitor's beast during the assessment not disqualify him from participation? Chen Yan immediately showed an awkward expression upon hearing Xiaoxiu's words. Clearly, he did not want to follow the rules. On the other side, Chen Shan quickly took over the conversation. My son made a grave mistake in a moment of carelessness, leading to such a painful outcome. But rest assured, Mayor Xia, we will fully compensate that student for their losses. Mayor Xia, it's inevitable that young people will encounter accidents during sparring. Xiaoxiu's eyes turned colder. What a coincidence! Killing a beast that had lost the ability to resist in public, such a blatant act of violence was so casually termed a misstep by these two? Did they think of him as a fool? Or did they think of the entire Linyuan city's people as fools? Just then, the referee who had left hurriedly returned. He respectfully bowed to the three. Mayor, President Chen, Vice Principal. Chen Yan lazily lifted his eyelids. What's the matter? The referee glanced around nervously, his throat bobbing a few times before he spoke hesitantly. Many students have raised objections regarding the last match. Chen Yan and Chen Shan exchanged meaningful glances. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yan feigned realization, clapping his knee. Indeed, the previous assessment rules had loopholes, which led to such an incident. How about this? He smoothed the non-existent wrinkles on his clothes. In the next match, we will add 2 new rules. First, beasts are prohibited from attacking their masters. Second, if situations arise that could lead to a beast's death, the referee has the right to intervene. The referee opened his mouth, but the words got stuck in his throat. He wanted to say that the students weren't protesting the rules, but Chen Zimming's blatant act of slaughter. But seeing Chen Yan's cold gaze, he finally just bowed deeply. I will announce this right away. When this evasive new rule was broadcast, the audience erupted in boos. Is there some behind-the-scenes manipulation? This incident is being brushed off just like that? What about Shun Ruashiue's injuries? What about the beasts she lost? We can't let the class leaders' matter just pass like this. Let's go to the vice principal for an explanation. Yes, we can't just let this go. We need an explanation. Members of Shin Ruashiue's team stood up with red eyes, fists clenched white. But just as they took a few steps. Stop. A voice that was frighteningly calm froze everyone in place. Gu Shun? The team members turned around in disbelief, only to find Gu Xing standing behind them without them noticing. In the boy's dark eyes brewed a storm, but his voice was exceptionally gentle. There's no need to go. The school is clearly covering for Chen Zimming, and your visit wouldn't change anything. Is that it? Gu Xing slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze sweeping over the bloodstains remaining on the stage. It won't end like this. Rest assured, Chen Zimming will pay the price. I guarantee it. His voice carried an unprecedented seriousness. As the last grain of sand fell in the hourglass, the referee climbed back onto the stage. The finals of this assessment begin now. Gu Xing versus Chen Zimming. The two figures almost simultaneously leaped onto the stage. Gu Xing's eyes scrutinized the succubus in Chen Zimming's arms. Everything started from this succubus. The succubus twisted her body uneasily, her crimson eyes avoiding his gaze. What's wrong? Chen Zimming deliberately tightened his hold on the succubus. Staring at someone else's familiar is not a very polite behavior. He playfully lifted the succubus's chin. Although the succubus was summoned from your hands, don't forget, the succubus's last name is Chen now. Gu Xing slowly shifted his gaze, locking it onto the wealthy second generation before him. This kind of familiar is quite a match for a familiar master like you. Chen Zimming's expression changed drastically, yet he suppressed his anger and sneered. Gu Xing, on the stage, it's strength that matters. Blabbering won't help. Gu Xing stopped speaking. Arguing with someone like him was merely a waste of breath. However,
This new rule that had come out. Gu Xing's gaze slowly turned towards Chen Yan sitting on the high seat. This rule seemed to have helped Chen Ziming. Not allowing familiars to attack their masters? Ha! No worries. Are both sides ready?
The referee stood in the center of the stage, inquiring of the two. Gu Xing slightly nodded, only to see Chen Ziming suddenly raise his hand to gesture. The referee had no choice but to let Chen Ziming speak. Chen Ziming slowly stepped forward, his eyes filled with scheming.
Gu Xing, don't you want to get back the succubus that was taken from you?
Gu Xing froze for a moment, catching a glimpse of Liu Li out of the corner of his eye.
He understood.
It seemed the Chen family had set their sights on Liu Li again.
How about we add a wager to this match? The loser releases their contract with their familiar. What do you say? What do you think? You wouldn't be afraid, would you? Chen Ziming pressed closer.
This matter was something Chen Shan had specifically reminded him of before going on stage.
This angel's talent was at least epic level.
His rank was about to reach extraordinary level, and he just needed one familiar.
Facing Chen Ziming's performance, Gu Xing could only chuckle in disbelief. It was truly laughable.
The familiar that was once a partner had now become a wager.
He was about to refuse. But unexpectedly. Okay, we accept.
A clear voice rang out across the stage.
Gu Xing turned around in surprise.
The usually gentle little angel now wore a serious expression, with unprecedented battle intent flickering in her amber eyes.
Master, please believe in me. I will never let you down. Moreover, that traitor should be judged by you. Feeling the little girl's steadfast determination, Gu Xing smiled. Since his little angel had spoken, as a familiar master, he naturally could not back down. He stared directly into Chen Ziming's challenging gaze and said clearly, I accept this wager. Chapter 27, Unforgivable. Good.
As long as Gu Xing agreed to the wager, that familiar would surely be his. A confident smile spread across Chen Ziming's face as he snapped his fingers impatiently. A professional-looking female secretary immediately presented herself on the stage, holding a golden embossed document, the words bidding agreement shining brightly in the sunlight.
Sign this, and no one can go back on their word.
Chen Ziming's eyes were filled with greed as he looked at Liu Li.
He had already experienced the succubus. What would the taste of this angel be like? I am really looking forward to this.
Gu Xing coldly scanned the contents of the document, a sneer playing at the corner of his lips.
Such thorough preparation? Have they already decided that I will lose in this match? Gu Xing's gaze swept over the succubus. Awakened to the 8th stage. Is that really impressive?
Thinking this, Gu Xing no longer hesitated. With a swift motion, he signed his name.
Then, this contract was respectfully handed to the city lord by the referee.
Xiaoxiu fiddled with the freshly received contract, his gaze circling around the smug Chen Shan.
This fool probably doesn't even realize that Gu Xing is a genius personally favored by Wei Yuan. Though this kid is only at the 6th stage of the absolute star, the aura from that angel. Even a 9th stage beast master is far from its match. Moreover,
a glimmer of amusement flashed in Xiaoxiu's eyes. Just 10 minutes ago, his communicator had received a message. Wei Yuan was not far from Lingyuan City, and this time his purpose seemed to be related to Gu Xing. If Wei Yuan, the iron-blooded commander, were to learn of these matters, it seems the #1 merchant guild in Lingyuan City might be changing hands.
This bet is notarized by the city lord's mansion. The violator will face the highest punishment.
Hearing these words, Chen Shan immediately relaxed his heart. Originally, student duels were strictly prohibited, especially when the stakes involved beastmasters, but now, with the city lord backing it, this was as good as settled. Even if Gu Xing wanted to back out later, he wouldn't have the chance.
Soon, the referee returned to the arena. The match begins. And as these words fell, Chen Ziming no longer hid his intentions, a reckless laugh echoing through the arena.
Gu Xing, you really dared to sign this betting agreement.
Should I say you're confident in your own strength? Or foolish? Do you really think that with a 6th stage awakened beast, you can take first place in this assessment? You are too naive.
My succubus, however, is awakened to the 8th stage. Before he could finish, a chilling aura suddenly exploded. The succubus was surrounded by dark purple energy waves, and the oppressive aura from her 8th stage awakening swept across the entire arena. The students in the audience instantly erupted in shock.
What? Awakened to the 8th stage? Doesn't this level guarantee the first place in this assessment? Holy shit! How can a 6th stage awakener fight against an 8th stage? Gu Xing might as well just admit defeat. It's over. God Gu was tricked into signing the bet. It's really over. Chen Ziming relished the audience's exclamations, casually whistling.
You should just surrender now, hand over your beastmaster.
That way, I can avoid having my cute little angel getting hurt. After all, if such a beautiful angel gets any scars on her face, that would be a shame. Saying this, he provocatively licked his lips. And Gu Xing's gaze turned cold completely. Not only was Shen Ruoxue involved unjustly, but he also had improper thoughts about Liuli. Chen Ziming had completely crossed his line. Liuli, Gu Xing's voice was terrifyingly calm. Leave the succubus to you. Let her truly understand how to be a beast. Just as Chen Ziming was about to mock, his pupils suddenly contracted. Bang! A heavy punch slammed into the succubus's abdomen, the speed so fast that not even an afterimage was left. The 8th-stage awakened succubus collapsed to the ground like a broken doll, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. No, it's impossible. The succubus's pupils trembled violently. As a mental-type beast master, she couldn't even catch Liuli's movement trail. Wasn't this angel only awakened to the 6th stage? Why is she so strong? Boom! A second strike followed closely. Liuli's toe slammed down like the hammer of judgment, the succubus's head deeply embedding into the arena, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward. With Liuli's strength attribute over 200 points, if Liuli hadn't deliberately held back, this strike would have been enough to kill the succubus on the spot. The entire arena fell into silence. Chen Ziming stood frozen like a wooden chicken, watching this scene. The expression on his face changed from pride to shock, and finally twisted into furious rage. He suddenly kicked the succubus. Trash! Get up! The succubus trembled as she pulled her head up, only to be greeted by her master's ferocious face. Trash! Use your skill! Chen Ziming's hysterical roar echoed across the arena. However, the succubus was trembling violently, tiny beads of sweat dripping from her forehead. She could no longer hear what Chen Ziming was saying. Her physical strength was just over 100 points, and she had taken 2 heavy blows from Liuli. It could be said, she was now no different from being completely useless. Can't you hear me? Chen Ziming kicked the succubus at the waist, but only got a weak moan in return. Seeing Chen Ziming falling into madness, Gu Xing slowly stepped forward, standing before him. He looked at the miserable master and servant, his voice cold as ice. Chen Ziming, your proud 8th-rank beast tamer. Seems like a piece of trash. Chen Ziming suddenly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes filled with madness. What the fuck did you just say? Bang! A heavy punch smashed into his face, and 2 bloodied teeth flew out. You still don't see the situation clearly? Chen Ziming staggered backward, touching his sunken cheek in disbelief. This spoiled young master was tasting blood for the first time in his life. How dare you? Bang! The second punch followed immediately, knocking Chen Ziming down to the ground. After a moment of stunned silence, he went crazy and turned toward the succubus. Kill them! Kill them for me! At this moment, he no longer cared about the rules at all. The only thought in his mind was to send this man in front of him to hell. Under the force of the contract, the succubus barely lifted her hand, trying to attack Gu Xing. But Liuli's speed was clearly faster. Boom! The silver angel pressed down on the succubus's head with one hand, slamming it hard into the arena floor. Amid the flying rubble, the succubus's scream was forcibly shoved back into her throat. Raging fire danced in Liuli's amber eyes, and her silver wings spread wide. This beast dared to raise its hand against her master. Unforgivable. Between her slender fingers, crimson golden flames of judgment slowly began to form. No, please. The succubus's pupils shrank violently. She could feel this was no ordinary flame. It was holy fire that could burn the soul itself. But Liuli's gaze didn't waver one bit. The moment the succubus tried to harm Gu Xing, she had already touched Liuli's reverse scale. Under the succubus's terrified eyes, the crimson golden flame slowly descended. Chapter 28, Meyer knows she was wrong. Ah! The succubus's soul-tearing scream echoed above the square. This kind of flame that directly acts on the soul brought pain 1,000, 10,000 times worse than any flesh wound. At this moment, the succubus's whole body was convulsing, twisting on the ground like a fish out of water. She naively hoped to relieve the pain through this, but unfortunately, it was completely useless. In the stands, everyone held their breath. Chen Ziming, who awakened an 8th-rank beast, lost just like that. God Gu is ruthless. He actually beat the beast tamer himself. But damn, that felt good to watch. Serves him right. People like Chen Ziming need to be taught a harsh lesson. God Gu, well done. Beat him to death. On the arena, Gu Xing's fists rained down like a storm. The swelling on Chen Ziming's face grew, and his madness was slowly replaced by fear. When the 10th punch landed, he trembled, trying to surrender. However, before he could make a sound, Gu Xing's iron-like hand clamped tightly onto his jaw, fingers sinking deep into the flesh. Next, a cold voice slowly entered his ears. Remember Shin Ruoxue wanted to surrender back then too? Didn't you forbid her? Now it's your turn. Want to surrender? It's not that easy. The pain you gave Shin Ruoxue, I'll pay it back to you 10 times over. These words were like the verdict of death, making Chen Ziming tremble all over. He struggled desperately, his deformed jaw making a muffled plea for mercy. No, don't, the rules. Gu Xing sneered coldly, and the strength in his hand increased a little more. Yes, there are rules. Beasts can't attack beast masters. So, isn't that why I'm doing it myself? Crack. The sharp sound of bone breaking echoed clearly through the entire area. You should know, through that core, Gu Xing's power wasn't just in his mind. Once the beast space was built, his spirit power began to feed back. All his attributes multiplied several times, even stronger than some low-level beasts. And Chen Ziming's body, hollowed out by wine and lust, was like a toy in his hands. Blood mixed with saliva oozed from Chen Ziming's twisted mouth. This arrogant young master was now terrified. The man in front of him clearly would not hold back at all. Seeing that the man was about to strike again, he slammed his knees onto the ground, and his forehead thudded heavily on the stone slab. At this moment, dignity and honor were all thrown away. He only wanted to stay alive. But Gu Xing's eyes remained cold as iron. Chen Ziming's actions had no effect on him at all. On the high platform. Bang! Chen Shan smashed the armrest of his seat with one palm and stood up with bloodshot eyes. Just as the beast summoning array began to form in his hands, Xiaoxiu's cold voice poured down like a bucket of ice water. President Chen, are you trying to break this bet? Chen Shan's raised right hand froze midair, his knuckles turning white from strain. He clearly felt a terrifying force locking onto him. If he dared to summon a beast, blood would splash the next second. Feeling where that pressure came from, Chen Shan's old face turned bright red. City Lord Xia, you. Xiaoxiu lightly tapped his finger on the armrest. President Chen, it was you who begged the City Lord's office to witness this bet, and now you want to go back on it? As he spoke, the pressure of a commander-level beastmaster exploded from Xiaoxiu's body. Chen Shan was just a high-level extraordinary. Facing that pressure, his knees creaked under the weight. He turned his head with difficulty, seeking help from Chen Yan. Feeling that gaze, Chen Yan stood up nervously. City Lord Xia, this is still an official test. Your interference. Interference? Every tap of Xiaoxiu's finger on the armrest made Chen Yan's heart tremble. I am ensuring the fairness of the bet. Do you think what I'm doing is wrong? After Xiaoxiu said this, the whole viewing platform fell completely silent. During Shin Ruoxue's match earlier, as City Lord, he had no reason to interfere. But now, Xiaoxiu held the contract in his hand. These two had handed him the excuse themselves. Besides, Gu Xing was a genius personally brought in by Wei Yuan. Even if this bet didn't exist today, Xiaoxiu would still protect him to the end. Under Xiaoxiu's cold gaze, Chen Yan felt needles on his back, but had no choice but to speak. City Lord Xia, Ziming is clearly defeated already, this test shouldn't continue, right? At this moment, Xiaoxiu had seized the initiative. He spoke calmly. Did he admit defeat? If he didn't, that means the match must go on. Of course, if you disagree, then talk to my beast. Before he finished speaking, a flash of yellow light appeared. A 3-meter-tall earth-cracking bear landed heavily on the platform, shaking the ground. Fierce light danced in the bear's amber eyes, and its sharp claws dug deep grooves into the ground. Chen Yan shut his just-open mouth tight again, sweat forming at his temples. And Chen Shan still wanted to try one last time. City Lord Xia. Enough! Xiaoxiu suddenly roared and smashed the sandalwood table in front of him with one palm. Feeling his master's will, the earth-cracking bear looked at the two men with growing menace. Today, let me say this clearly. As long as the rules are reasonable, even if I poke a hole in the sky, I can bear it. The awakening of the 6th level can make the 8th level awakening Chen Ziming powerless. What does it matter if I protect such a genius? If you want to intervene, then come and fight me first. Feeling Xiaoxiu's resolute attitude, Chen Yan tugged at Chen Shan's sleeve, and the two could only swallow their anger like shattered teeth. Xiaoxiu's cold gaze swept through, and only then did he retract his oppressive energy. Since there are no objections, then make sure to watch this match carefully. The two felt incredibly suffocated but could only focus their attention on the arena above. And at this moment on the arena, the cries of the demoness intertwined with Chen Ziming's wails. Under the burning of the holy flame, her originally alluring body became ugly. She struggled to crawl to Gu Xing's feet, her burnt and blackened fingertips trembling as they gripped his boot tip. Master! Master! Her voice was hoarse and barely human. Mayor knows she was wrong. I beg you.
Gu Xing lowered his gaze, his cold eyes fixed on the demoness chart and mutilated face. The pair of eyes that once overflowed with schemes now only held humble begging. Without mercy, Gu Xing withdrew his foot. Does this kind of thing still want to follow him? Dream on. Luli. She still has strength to speak, it seems it's not enough yet. Luli nodded heavily upon hearing this. This beast tamer was not worthy of her pity. She folded her hands, and the red gold flame suddenly surged, wrapping the demoness in a human-shaped fire pillar. Ah! Chapter 29, Wei Yuan arrives. In extreme pain, the demoness finally couldn't hold on and completely fainted. Seeing this, Gu Xing gave Luli a glance. The little angel understood immediately and withdrew the crimson flames enveloping the demoness. After all, this was in front of many eyes, and if he really killed the demoness in public, it would be hard to avoid gossip. Moreover, to destroy an epic-level demoness just like that would be too wasteful. He looked down at the unconscious demoness, thinking briefly. According to the betting agreement, Chen Ziming had already lost completely, so the right to deal with this demoness naturally fell into his hands. To take back a beast that once betrayed him? He had no such twisted interest. But because of him, Shin Ruoxue lost her own beast. And now, wasn't this a chance to make it up? This demoness, although she had evil intentions, had decent talent. As long as Shin Ruoxue signed a servant contract with her, it would not only compensate for her losses but also ensure this demoness would never have any impure thoughts again. A normal beast tamer contract emphasizes equality and mutual aid, but a servant contract is completely different. Once signed, the life, death, soul, and even thoughts of the beast tamer are completely controlled by the master. Although this kind of contract has been banned, given the special situation of this demoness, Xia Xiu should not refuse. After deciding the fate of the demoness, Gu Xing's gaze returned to Chen Ziming. At this moment, Chen Ziming was still kneeling on the ground, his forehead pressed against the rough surface of the arena, his voice hoarse as he pleaded. Gu, Gu, Gu. I beg you, show mercy. Gu Xing's eyes darkened. He said he would repay several times over, and he must do it. From Shin Ruoxue's team members, he had just learned the whole story. Just because Shin Ruoxue helped him stall for a few minutes, Chen Ziming resorted to such cruelty against her. Gu Xing stepped forward, his boot making a heavy sound on the arena. It's time to end this. Torturing people was not his intention, the previous punishment had already been enough to vent his anger. Gu Xing looked down from a height, surveying the trembling Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming, the debt between you and me is cleared. Next, it's your debt to Shin Ruoxue. Of course, he flexed his wrist, she can't come to collect the debt right now, so I'll do it for her. Chen Ziming suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with fear. If you break one of her legs, I will break all four of yours. Before his words fell, Chen Ziming hadn't even had time to react. For crisp sounds of bones cracking echoed in succession. Snap. 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 Intense pain surged like a tide, Chen Ziming didn't even have time to scream, and his eyes rolled back before he fainted. His limbs twisted at strange angles, like a broken marionette. The spectators witnessing this scene all gasped in shock. Gu Xing is too ruthless. He actually crippled Chen Ziming's limbs in public. Does he not fear the Chen family's revenge? Open your eyes and look. Chen Shan has been sitting still the entire time, clearly, it was the lord of the city who made a move. That's right, if it weren't for the lord of the city intervening, the referee would have stepped in long ago. How could it have come to this? At the edge of the arena, the referee suddenly stumbled. The terrifying pressure that had locked onto his body finally dissipated. He looked at the calm Summer Xiu on the high platform in shock and immediately announced loudly. The winner of this match is Gu Xing. The entire square fell into a brief silence, then erupted with cheers like a tsunami. In stark contrast was the VIP section on the high platform. Chen Shan's fingers dug deep into the armrest, leaving 5 deep marks in the solid wood. His own son was crippled in public, yet he couldn't even move a finger. This is far too cruel. Chen Shan's eyes were red, and an overwhelming rage boiled within his chest. Seeing the outcome was clear, Summer Xiu finally spoke slowly. Vice Principal Chen, it's time to announce Gu Xing as the champion of this assessment. There was a sharp warning hidden in Summer Xiu's gentle tone. If the two of them still couldn't see the situation clearly, he wouldn't mind helping to eliminate one less guild president and one vice principal in Lingyuan City. However, Chen Shan suddenly turned his head, veins bulging in his eyes. Lord Summer, do you think this will let him pass? Oh. Summer Xiu's gaze suddenly turned cold, and a powerful aura surged like an ocean around him. As the esteemed lord of a city, he was repeatedly challenged by Chen Shan, an extraordinary high-level beast master, and even with his composure, anger ignited within him at this moment. However, Chen Shan had completely lost his sanity.
His only son had been crippled in public, and all that remained in his eyes was a mad obsession. Gu Xing has no qualification to compete. He arrived late for over half an hour. By the rules, he should be disqualified. This is the Longxiao regulation. Even if you are the lord of the city, you cannot change the fact that Gu Xing is eliminated. Summer Xiu frowned slightly, and after the assistant verified the news, his expression grew serious. He had indeed overlooked this point. He had seen Gu Xing already on the arena when he arrived and didn't delve into the issue of qualification. He hadn't expected this situation from before. This was now a difficult situation. Chen Yan also realized what was happening and quickly added. Lord Summer, a rule is a rule. Even an SSS-level genius cannot override the rules. Therefore, Gu Xing's qualification for the assessment must be revoked. Summer Xiu found himself in a dilemma. This was something that could be big or small. The school could have turned a blind eye and let it go. But at this moment, the Chen father and son were firmly holding onto the Longxiao regulations, elevating the simple issue of tardiness to a matter of national law. Even if he was the lord of Lingyuan City, he could not have privileges. This is a mess. The delayed announcement of the champion result caused the audience to become increasingly restless. What's going on? Gu Xing clearly won the match. Why hasn't the result been announced? Could there be a problem? Gu Xing followed all the rules the entire time. Wait. Gu Xing was late before the match started? In the center of the arena, Gu Xing frowned slightly. In this world surrounded by strange beasts, the Longxia Kingdom enforced wartime management regulations, where rules were above all. This was why he had been following all the rules during the match, leaving no room for anyone to criticize. But now it seemed. He raised his eyes to the high platform and met Chen Shan's twisted smile. After thinking for a moment, he understood where the problem lay. It's just that. Gu Xing's lips curled into a cold smile. What if one really gets disqualified? With Liuli's strength, special recruitment channels, military recommendations. There are many ways to enter a prestigious university. It's just a bit more hassle. On the high platform, Chen Yan was slowly getting up, carefully adjusting his exquisite cuffs. He wore a victorious smile on his face and slowly began to speak. After our discussion. He deliberately elongated his tone, waiting for everyone's gaze to focus. Candidate Gu Xing is disqualified for serious lateness. Before the last word fell, a piercing sound suddenly echoed across the sky. People looked up to see a giant bird with a wingspan of over 30 meters tearing through the clouds, casting an enormous shadow that enveloped the entire square. What audacity! A thunderous roar erupted from the sky. I want to see who dares to cancel the college entrance qualification of a first-class medal holder. Chapter 30, What are you? Before the voice faded, Wei Yuan's figure had appeared in front of everyone like a ghost. The pressure of a king-level powerhouse instantly enveloped the square, and the air seemed to solidify. Seeing the arrival, Chen Yan's pupils constricted, and beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. This was the highest commander of the southern military region. He could ignore Xia Xiu's feelings but absolutely dared not act rashly in front of Wei Yuan. Sir, Chen Yan hurriedly approached, bending so low he almost folded in half. Why did you personally come? Wei Yuan glanced at him indifferently and directly walked towards Xia Xiu. Xia Xiu, explain what happened. At this moment, Xia Xiu was still digesting the information in Wei Yuan's earlier statement. First-class medal. This can only be awarded to those who have made great contributions to the Longxia Kingdom. To know, he had served in the military for 30 years and barely earned a second-class medal. But Gu Xing. How old is he? Suppressing the shock in his heart, he began to recount what had happened on the scene one by one. With each word he spoke, Wei Yuan's expression darkened a shade. Robbing a beast? Covering cheating? Thunder was brewing in his eyes. When he heard that the Chen family father and son wanted to cancel Gu Xing's qualifications, an overwhelming killing intent suddenly erupted from him. Not long ago, he had learned from Tianhe and Yingbing that the entire Abyss trial had nearly been cleared entirely by Gu Xing's efforts alone. For this, he had hurriedly finished his military affairs to personally commend this young hero. But now, the hero was insulted. You want to cancel Gu Xing's college entrance qualification? Wei Yuan's voice was like icy coldness from the abyss, every word infused with bone-chilling murderous intent. Bang! Chen Yan's knees hit the ground heavily, cold sweat rolling down his forehead like rain. Wei, Commander Wei. His voice trembled. We really did not know that Comrade Gu Xing was a first-class medal holder. This was just following the rules. But noticing Wei Yuan's inappropriate expression, he hurriedly changed his tune. Since the situation is special, naturally, exceptional measures should be taken. Comrade Gu Xing's assessment qualification should be restored immediately. At this moment, Chen Yan no longer dared to have any small thoughts. After all, Wei Yuan's name resonated throughout the entire southern region.
Although he appeared gentle and refined, in reality, his methods were extremely decisive and ruthless. If not for this, he would not have been able to become the head of the entire southern military region. However, Chen Shan was still unwilling to accept this. So, he mustered his courage to speak. "Commander Wei. Even for a first-class medal holder, one should abide by." Upon hearing this, Chen Yan immediately shifted his fearful gaze to the side. Chen Shan had stayed in Linyuan City for too long, living within the rules for many years. It seemed he had forgotten that some people don't need to follow the rules, they are the ones who make them. "What are you? How dare you talk about rules with me?" Boom! A kick like thunder exploded, and Chen Shan flew out like a broken sack, crashing heavily to the center of the arena, instantly losing consciousness. Seeing Chen Shan's miserable state, Chen Yan grew weak and nearly collapsed to the ground. Wei Yuan's gaze shifted back to Chen Yan. "You know what to do, right?" "Wei, Commander Wei, I understand." Chen Yan's voice trembled as he forced himself to stand up. "The champion of this assessment is Gu Xing." The entire venue instantly fell into an eerie silence, followed by a deafening roar of cheers. Gu Xing, who awakened at the 6th level, defeated someone at the 8th level to claim first place, yet his qualification was revoked. Then, the head of the Southern Military District appeared in person, and the situation flipped again. Today was simply too thrilling for these people. Unlike the excitement of others, Chen Yan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He had no idea what kind of ending awaited him next. However, Wei Yuan didn't look at him at all, turning to walk toward the arena. Just when he thought he had escaped disaster, Wei Yuan's voice slowly came. "Someone like you does not deserve to teach. Go submit your resignation to the military and report to the Vanguard unit tomorrow." These words struck Chen Yan like a thunderbolt. Vanguard unit, also known as the Cannon Fodder Camp. It specifically houses serious criminals and derelict officers, with a death rate of up to 70%. Chen Yan's face turned pale as paper, but he didn't even dare to say a single no. Thank you, Director Wei, for your mercy. I will report there tomorrow." His voice was hoarse, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Wei Yuan nodded slightly. If it weren't for considering the old principal's feelings, with his temperament, he would have slapped this scoundrel dead right here. Soon, Wei Yuan reached the arena. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Gu Xing, thank you, you have helped Long Xia solve a major issue." At this moment, Gu Xing was still a bit dazed. After all, just a moment ago, he was planning to use military recommendation to enter university. But he didn't expect that in an instant, the situation would flip completely. Quickly, he came to his senses and hurriedly said, "Director Wei, why are you here in Linyuan City again? Is there a problem with the trial?" "Good boy, from your tone, are you saying I can't come to Linyuan City for other matters?" Wei Yuan feigned a serious face. No. Gu Xing quickly waved his hands. With his current identity, how could he possibly disdain Wei Yuan? Seeing Gu Xing like this, Wei Yuan laughed and threw something out. "You left in such a hurry, you forgot to take something." "I'm bringing it to you." Gu Xing hurriedly reached out to catch it. Light crystal contains the ultimate power of the light attribute. Seeing this palm-sized light crystal, Gu Xing finally reacted. His purpose for participating in the trial was for this, but he left too hastily after completing the trial and forgot about it. "Thank you, Director Wei." Gu Xing sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Don't be polite with me," Wei Yuan chuckled, suddenly changing the topic. "By the way, are you interested in developing with our military district after graduation?" He came to Linyuan City this time, one purpose was to thank Gu Xing for his contributions. As for the other reason, it was to pull this genius to the southern military district early. If he waited until Gu Xing showcased his talent in university, then his competitors would increase greatly. Gu Xing was taken aback. He hadn't even entered university yet, and this director was already planning for 4 years later? "Director Wei, I haven't even finished the college entrance exam yet, isn't it too early to discuss this?" "Early? With your strength, getting the top score in the college entrance exam is as certain as anything. Young people should plan ahead." Looking at Wei Yuan's serious expression, Gu Xing's mouth twitched slightly. 4 years is a long time, who knows what will happen in the future. "I'm truly sorry, Director Wei, I really don't have such plans at the moment." Seeing Gu Xing's firm attitude, Wei Yuan had no choice but to back down. "Then this, if you consider joining the army in the future, you must prioritize our southern military district." "Absolutely." Only then did Wei Yuan show a satisfied smile. He hadn't initially thought he would succeed, but now this result was already quite good. Next, Wei Yuan pointed at the Chen family, who lay slumped like dead dogs. "What do you want to do with them?" Chapter 31, Stinky Charm Demon. "Who do you call master?" Gu Xing's gaze followed Wei Yuan's finger. On the arena, the once proud Chen father and son were now in a pitiful state, like two dead dogs, slumped on the ground. Chen Shan's usually imposing and cold face was now ashen like dust. Chen Ziming, meanwhile, had blood on the corners of his mouth, his limbs twisted, no longer resembling his former arrogant self. Gu Xing coldly looked at them, with not a single ripple in his heart. For years, Chen Shan had relied on his power, coercing and enticing, not knowing how many students' beast companions he had forcefully taken away.
And Chen Ziming, relying on his father's power, had run rampant in Lingyuan City, bullying classmates and acting recklessly. The outcome they faced today was completely of their own making. General Wei, handle it according to the law. Hearing this, Wei Yuan nodded slightly. He purposely kept Chen father and son to give Gu Xing a chance to vent his anger. But obviously, Gu Xing had no such thoughts. After a slight pause, his gaze swept over the unconscious Chen father and son. Chen Shan, incorporated into the vanguard. When mentioning Chen Ziming, he deliberately slowed his speech. As for this, intentionally harming classmates and brutally killing beast companions. Wei Yuan enunciated each word, sent to Lingyuan City's prison, life imprisonment. With Wei Yuan's judgment dropped, the fate of the Chen father and son was thus sealed. Soon, designated personnel came to carry the unconscious Chen father and son away. Before leaving, a spirit master's palm glowed with a ghostly blue light, cutting off the spiritual link between Chen Ziming and the charmed demon straightforwardly. They had not forgotten, this charmed demon now belonged to Gu Xing. Wei Yuan looked around, confirming that everything had been taken care of. I have military duties, so I will take my leave first. Remember to prioritize the Southern Military District after graduation. Gu Xing nodded solemnly. Seeing this, Wei Yuan finally turned and left with satisfaction. After taking a few steps, as if recalling something important. By the way, concerning the military's second stage assessment. Considering you and Ing Bing are about to head to the Elf Secret Realm, this 1.5-month assessment, you can choose not to participate. Your results don't need to be assessed, you are the first place of this assessment. Wei Yuan's decision made Gu Xing's eyes light up. Earlier he had been hesitant, worrying about the conflict between the results of the second assessment and the timing of the Elf Secret Realm. Now, not having to participate in the military assessment saved him a troublesome issue. This military leader came and went like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, had already left Lingyuan City. Only two precious gifts were left behind. A bright crystal radiating warm light, and a first-class honorary medal. These are really good things. Xiaoxiu had somehow appeared next to him, his eyes burning with envy as he stared at the medal. The first-class honorary medal can not only mobilize the city defense army, but also request a task force at crucial moments. Don't underestimate the weight of this badge. After Xiaoxiu's reminder, Gu Xing realized the preciousness of the item in his hand and hurriedly stored it carefully. He had thought it was just a symbol of honor, not knowing it held real power. Seeing Gu Xing secure it, Xiaoxiu then spoke. By the way, that injured girl, I've sent the best healer over, it shouldn't be long before she recovers. Thank you, Lord City Master. Xiaoxiu waved his hand dismissively. As Gu Xing's gaze unintentionally caught the bound charm demon, his expression turned slightly cold. City Master Xia, I want Xin Ruoxue to sign a slave contract with this charm demon. Slave contract? Xiaoxiu raised an eyebrow, then nodded in understanding. Indeed, this kind of beast that devours its master should be bound by the strictest contract. I agree. After getting familiar with Gu Xing, Xiaoxiu turned and left the arena, leaving the scene to Gu Xing. Immediately, deafening cheers erupted around the arena, with waves of sound surging like tides. At this moment, Gu Xing's name echoed throughout the entire Lingyuan city. Amidst the cheers, the demoness slowly awakened. In her dark purple pupils, the figure standing in the sunlight was reflected. Gu Xing, draped in glory, was surrounded by all the cheers and praises. And by his side, a silver-haired girl tightly held his hand, the two looking incredibly matched. Her heart suddenly tightened. An unprecedented regret surged in her heart like a tide. If she hadn't betrayed Gu Xing back then, if she could have held onto the contract, would the one standing in that position now be her? But it seemed it was not too late. As the spoils of the bet, she had already been lost to Gu Xing by Chen Ziming. This meant she still had a chance, still a possibility to become Gu Xing's beast again. She could also enjoy everything that the angel enjoyed. In the medical room. Captain, Gu Xing avenged you. Chen Ziming was broken into pieces on the arena, and Commander Wei personally stepped in. The Chen family is completely finished. Captain, don't be sad, our whole team will pool money to buy you an even better beast. Yeah, Captain, the second test is waiting for you to lead the team. Captain, hurry up and cheer up. As Gu Xing walked to the door of the medical room, he heard Xin Ruoxue's teammates' comforting voices from inside. Gu Xing turned his head to look at the demoness. Master, what did you bring me here for? At this moment, the demoness' voice trembled, and her scarlet pupils slightly constricted.
Suddenly, a sense of ominous premonition surged in her heart.
But? Stupid Demoness! Who are you calling master? The little girl standing beside Gu Xing immediately became unhappy.
Even if her master wanted to contract a beast, it must be with her consent.
This Demoness clearly did not meet her requirements. You can't call that.
Lioli puffed up her cheeks and glared wide-eyed, a cluster of crimson flames slowly appearing in her palm. The Demoness trembled at the sight of the flames, painful memories of burning through her very soul instantly flooding back. Experiencing the agony of a burned soul, she never wanted to experience it again.
I'm sorry.
She hurriedly lowered her head to apologize. Lioli then satisfactorily extinguished the flames, snorting proudly.
Gu Xing couldn't help but smile at his little angel.
The little girl was great everywhere, but she was just a little jealous. Gu Xing shook his head helplessly and gently knocked on the medical room door. Knock, knock, knock. The conversation inside abruptly stopped. After a moment, the door opened a crack, revealing a familiar face.
Gu Shun?
The team member who opened the door widened their eyes and then panically made way. Please come in.
Gu Xing politely nodded and stepped inside. And the people in the room instantly became a mess upon seeing Gu Xing. Gu Shin. Please sit here. Gu Shin. Do you want some fruit? I can help you.
The most eye-catching was Shin Ruoxue on the bed. Her originally dazed eyes gradually regained life upon seeing who had come, and even her pale cheeks showed a noticeable blush. In the medical room, a clever female teammate was the first to react, quickly starting to usher people out.
Everyone, out, out. She pushed the teammates outside like herding little chicks. Don't get in the way here.
After pushing the last teammate out the door, she turned around and winked at Gu Xing.
Gu Shin, I'm counting on you for our captain.
After saying this, she made a cheering gesture and gently closed the door.
With the door closed, the room instantly quieted down.
Shin Ruoxue clenched the blanket, her fingers trembling slightly.
Gu Xing, why are you here?
Although she had wanted to find Gu Xing to express her gratitude. Now, seeing Gu Xing really appear in front of her, she felt so nervous that her voice trembled.
Gu Xing calmly picked up an apple and started peeling it. Your injury was caused by me. Isn't it natural for me to come visit you?
Shin Ruoxue hurriedly replied, We are all students in the same class.
Helping each other is what we should do.
Her face flushed even more. This lame excuse was one she didn't even believe herself. Gu Xing noticed this and didn't expose her.
This time, besides coming to see you, there is another matter.
After saying this, Gu Xing turned his head, his gaze falling on the Demoness. At that moment, the Demoness felt an increasingly strong sense of foreboding in her heart.
Apologize.
Gu Xing's voice suddenly became sharp. The Demoness was startled by the sudden loud voice and immediately knelt on the ground.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
The Demoness repeated her apologies, but her gaze remained focused on Gu Xing, showing no signs of sincerity. Seeing this, Gu Xing shook his head, the last trace of hesitation in his eyes vanished completely.
It's hard to change one's nature.
He had been hesitant about whether to use a slave contract on the beast, but now it seemed this decision was the right one. Shin Ruoxue, seeing the Demoness' actions, was taken aback but quickly reacted.
Gu Xing, there's no need for this. She only acted like this because of Chen Ziming's orders.
From her teammates, Shin Ruoxue already knew that this Demoness belonged to Gu Xing now, which meant she would be Gu Xing's beast in the future. Even though she had her reservations about the Demoness in her heart, she should let it go at this moment.
Gu Xing, let her up, don't blame her.
However, Gu Xing did not listen. Instead, he handed the peeled apple in his hand to Shin Ruoxue. This matter is related to her, she must apologize. Shin Ruoxue looked at Gu Xing's serious eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. She cautiously took the apple, her fingertip accidentally brushing against Gu Xing's hand, causing her to instinctively pull back as if burned. Since that time in the beginner trial space when Gu Xing saved her, she seemed to have developed a different kind of feeling for him. Therefore, even though she had lost her beast, she did not feel regret.
However, call me master. Gu Xing's sudden command froze the medical room instantly.
The apple in Shin Ruoxue's hand fell to the ground with a thud, and she stared at Gu Xing in disbelief, doubting her own hearing.
Your beast was killed by Chen Ziming because of my fault, right? Now I'm giving you one back. No.
That's not possible. After hearing Gu Xing's words clearly, Shin Ruoxue hurriedly shook her head in refusal, her eyes shining with tears from anxiety. Although she currently did not have a beast, she absolutely could not accept Gu Xing's beast. If she took this epic level beast, what would Gu Xing contract when he reached extraordinary levels? I've made my decision. Your refusal doesn't matter. Gu Xing's attitude was firm, not giving Shin Ruoxue a chance to refuse.
And the kneeling Demoness felt cold all over. She could accept defeat, even face death calmly, but she could not accept being transferred to an ordinary human. No. I don't want to follow her. The demoness suddenly stood up, her dark purple eyes reddening, filled with confusion. Gu Xing. Even if I once betrayed you, you shouldn't humiliate me like this. I may not compare to this angel, but I am still a genuine epic beast. You want to give me away too? Looking at the broken down demoness, Gu Xing sneered coldly, his eyes icy. Epic level? Is it that powerful? And as for you saying you don't want to, do you have a choice? Before his words fell, Luli reached out and firmly pinned the demoness in place. Gu Xing slowly raised his hand, a blood-red glowing pentagram appearing in the air. Slave contract? The demoness' pupils suddenly constricted to the size of a needle, her voice twisted and distorted with fear. She struggled wildly, dark purple magic raging around her, but it was completely powerless against Luli's control. Gu Xing expressionlessly pulled Shin Ruoshua's hand, his fingertip lightly drawing across her index finger. When that droplet of crimson blood fell into the center of the formation, the entire contract array suddenly burst with bloody light. I don't want a contract, I don't want. However, Gu Xing's actions showed no signs of stopping. In the desperate gaze of the succubus, the blood-red runes mercilessly sunk into her forehead. Succubus. Master, Shun Ruoshue. Status, slave contract. Qualification, epic 2-star. Level, awakening level 5. Attributes, dark series, mental series. Strength, 70. Constitution, 72. Mental, 137. Speed, 81. Skills, desire absorption, eyes of charm. Seeing the contract successfully completed, Gu Xing let out a sigh of relief. This was his first time using a slave contract, and he didn't expect it to go so well. However, since Shin Ruoshua only had awakening level 5 strength, the originally level 8 succubus's level also fell. But only Shin Ruoshua needed to level up, and the succubus's strength would also quickly rise again. This. Shin Ruoshua seemed to wake from a dream, staring at her palm in disbelief. An epic level beast had just become her contract beast? And it was under an absolute obedience slave contract? The succubus knelt on the ground, her face full of unwillingness, but she could not resist due to the contract binding. Her dark purple eyes shimmered with humiliating tears, but she didn't dare to say a word of resentment. All right, the matters are settled. Gu Xing clapped his hands and stood up. With this done, he could finally take a break for 2 days. Although Wei Yuan specially allowed him not to participate in the second phase assessment, he was still only awakening level 6. Therefore, taking everything into account, he still planned to participate in the second exam to level up, and he could leave midway. Class monitor, if there are no other matters, I will take my leave. After saying goodbye to Shin Ruoshua, Gu Xing proposed to leave. Watching Gu Xing turn to leave, Shin Ruoshua instinctively reached out, wanting to keep him there. But in the end, she didn't say a word, only letting her arm drop weakly. Bang! The door of the medical room was just pulled open, and several figures tumbled in like a stack of pancakes. They wanted to eavesdrop on the gossip between the captain and Gu Xing, but they were caught in the act. Shin Ruoshua's teammates scrambled to get up, with embarrassed smiles on their faces. Of course, Gu Xing didn't mind this, giving a slight nod before leaving with Lioli. However, as soon as he stepped out of the medical room, Gu Xing felt a chill behind him. Master, is that sister's hand soft? The apple you cut, I haven't even eaten yet. Chapter 33, Farewell, Ying Bing. Finally, after Gu Xing's repeated assurances, the little girl returned to normal. In the next 2 days, Gu Xing rarely took Lioli to leisurely explore Linyuan City. From food to local customs, he let the little girl experience it all. Until the day of the second assessment began. Gu Xing had just brought Lioli to the assembly square when he saw an unexpected person. Ying Bing? The girl in white like snow walked slowly, accompanied by a spirited elderly man. What are you doing here? Seeing Gu Xing, Ying Bing paused, a hint of panic flashing in her cold eyes. Ying Bing bit her lip, hesitating for a while before slowly speaking. Secret realm. The girl's voice was soft, and Gu Xing didn't notice her unusualness. After all, in his impression, Ying Bing had always been this quiet and reserved. But standing beside her, Ying Xing has squinted his eyes. As someone who had watched Ying Bing grow up, he sharply sensed something different about her. His young lady had previously focused entirely on her beast, how could she be distracted by outside matters? And now? Ying Xing, sharp gaze scanned Gu Xing back and forth, thinking to himself. The young lady insists on coming to Linyuan City. Could it be for this kid? But then he thought again. His duty was merely to protect Ying Bing's safety, as for her feelings. Might as well leave that to the clan leader to worry about. There are still more than 40 days until the secret realm closes.
I plan to first participate in the military assessment, raising my strength to awakening level 9 before entering. So, I want to participate in the second assessment organized by the military first, then you.
Gu Xing's gaze landed on Ying Bing.
The intention of his words was to let Ying Bing arrange by herself and meet again when the time was right.
However, I want to participate too. Gu Xing?
Gu Xing was momentarily speechless, opening his mouth to say something. But looking at Ying Bing's natural expression, he finally just sighed helplessly.
If you want to participate, then go ahead. With Ying Bing's strength, plus the Hidden Elder's protection, there was definitely no danger. Besides, he couldn't decide Ying Bing's thoughts anyway. So, he just let it be.
Soon, the acting vice president finished his speech, and everyone lined up to set off toward the second assessment point. This assessment was set up by the military, located within a different space. Its purpose was to let rookie beast masters get used to the harshness of the battlefield as quickly as possible. Although the military had conducted initial clearing of demon creatures within the area, many students still lost their lives here every year.
In the area for the second assessment,
Gu Qianqian stared at the field in front of her, slightly lost in thought. Although the military provided the venue for this assessment, the performance of each student was judged by examiners arranged by various universities. As a genius student from the National Academy, she didn't actually need to participate in the supervision of such basic assessments. But thinking of Gu Xing, she still took the initiative to apply to be a judge.
Qianqian, still worrying about your brother?
Her shoulder was gently patted, and Tang Xinrou's voice brought her back to reality. Gu Qianqian turned her head and met her best friend's concerned gaze, shaking her head. When Tang Xinrou saw Gu Qianqian like this, she knew her best friend was just putting on a brave face.
Qianqian, don't worry. With such an outstanding sister like you, how can your brother be any worse? Besides, there's still me. I've already told the younger students to pay special attention to Gu Xing's safety. You can rest assured. Gu Qianqian looked at her best friend's worried expression and gently nodded.
Thank you, Xinrou. Seeing her best friend's mood improve, Tang Xinrou finally relaxed. Then, she mysteriously looked around, leaned closer to Gu Qianqian's ear, and lowered her voice. Actually, I didn't just ask them to protect your brother, but also specifically instructed that even if he performs a little worse, he will still be given a higher score. Gu Qianqian smiled upon hearing this. Xinrou, really don't need to do this. I believe he can enter the National Academy based on his own strength. Tang Xinrou curled her lips dismissively.
How could it be that easy to enter the National Academy?
This was the top academy of Longsha Nation. In the past, Gu Qianqian barely reached the admission line, only truly standing out after awakening her top-notch talent at the extraordinary level. And her brother had always stayed in a small city, the chances of him getting accepted
were less than 10%.
Of course, she would never say these words out loud.
Alright, I need to go to the assessment area I'm responsible for.
Tang Xinrou waved her hand but suddenly became serious. By the way, the military said there were 2 extraordinary demon creatures that were missed during the initial clearing in this area. Qianqian, you need to be careful. On the other side, after experiencing a familiar dizziness, the 50 students who passed the first round of assessments had arrived in a brand new world. Towering ancient trees stood tall, and a light mist floated in the air. In the distance, the temporary command post of the military stood before them, the Longsha national flag fluttering in the unique breeze of the different space.
Last time, he was brought by Wei Yuan, and he couldn't see what the entrance to the different space looked like at all. For Gu Xing, this was his first official entry into the different space.
As soon as their group of more than 50 entered the different space, they attracted the attention of a large number of people. Besides the candidates from Linyuan City, students from several surrounding cities who advanced had also gathered here.
This should be Linyuan City's team, right? Sure enough, the last to arrive again. Always at the bottom in every test, but never lacking in show.
Yeah, barely any of them passed the test anyway.
Why wait for them?
Amid the whispers, Gu Xing slightly frowned.
In the past, the test results from Linyuan City were always poor, even the worst.
But with you here this year, maybe Linyuan City will take first place in this test. Just then, Shinruoshue came by with her team, clearing up his doubts. The succubus beside Shinruoshue lowered her head the moment she saw Gu Xing, not daring to act up again.
After Shinruoshue's discipline, she had become much more obedient. I probably won't take part in this test. Shinruoshue was stunned at first, then understood.
With Gu Xing's strength, he really didn't need to prove anything with this test. However, her gaze shifted to the girl beside Gu Xing. Such a beautiful girl. She looked like a perfect match for Gu Xing. Even though she had expected this, she still couldn't hide the disappointment in her heart. She forced a stiff smile and carefully asked,
"Who is this?"
Gu Xing was just about to answer.
Ying Bing. Ing Bing calmly said her name, voice cold as ice. Shen Ruoxue politely nodded, then wisely chose to leave. If she stayed and kept bothering the two, that would be bad.
Then we'll head off first, the test is about to start. She barely kept a proper smile, but even Liuli, who was usually dull, could hear the sadness in her tone.
The little girl suddenly reached out and gave Gu Xing a hard pinch on the lower back. Seems like her master is unexpectedly popular. Chapter 34, not just strong, she's a monster. Hiss. Liuli's sudden move made Gu Xing suck in a cold breath.
He turned to meet the dangerous look in his beast's eyes, quickly giving her a pleading look.
Humph. Liuli turned her face away in a proud huff, finally letting him go.
Seeing this, Gu Xing felt helpless. Ever since she met Shen Ruoxue last time, his little angel seemed to have awakened the jealousy trait.
And once the little angel got jealous, the one who suffered was the soft flesh on his waist. Sigh. The once obedient little angel was gone. Now, she even dared to lay hands on her master. While Gu Xing was sighing, an officer came out. The test begins. With the command, the students rushed toward the testing area like arrows shot from a bow. Getting into the test zone earlier meant a higher chance of ranking up. Gu Xing instinctively looked around and noticed Shen Ruoxue's Succubus could rank among the top 5 among all beasts. Plus her battle command skills were far beyond Chen Ziming's. Even if he didn't take part, Linyuan City had a high chance of winning first place this time. Watching the students enter the testing zone one after another, Gu Xing finally turned to Ing Bing. Will you go with me?
Looking at Ing Bing, who seemed to cling to him, Gu Xing felt a bit helpless. If not for knowing Ing Xinghe was hiding nearby, he would have thought he looked like a creep luring an innocent girl. According to Ing Xinghe, unless there was mortal danger, he wouldn't act. But Gu Xing knew Ing Xinghe had to be hiding nearby. Even with his extraordinary mental power, he couldn't sense Ing Xinghe at all. But after a quick thought, Gu Xing accepted Ing Bing following him. After all, with her Ice Phoenix helping to control enemies, Liuli's upgrade speed would definitely rise a lot. Thinking of that, he stopped hesitating and took Ing Bing straight into the test zone. The whole test area was divided into low, middle, and high-level zones. Gu Xing took Ing Bing directly into the high-level zone. Here, almost all demonic creatures had awakened to level 6 and above. This zone was supposed to open only in the later stages of the test. But the two of them boldly barged in. It just so happened that this area was under Tang Xinrou's management. At this moment, she was munching on potato chips, idly teasing her summoned beast. As a transcendent-level beast master, she definitely wouldn't have come here if it weren't to accompany Gu Qianqian. Moreover, since the assessment had just begun, it was impossible for anyone to come to this area. How am I going to endure this month? As she murmured, her summoned beast suddenly sounded an alarm. 2 students entered the high-level area. What? The potato chips in Tang Xinrou's hand fell to the ground with a thud. Which reckless guy is daring enough to storm in here right away? Although she complained, her actions were as fast as lightning. As the examiner and safety officer, she had to rush immediately to check the situation. In a flash, she was already racing toward the direction of the two. Meanwhile, Gu Xing and Ing Bing had just delved into the high-level area when 3 large ogres blocked their way. These awakened 9th-tier demonic creatures exuded a nauseating stench, their dark purple skin covered in twisted demonic patterns. Ogre. Level, awakened 9th tier. Qualification, Demon General. Strength, 193. Constitution, 182. Spirit, 102. Speed, 132. Skills, Frenzied Bite, Mighty Slam. Gu Xing's eyes narrowed. Demonic creatures were different from magical beasts. The latter were transformed by the infection of demonic energy, while the former were born from demonic energy itself. No one knew where they came from, they were the common enemies of all intelligent races. Demonic creatures are classified into 6 ranks. Demon Soldier, Demon Officer, Demon General, Demon Lord, Demon King, Demon God. These correspond to the ordinary, elite, excellent, epic, legendary, and mythical levels of beast masters. The 3 ogres before him were all at the level of Demon General. But upon seeing these 3 demonic creatures, Gu Xing's heart filled with joy. The purpose of entering the high-level area was to kill demonic creatures to level up. Now they were delivering themselves right to him, this was exactly what he wanted. However, when Tang Xinrou arrived at the scene, her pupils contracted sharply at the sight before her. 3 awakened 9th-tier Demon General ogres. These were definitely not opponents that a newly graduated beast master could handle. Her gaze swept over the young man in the field, and she suddenly felt he looked familiar. Hastily pulling out a photo given by Gu Qianqian for comparison. Isn't this Qianqian's younger brother? Tang Xinrou gasped.
What on earth is this kid doing running to the high-level area on the first day of the assessment?
She immediately assumed a battle stance. If Qianqian's brother got hurt right under her eyes, she would never be able to face Gu Qianqian again in her life.
But just as she was about to make a move, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The two in the field not only did not flee, but instead took an attacking stance. At this moment, Gu Xing and Ing Bing exchanged a tacit glance. You control, I output. Okay.
Before Ing Bing's voice fell, the Xian Frost Ice Phoenix had already spread its wings and let out a long cry.
Frost Storm.
The bone-chilling frost storm surged forth, instantly covering the three ogres in ice crystals, causing their movements to slow down.
Gu Xing would not let this great opportunity slip away. Lioli. Judgment.
The crimson sword light flashed like thunder, and before the center ogre could shake off the frost, it was cleaved in half by the sword. The remaining two demonic creatures let out furious howls, but Lioli's ghostly figure instantly closed in. Although only awakened to the 6th tier, her attributes had long since crushed these 9th-tier demonic creatures.
The sword light flickered again, and the two ogres fell to the ground. As the three blue orbs entered her brow, Lioli's aura suddenly surged. She leveled up. Holy Angel, Lioli. Qualification, Legendary 3 stars. Level, Awakened 7th tier. Strength, 237. Constitution, 240. Spirit, 241. Speed, 236. Skills, Judgment, Divine Protection, Seraphim Form, Finale Song. Cultivation suggestion, use light crystals, Holy Spirit Marrow, Angelic Blood to enhance Beast Master's qualification. Upon leveling up to Awakened 7th tier, Lioli's attributes rose once more. Gu Xing roughly estimated Lioli's various attributes. Generally speaking, even a typical Awakened Tier 9 Beast Master couldn't compare to Lioli's attributes. Meanwhile, the Xianshuang Ice Phoenix also successfully broke through to Awakened Tier 7 thanks to this battle. Not far away, Tang Xinro rubbed her eyes in disbelief as she witnessed the whole process. She had once joked with Gu Qianqian, saying, a genius's younger brother must be impressive too. But when she saw it with her own eyes, she realized how absurdly wrong she was. This was not just impressive, it was simply a monster. Two Awakened Tier 6 Beast Masters, working together, easily cut down 3 Awakened Tier 9 Demon Generals like chopping vegetables. To be clear, when she awakened to Tier 6, it took all her effort to deal with just one Awakened Tier 8 Demon General. Goolump. Tang Xinro unconsciously swallowed hard. She had to apologize for her earlier judgment. With such strength, the National Academy must be fighting to recruit them. Looking at the fading figures of the two, Tang Xinro suddenly looked forward to Gu Qianqian's expression when she saw her brother's strength. Chapter 35, Evaluation, Full Marks. Over the next few days, Tang Xinro felt her worldview was being reshaped. In front of these two, no matter how many tiers awakened demons had, they felt as fragile as paper in their hands. Under such circumstances, their strength climbed at an astonishing rate, breaking through to Awakened Tier 8 in just 2 short days. When the two finally left her monitoring area, Tang Xinro was still lost in shock, unable to regain her senses. She stood there for a long time, and finally wrote a perfect score in Gu Xing's evaluation section. However, what she didn't know was, at that moment, at the Southern Military District headquarters, Wei Yuan was personally writing a recommendation letter. With Gu Xing's strength, taking the college entrance exam would simply be a waste of time. And on the still-drying recommendation letter, the recipient was none other than Zhenggui Academy Headmaster Long Jinghua, personally. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the assessment area, Gu Qianqian furrowed her brow tightly. As the strongest student sent by Zhenggui Academy, she was responsible for monitoring the most dangerous area. At this moment, she clearly sensed an extraordinary level demon's aura. Star-tier butterfly, jade-faced fox. With a light cry, 2 beasts responded to her call. The star-tier butterfly was an epic quality beast she exchanged for through hard work at school, and its level had now reached extraordinary tier 2. As for the other one, it was her first beast that accompanied her since her awakening, and its level was only awakened tier 9 now. Looking at her 2 beasts, she knew she had to resolve this extraordinary level demon before the candidates arrived. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. If an extraordinary demon attacked this group of awakened candidates, it would be a slaughter. Thinking this, she immediately rushed toward the direction of the aura she sensed. However, what she didn't know was, at this moment, Gu Xing and Ing Bing had quietly stepped into this area. If this continues, we'll soon reach awakened tier 9. Gu Xing turned to look at the ice beauty beside him. By then, we can head directly to the secret realm. The days spent together had gradually allowed him to understand Ing Bing's character. Rather than being indifferent, it was more like she was apathetic to most things. However, he wasn't sure if it was just his illusion. This frost-like girl seemed to be a bit gentler toward him than others.
Ying Bing lightly brushed her long fingers along the wings of the ice phoenix on her shoulder and nodded subtly. These days had often left her in a daze. For the first time in her life, she had spent such a long time with a male peer. She secretly glanced sideways, her gaze skimming over the youthful and handsome profile of the boy. This inexplicable emotional fluctuation confused her. Unable to understand the reason behind it, she turned to gaze at her ice phoenix. Perhaps it's just because they are about to explore the secret realm together that she pays special attention to him. However, at that very moment, be careful! Gu Xing's warning had just fallen. Liuli's figure flashed in front of Ying Bing, her snow-white wings drawing a silver light to precisely knock away the incoming black bone spike. Ying Bing's pupil shrank suddenly, a drop of cold sweat sliding down her forehead. If it weren't for Liuli's timely action, this strike would have surely pierced through her chest. Screech! The Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix let out an angry cry, its ice-blue wings fully spread, locking its sharp gaze on the shadows deep in the forest. At this time, Gu Xing also wore a serious expression. The speed of that attack was extremely fast, and with his extraordinary mental power, he only sensed the attack clearly just as it reached Ying Bing. At that moment, he could only instinctively shout out a warning. Fortunately, Liuli's reaction speed was exceedingly quick. At the moment of his warning, she had already dodged to block the attack. And the demon that could unleash such an attack was undoubtedly not at the awakening level. Just as Gu Xing expected, with a series of cluck-cluck grinding sounds, two strange figures slowly took shape. To the left was a bone demon, its body wrapped in black mist, its bone frame covered with menacing spikes. As for the demon on the right, it was completely shrouded in a black cloak, making it impossible to see clearly. Gu Xing didn't dare to be careless and quickly checked the information on the two demons. Bone Demon. Level, Extraordinary 2nd rank. Qualification, Demon General. Strength, 482. Physique, 511. Spirit, 358. Speed, 493. Talent, Bone Repair. Skill, Bone Barrier, 1000 Spikes. Imposter. Level, Awakening 9th rank, Disguise. Qualification, Demon General. Strength. Physique. Spirit. Speed. Talent, Disguise Deception. Skill. Seeing these two demons before him, Gu Xing's expression tightened. Extraordinary level demons. Just the bone demons approaching 500 points in 3 attributes made him feel an immense pressure. Currently, Liuli's attributes were only around 270 points, and even if she activated her Seraph form, it might not ensure victory. After all, there is a fundamental difference between extraordinary and awakening. But what truly sent chills down his spine was the mysterious imposter beside him. Although its displayed level is Awakening 9th rank, all its attributes are? Coupled with its talent of disguise deception, Gu Xing felt a growing unease in his heart. Ying Bing quietly retreated to his side, a serious look flashing in her ice-blue eyes. What should we do? It seems one of them is an extraordinary level demon. After weighing the options, Gu Xing decided to withdraw. With their current combat power, the two of them could likely handle the bone demon if they exerted their full strength. But there was still an unknown imposter nearby, and a strong offensive would clearly be too risky. Let's retreat first. Gu Xing spoke in a low voice. Ying Bing nodded slightly. Although Gu Xinghe was guarding in the shadows, they couldn't act recklessly because of that. Just as the two were preparing to retreat in unison, the two demons suddenly sprang into action. The bone demon swung its bone claws, and several sharp bone spikes whoosh pierced into the ground, instantly sealing off all escape routes. They had been hiding in this area for days, already starving. How could they let go of the prey delivered to their mouths? Gu Xing and Ying Bing looked at the blocked escape route and exchanged glances. In the connection of their gazes, they understood. This battle could not be avoided. In the shadows, Gu Xing had condensed an ice-blue field with his fingertips, preparing to lend a hand. Fighting against extraordinary level with awakening level was ultimately too much. But just as he was about to reveal himself, a sudden rush of breaking air sounded from a distance. A figure was approaching the battlefield at an astonishing speed. The figure arrived in an instant, bringing a gust of fierce wind. Star-tier butterfly, cage of light. With a clear shout, the sky filled with starlight suddenly fell, transforming into a brilliant cage to trap the two demons inside. Gu Qianshan gracefully arrived, with the star-tier butterfly swirling beside her. Sister! Sister? Gu Xing widened his eyes, looking in disbelief at the suddenly appearing figure. Chapter 36, The Six-Winged Seraphim, Descends. Hearing this voice, Gu Qianshan suddenly turned around, her pupils constricting sharply. This reckless intruder into the danger zone was actually her brother. She instinctively hardened her face, the reprimanding words already on the tip of her tongue. But when her gaze swept to the cool and elegant girl beside her brother, those words got swallowed back. Forget it, in front of outsiders, she should give this kid some face. However, Yingbing noticeably stiffened when she heard Gu Xing's sister. Her cool complexion now added a few hints of awkwardness. Fortunately, Gu Xing was fully focused on the battlefield, unaware of her subtle change. I'll deal with you later. Gu Qianqian shot Gu Xing a glare, then turned to face the bone demon. As long as she dealt with this extraordinary level demon, the battle could be considered over. As for the other awakened 9th level demon, it was well within the capabilities of the jade-faced fox. Step back. These two demons are beyond your capability to handle. Gu Qianqian firmly blocked in front of the two. Gu Xing looked at Gu Qianqian's back, wanting to say something but ultimately fell silent. He had just checked the attributes of the star-tier butterfly, and dealing with the second-tier extraordinary bone demon should be quite manageable. As for the other demon, jade-faced fox. Awakened 9th level. Qualification, excellent 9 stars. Strength, 153. Constitution, 142. Spirit, 186. Speed, 177. Skills, Fox Spirit Substitute, Fox Spirit Clone, Spirit Fox Claw. Gu Xing quickly compared the values on the data panel, and the jade-faced fox's attributes were not as strong as Liuli's. And the other demon's depth was completely invisible, which made him secretly alert. He subtly sidled closer and whispered into Liuli's ear. Liuli, if anything seems off, you can take action directly. Liuli's small face was tense, and she nodded seriously. This was in front of her big sister, she had to perform well. The battle was about to break out. The star-tier butterfly struck first, its dazzling wings fluttering as countless starlights condensed into sharp light blades, pouring down like a torrential rain. The bone demon let out a piercing screech, and a bizarre black halo appeared on its skeletal surface, deflecting most of the light blades. Starlight chains! Gu Qianqian cried out. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from the star-tier butterfly, and 7 chains forged from pure starlight shot forth, wrapping around the bone demon like a spiritual snake. The starlight flowing on the chains continuously eroded the pale skeleton, producing a teeth-grinding sizzling sound. On the other side, the jade-faced fox leapt lightly, trailing 3 illusory remnants behind her. The imposter seemed flustered, suffering multiple scratches from the fox claws and retreating step by step. Looks like it will be resolved quickly. Seeing the situation coming under control, Gu Qianqian let out a slow sigh of relief. However, Gu Xing's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. The strength displayed by this imposter was too weak. Moreover, this imposter was acting too deliberately, as if putting on a show. As if confirming his suspicion. Roar! The imposter suddenly let out a deafening roar, its form rapidly swelling as black magical energy surged forth like a tide. In an instant, it clutched the jade-faced fox's throat, slamming her heavily into the ground. The situation flipped in an instant. In a critical moment, the jade-faced fox used Fox Spirit Substitute to narrowly escape. But she also completely lost her combat ability due to depleting her spiritual energy. Imposter. Level, Extraordinary 3rd level. Qualification, Demon Lord. Strength, 589. Constitution, 482. Spirit, 612. Speed, 554. Talent, Deceptive Disguise. Skills, Perfect Disguise, Spirit Shock, Shadow of Darkness. Until this imposter revealed all of its aura, he finally saw through its various attributes. With a spirit attribute soaring to 612 points, combined with both talent and skills, it successfully deceived everyone's perception. This made Gu Xing take the extraordinary talents seriously. This demon clan, when using its talent, even showed an awakened 9th tier level. And when Gu Qianqian saw through the true strength of this imposter, her face instantly turned pale. An extraordinary 3rd tier, Demon Lord level imposter. Her voice trembled slightly from the shock. At this moment, she finally understood why, despite the military's web of traps, these two demons managed to escape. It was all because of the existence of this imposter. Gu Xing. Leave with that girl immediately. The farther, the better. Gu Qianqian nearly shouted this, while commanding the star-tier butterfly to shatter the bone spikes blocking their way. Her delicate fingers unconsciously tightened, knuckles turning white from the strain. Though the star-tier butterfly's strength was not weak, dealing with 2 extraordinary level demons was completely impossible. But right behind her were her brother and the examinee. At this moment, for both emotional and rational reasons, she could not retreat. In the shadows, Ying Xinghe was equally shaken to the core. Even with his experience, he had not expected this imposter to reach the Demon Lord level. Due to the imposter's talent, it was impossible to judge its strength until it revealed itself. Therefore, although he had previously suspected this could be an imposter based on experience, He never imagined it was actually a demon lord level, and that it had reached an extraordinary third tier. With that being the case, the little girl from the National Academy seemed unable to handle this situation. However, just as he prepared to take action, another change occurred at the scene.
At this moment,
Gu Xing and Ying Bing not only did not retreat, but instead took an offensive stance.
Ying Bing, can you hold it for a moment? Gu Xing's voice was exceptionally calm. Ying Bing nodded without hesitation, her ice blue eyes filled with determination.
Though she did not understand Gu Xing's plan, she chose to trust him unconditionally. And to control an extraordinary third-tier imposter with an awakened 8th-tier strength,
there was only one way. Ultimate skill. Xian Xuan Ice Phoenix. Frost Ring Binding.
The Ice Phoenix, already in position, let out a clear cry, and cold air surged around it. The full force of awakening at the 8th tier was worlds apart from when she was at the 5th tier. Instantly, crystal and ice formed around the imposter, visibly slowing its movements.
At most 3 seconds. Ying Bing's forehead was beaded with fine sweat. Meanwhile, the demon lord bound by the frost showed a hint of disdain in its eyes. Even though it was on the lower end among demon lords, its extraordinary third-tier strength could not be shaken by mere awakened levels, right? However,
at this moment, Gu Xing was immersing all his mental power into the Beast Master Space. This was a special technique he discovered after acquiring the Beast Master Space.
That is,
to establish deep resonance through the Beast Master Space, helping Lioli stabilize and reach the critical state.
Lioli. Seraphim form.
Silver-white wings suddenly unfurled, and crimson flames erupted like a volcanic explosion, instantly enveloping her girl-like form. 4 pairs of burning wings slowly unfurled behind her. The 4-winged seraphim form had activated. However, Lioli's transformation did not stop. Gu Xing's mental power perfectly resonated with Lioli through the Beast Master Space, merging 2 powers on the soul level.
Critical state activate. With Gu Xing's continuous infusion of mental power, the sacred flames around Lioli suddenly surged greatly.
New light veins began to appear at the edges of the 4 wings, accompanied by a sound of breaking the air. A pair of even more brilliant wings burst forth from the flames. The 6-winged seraphim descended.
Chapter 37, Extraordinary Third Tier, Instant Kill. Divine Angel, Lioli. Status, 6-winged seraphim, critical. Qualification, Legend 3 stars. Level, Awakening 8th tier. Power, 252654. Physique, 253656. Spirit, 259668. Speed, 260670.
Skills, Judgment, Divine Blessing, Seraphim Form, Eulogy of the End. Entering the critical state through the Seraphim Form, its attribute increase shocked Gu Xing.
A total increase of 400 points across all attributes. This means that the awakened level 8 Lioli, its combat power has already crushed many low-quality extraordinary beasts.
But this power did not come without a cost. Gu Xing could clearly feel his spiritual energy depleting at an astonishing speed. Even with his extraordinary level of spiritual energy reserves, he could only maintain this state for a maximum of 60 seconds. At the same time, Gu Qianqian, who was closely watching the battlefield, suddenly froze in place.
She sensed an incredibly terrifying wave coming from behind her. The momentum radiating was even stronger than the Star Tier's butterfly. Could it be a new demon lord? She quickly turned around. The crimson 6-winged angel suddenly entered her line of sight.
When she saw the figure wrapped in holy flames, Gu Qianqian's pupils constricted sharply.
Lioli? How is this possible? How could her brother's beast unleash such a terrifying momentum? Isn't his level supposed to be awakened?
In the shadows, Ying Xinghe was equally shocked, his old eyes wide open, even his bony fingers trembled uncontrollably.
Awakened level 8 has combat power close to extraordinary level 3?
Although it was through a critical state taking advantage. But this kind of talent is still unheard of. In the center of the battlefield, the impersonator was mentally shaken.
Under Lioli's pressure, it felt an unprecedented threat of death. If that beast were to strike, it would die. It would definitely die.
The impersonator's pupils contracted like a needle tip, its entire body of demonic energy surged wildly, like boiling black lava. Driven by an extreme desire to survive, it desperately struggled, and the ice crystals on its surface finally let out a deafening crack.
Crack, now is the time. Mental shock.
The violent spiritual force erupted from within like a tsunami, instantly shattering the ice crystals into countless ice shards.
The frost ring imprisonment was torn apart forcefully, and the aura of the Xian Frost Ice Phoenix suddenly weakened, the ice blue luster on its wings rapidly dimmed.
Ying Bing let out a muffled grunt, her face pale. Backlash, with awakened level 8 strength forcing the binding of extraordinary level 3 demon race was still too much. And the freed impersonator did not hesitate at all, immediately activating its life-saving skill.
Demonic Shadows. Thick black mist surged like a living thing, instantly engulfing it. In this realm of black mist, its figure could change freely, completely hiding its traces. Gu Xing frowned, feeling something wasn't right in his heart. If the impersonator had not managed to break free, perhaps based on Liuli's current critical state, they could have attempted a one-hit kill. But now, this is troublesome. No matter what, it is also extraordinary level 3. If it insists on avoiding battle, even with Liuli's current attributes, it would be difficult to achieve a quick victory. And the most critical point is? Liuli's critical state certainly cannot withstand delay. Swish! Liuli's holy sword sliced through the black mist but shattered only a phantom. Physical attacks were nearly ineffective. Just as Gu Xing was about to have Liuli switch to using holy flames to burn the black mist. Xiao Xing. Gu Qianqian's cold voice suddenly came, if I can restrain it, can Liuli achieve a one-hit kill? Gu Xing instinctively nodded. But after realizing, he couldn't hide his confusion. The jade-faced fox had already lost its combat power, and the Star Tears butterfly was at a stalemate with the bone demon. What would Gu Qianqian use to restrain the extraordinary level 3 impersonator? Getting Gu Xing's affirmation, Gu Qianqian's eyes slightly narrowed, and an astonishing wave of spiritual energy suddenly burst forth around her. Reappear. Star chains. In Gu Xing's shocked gaze. The golden chain, which should have been on cooldown, actually shot out from the Star Tears butterfly again, piercing through the black mist like a shooting star, firmly binding the impersonator. A second release of a beast skill? This completely violates the logic of beast combat. Under normal circumstances, a beast must wait for the skill's effect to completely end, then go through a cooling period before being able to use it again. But now, Gu Qianqian's Star Tears butterfly actually activated star chains twice at the same time. Gu Xing's pupils shrank slightly, but soon realized. This is Gu Qianqian's innate ability. At this moment, he finally understood why the National Academy rewarded her with an epic beast. Dual skill casting. This talent is simply a divine skill customized for controlling beast masters. When Gu Xing turned his head, his gaze pierced through the black mist and met the disguised opponent's stunned eyes. Reflected in those crimson eyes was the terror of having nowhere to escape. Just as it broke free from its restraint, it thought it had narrowly avoided disaster. But, unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, it became fish on the chopping board again. Liuli! Finish it! The little angel suddenly flared with holy flames, a surge of self-blame rising in her heart. She actually messed up in front of her sister. Absolutely unforgivable. This time, must be a one-hit kill. Her crimson figure transformed into a burning meteor, instantly tearing through space to stand before the disguised opponent. Judgment! With a clear cry, the holy sword burst into a brilliant light. The disguised opponent, bound by golden chains, could not even struggle and could only watch helplessly as the holy sword descended. The sword light flashed, the earth trembled, and a horrific shockwave created a massive pit with a diameter of 10 meters. Within the crimson flames, the body of the demon gradually disintegrated, ultimately turning into drifting black ash. While bathing in golden light, Liuli's aura soared once again. Having slain a transcendent tier 3 demon, her level rises again. Holy Angel, Liuli. Qualities, Legendary 3 stars. Level, Awakening tier 9. Strength, 302. Physique, 301. Spirit, 307. Speed, 314. Skills, Judgment, Divine Protection, Seraphim Form, End of Days Anthem. With Liuli successfully advancing to Awakening Tier 9, all her basic attributes broke through the 300 barrier. This value far exceeded the same tier Beast Masters, even approaching some transcendent Beast Masters. Boom! Gu Xing suddenly felt a loud bang in his mind, a surging mental power flooding in like the tide. This was the enhancement brought about by the beast's contribution, allowing his mental power to leap again. On the other side of the battlefield, the skeleton demon, witnessing the fall of the disguised opponent, trembled all over. Having burned away all its shackles of the star chains, this demon did not hesitate to turn and flee. Want to escape? Gu Qianqian's cold gaze intensified, and the star tier butterfly transformed into a silver streak of light, instantly piercing through the skeleton demon's body. The transcendent tier 2 skeleton demon suffered this heavy blow, crashing to the ground and turning into a pile of bones. The transcendent tier 2 demon is now dead. After the dust settled, Gu Qianqian finally turned to look at her brother. When her gaze landed on the obedient little angel standing beside Gu Xing, even she, who was usually calm, couldn't help but be slightly dazed. Her brother's beast had an astonishingly high talent. Chapter 38 Correction. First place Gu Xing. As Gu Qianqian approached, Liuli obediently bowed. In front of her master sister, the fierce atmosphere she had before vanished without a trace, as gentle as a good baby.
Seeing Gu Qianqian's unfriendly expression, Gu Xing quickly explained the situation about the secret realm.
What? The entrance to the secret realm is outside the defense line? Gu Qianqian exclaimed.
You have to know, the Dragon Xia Kingdom only built a defense line around the entrance to the alternate space. The area it occupies is merely a tiny fraction of this space. And beyond the defense line of the Dragon Xia Kingdom. Incredibly dangerous.
Absolutely not. Gu Qianqian firmly refused.
With their awakening period strength, going to those places would simply be courting death.
However, just as Gu Qianqian was about to outline the pros and cons to dissuade the two. Don't worry, their safety is my responsibility. A powerful voice suddenly rang out.
Ying Xing has stood with his hands behind his back, having arrived by everyone's side without them noticing.
Teacher Ying.
Gu Qianqian's pupils suddenly constricted, quickly bowing respectfully.
Ying Xing Ha.
A senior instructor of the National Academy, leading advanced beast master experts.
With him personally vouching, Gu Qianqian naturally had no reason to refute.
Seeing Gu Qianqian nod in agreement, Ying Xing had took out a shimmering blue potion from his sleeve and handed it to Ying Bing.
Spirit recovery potion, it can speed up recovery.
As the potion went down her throat, Ying Bing's originally pale face quickly regained its color, and her damaged mental strength rapidly returned. She let out a gentle sigh, forcing down the strange feeling in her heart, and nodded toward Gu Qianqian.
Gu Senior. Gu Qianqian's gaze swept between Ying Bing and Gu Xing, her eyes revealing an understanding.
The way the Ying girl looked at her brother was somewhat unusual.
However, the daughter of the Ying family.
She sighed softly in her heart, such a noble status, my foolish little brother probably isn't worthy.
It's getting late.
Ying Xing's wide sleeves stirred without wind, and a giant eagle with all its feathers in vibrant green appeared out of nowhere. Its wingspan reached over 10 meters, stirring up strong winds.
This journey is long, I will take them ahead. Gu Qianqian watched as the three of them leaped onto the eagle's back, wanting to say something but hesitating.
In the end, she just solemnly gave a salute.
Teacher Ying, please take care.
Screech. With a clear call of the eagle, the giant eagle spread its wings and soared high into the sky, quickly becoming a black dot in the distance. Time flew by, and the 1-month assessment period was approaching.
In this trial, the most surprising was Shin Ruoshua's sudden rise.
She developed the abilities of a succubus to the fullest, leading her team through the assessment area like a hot knife through butter.
Did you notice? The captain's been acting weird this month. Could it be that she was rejected after confessing to Gushin? Shoo.
But, seeing how hard she's pushing, it might actually be true.
Shin Ruoshua's cold gaze swept over the whispering teammates. Are you still chatting during the final sprint? Don't you want to level up?
During this month, she had nearly devoted all her time to hunting demons. Even team members complained they couldn't keep up. However, this also successfully helped the succubus's level return to Awakening Stage 8. Finally, just before the trial ended, Shin Ruoshua broke through to Awakening Stage 9. When each team's members returned to the assembly point, the entrance was already bustling with people.
This time's first should be our Yishao from Haishi City.
Yeah, within this month, Yishao has reached Awakening Stage 9.
With such strength, who in the younger generation can compare?
As Shin Ruoshua and her team stepped into the assembly area, they saw the crowd surrounding a young man in ornate clothing like stars surrounding the moon. A student from Linyuan City who had arrived early explained quietly. That's Yi Tao from Haishi City. Among those who have returned, his level is the highest. But this is only because our Gushin didn't participate, otherwise, the first place wouldn't be his. Though the student's voice was low, it was still clearly heard by the Haishi City people. The news quickly reached Yi Tao's ears. The young genius from Haishi City smirked, with a black snake coiled around his neck flicking its crimson tongue, slowly walking towards Shin Ruoshua and the others.
As the center of attention in the assembly area, soon all eyes were drawn to him. Oh! Yi Tao stood before Shin Ruoshua, the black snake on his neck constantly flicking its tongue. You mean that? Gushun? His tone rose at the end, hinting at amusement, very strong?
The boy who spoke earlier immediately lowered his head, too scared to speak.
But the members from Shin Ruoshua's team didn't care about that.
In their hearts, Gu Xing was the strongest.
A boy blurted out. Gushin is definitely very strong. At least stronger than you. Yi Tao's smile suddenly turned cold.
Hiss. The black snake around his neck sprang up like black lightning, striking directly at the boy who spoke.
Charm Eye.
Realizing something was wrong, Shin Ruoshua immediately commanded the succubus to act.
A mental shock struck the snake precisely.
The fierce snake head suddenly froze in midair, its crimson tongue drooping limply. At this opportunity, Shin Ruoshua shielded that team member behind her.
Go ahead. Yi Tao gently stroked the still-dazed Shin snake, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. His gaze focused on the woman in front of him. This woman is not simple. As the crowd around him grew larger, he snorted coldly and turned away. First place is definitely his. There can be no accidents.
Soon, a military officer in uniform strode up to the high platform. Next, please have the proctor from the National Academy conduct the final assessment for this evaluation.
The audience immediately erupted in an uproar. What? The rules have changed this year? Aren't the rankings supposed to be automatic by level? There's actually a proctor? I didn't notice at all. Shunruoshue's expression remained calm.
Long before the evaluation, she had used her powerful demonic senses to find the hidden proctor. Therefore, she had already suspected the change in the evaluation rules. At this moment, Gu Qianxian, dressed in white, slowly stepped onto the stage. Her gaze swept across the crowd, and then her cold voice slowly rang out.
150th place. 149th place.
As the rankings reached the top 10, the atmosphere in the venue suddenly tensed.
9th place. 8th place. 2nd place, Yi Tao. Yi Tao's pupils contracted sharply, his fingers turning pale from gripping too tightly. How is that possible? He awakened at the 9th level, yet only ranked 2nd? Who is first? Wait a minute. He suddenly thought of someone. Could it be that woman?
Yi Tao's expression turned very ugly.
First place, Shunruoshue. Wow. The entire venue instantly erupted. Young Master Yi isn't first? I thought he was amazing. Turns out he is just 2nd. Yi Tao's temples throbbed, struggling to suppress his rage. Losing to a woman? What a disgrace. And Shen Ruoshua was stunned upon hearing this result.
Her gaze swept over the demonic creature. If it weren't for Gu Xing giving her this demonic creature, she would never have achieved such a result.
However,
when Gu Qianxian finished announcing all the rankings, the military officer slowly stepped forward.
To correct, all rankings move up 1 place. First place, Gu Xing. Boom. The scene instantly boiled over. Who is Gu Xing? He doesn't seem to be here. Didn't Gu Xing not participate in this evaluation? How is he still first? Chapter 39, Unmatched Potential. Written by Wei Yuan. Boom.
It felt like thunder exploded in Yi Tao's mind. Losing to Shin Ruoshue, a woman, is one thing.
But losing to someone who didn't even participate in the evaluation? How is that possible? Why?
His eyes were bloodshot as he shoved aside the classmates trying to stop him. How can an absentee take first? The officer just gave him a cold glance, his voice as chilling as northern ice.
Yi Tao, disqualified. The entire venue fell silent.
Yi Tao felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place.
Whispers filled the crowd below. Who is this Gu Xing? Yi Tao just questioned him once, and he got disqualified? The officer scanned the crowd, his voice like a bell.
Yi Tao failed to help during the evaluation, resulting in 7 classmates being injured. Furthermore, his stubbornness almost led to a student's death.
Such a person is qualified to pass our evaluations?
Then, he shifted his tone, his momentum suddenly rising.
As for Gu Xing's ranking, this is an order issued personally by Lord Wei Yuan. Now, does anyone still have objections? Wei Yuan.
The name of the Southern Military Region's stabilizing force echoed, silencing the entire venue. Since the chief has issued military orders, Gu Xing's first place must have its reasons. Yi Tao still wanted to argue, but the moment he met the officer's cold gaze, it felt like he fell into an ice cave. Soon after, 2 iron-blooded soldiers grabbed him, one on each side. Having made a mistake, he naturally had to pay the price. Unlike Yi Tao, Shin Ruoshua felt no anger over losing the first place to someone else upon hearing this news. On the contrary. In her heart, she believed Gu Xing was undoubtedly the true first place. On the high platform, the officer held the evaluation book, his voice as firm as iron. The following students are eliminated. With the last name read out, this evaluation that lasted over a month finally came to an end.
Next. All evaluation results were sealed and sent directly to the admissions office of each academy. At that moment, far away in the National Academy. In the principal's office.
Long Jinguo lightly flicked the golden-lettered envelope with his fingers, and when he saw the name Wei Yuan at the bottom, his eyebrows couldn't help but rise. How rare, this guy actually wrote a recommendation letter for a student himself. As he spoke, he opened the letter. After reading the contents, Long Jinguo's expression gradually turned serious.
Legendary Beast Master. Almost single-handedly completing an Abyss-level trial. First-class honor medal recipient.
These words stacked together made Long Jinguo feel a little dazed.
It had been some time since he paid attention to the academy's recruitment. Had the awakened new generation already become this strong? Director Fu.
He connected the communicator, retrieved Gu Xing's records from the last two assessments. Receiving the principal's command, Fu Yanjia quickly sent over Gu Xing's information. After seeing the data, Long Jingguo raised his eyebrows slightly.
2 first-place finishes in both assessments. Wait, his sister is Gu Qianxian? Where there's a sister, there's a brother. Such a genius must be recruited into the National Academy.
Long Jingguo slammed his hand on the sandalwood desk, making the teacup rattle loudly.
Director Fu. Prepare, in half a month, I will personally go to the assessment site to recruit him. Fu Yanjia was stunned. The last time the principal had mobilized such effort was 5 years ago.
Meanwhile, at the recruitment offices of the top academies across the country, countless eyes were focused on that golden-edged evaluation form. In the potential assessment section for Gu Xing, Wei Yuan's bold red seal cut through the paper like blood in fire.
Comprehensive evaluation, unmatched potential.
Written by Wei Yuan himself.
Meanwhile,
Ying Xinghe had already brought Gu Xing and Ying Bing to the end of their journey. It was a valley surrounded by mountains on all sides. In the valley, there were several collapsed buildings. Ying Xinghe raised his hand to deal with the demon tribe circling around and directed the giant eagle to land on the ground. I remember you said that, in order to open this secret realm, we need the third key, right?
Gu Xing nodded.
According to the information in his mind about the elf secret realm, to open this realm, all 3 keys must be activated at the same time. But at this moment, Gu Xing scanned the area, but he didn't see anyone else. The other person may not have arrived yet, let's wait a bit more. Seeing this, Ying Xinghe could only nod.
The person holding the last key must come here if they want to enter the elf secret realm.
During the waiting period, Gu Xing took the opportunity to ask Ying Xinghe about the news of the Liuli cultivation materials.
Teacher Ying, have you heard of the Holy Spirit marrow and Angel's holy blood?
Ying Xinghe's brow furrowed slightly, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. He pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. I do know about the Holy Spirit marrow, it seems there is such material in the treasury of the National Academy.
As for the Angel's holy blood, I haven't heard of it. Hearing Ying Xinghe's words, Gu Xing was overjoyed.
The whereabouts of the Holy Spirit marrow had finally been located, and it was in the National Academy.
It seemed the National Academy was a must-visit. As for the Angel's holy blood, he could only take it step by step. However,
at this moment, an unexpected change occurred.
Who's there?
Ying Xinghe suddenly shouted fiercely, his sharp gaze shooting toward the ruins on the right. His wide sleeves moved without wind, his eyes full of vigilance.
Just now, his senses clearly indicated that there was no one there. Sorry.
A timid voice came from behind the ruins. A blonde girl slowly walked out. She was plain-looking but had exceptionally bright emerald green eyes. The girl nervously twisted the hem of her clothes, her voice as faint as a mosquito's.
I am the holder of the third key. My name is Lanny, I come from the council.
It should be known that since the invasion of the Otherworld, global powers have been divided into 3 parts. Led by Long Xia country, the council dominated by the Eagle Kingdom and the Western Church. Although there were occasional frictions, the 3 maintained a delicate balance.
Ying Xinghe's brows furrowed tightly.
As a leader-level powerhouse, he had just completely failed to notice the girl's presence.
This girl is not simple.
And Gu Xing keenly noticed that a pitch-black cat was following closely at the girl's feet.
That should be the girl's spirit beast. Netherworld Spirit Cat. Qualification, Legendary 5 stars. Level, Awakening Stage 9. Power, 311. Physique, 285. Spirit, 284. Speed, 350. Skill, Netherworld Instant Kill.
The data of this spirit beast instantly appeared before Gu Xing's eyes, and his pupils suddenly contracted.
Legendary 5 stars.
This qualification tightened Gu Xing's heart. The terrifying speed of 350 points even surpassed Liuli, and the other 3 attributes were also close to 300 points. Such a spirit beast is completely not in existence that an ordinary spirit beast master can possess. The blonde girl seemed to notice Gu Xing's gaze, awkwardly hiding the spirit cat behind her.
This is my spirit beast. Ying Xinghe's gaze swept back and forth between the girl and the spirit cat. After a few simple inquiries, the girl answered fluidly. Seeing that he couldn't find out anything, Ying Xinghe gave up.
Although the girl's identity was suspicious, she was after all the owner of the third key, and Gu Xing and Ying Bing still needed her to open the Elven clan's secret realm together. Remember, Ying Xinghe lowered his voice as he turned, be careful once we enter the secret realm.
Trust no one but the 2 of you. Gu Xing and Ying Bing both nodded. Chapter 40, The Seraphim Clan.
Under Ying Xinghe's nod, the girl stepped forward slowly and gave a slight nod to both of them. The three of them simultaneously activated their thoughts to unlock the hidden secret realm key deep within their consciousness. In an instant, three uniquely shaped keys emerged from their foreheads, slowly rotating and connecting in mid-air, perfectly fitting together into an ancient token. The ground suddenly trembled violently, and a jade-green portal gradually appeared from the void. The floating token then disintegrated, transforming into three streams of light that re-entered the foreheads of the three. At this moment, a golden sun will mark floated on Gu Xing's forehead, the crescent moon pattern on Ing Bing's forehead flowed, while a star emblem lit up on Lanny's forehead. Immediately after, the three of them stepped into the portal radiating mysterious light at the same time. Their figures gradually vanished into the green light, and as the last person entered, the emerald portal slowly closed. A brilliant beam of light pierced the sky. At the same time, in the residence of the Angel clan, atop the cloud pavilion, a golden-haired angel suddenly opened his eyes wide, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The elven ancestral land is opening? Interesting. He lightly fluttered his wings and instantly appeared in the center of the palace. The elders guarding here immediately knelt on one knee upon seeing this. We pay respects to the young clan leader. Miller waved his hand carelessly. I need to go out for a while, you all know what to say to my father. The elders exchanged glances, and one bravely advised. Young clan leader, you just entered the extraordinary realm. Going out now could be dangerous if you encounter trouble. My safety is my own concern. Miller impatiently interrupted. Opening of the elven secret realm is such a big deal, how could I miss out on the excitement? Although the elven clan was once a powerful clan alongside the angel clan, they happened to be close to humans, setting the ancestral land keys to be obtainable only by humans. However, the angel clan has ways to enter the elven ancestral land, they just struggled to find the location. Now that they had discovered it, this share must belong to Miller. And moreover, as far as he knew, in that disaster, the Elven Queen seemed to have paid a huge price to preserve her daughter. The Elven Queen's daughter. A smile tugged at Miller's lips. Coming back to his senses, he shifted his tone. How is it on the Seraphim side? Is there any news about that girl? Replying to the young clan leader, one elder bowed, that stubborn group refuses to speak at all. But back then, we had broken her wings, and even if she was sent out, she wouldn't amount to anything. Miller nodded in satisfaction. As long as the bloodline of the Seraphim royal family cannot grow, his father's position as clan leader is as steady as a mountain. I'm leaving, remember. Miller spread his wings and coldly said, this matter must not be told to my father. Once Miller's figure disappeared into the sky, the elders exchanged glances. Are we really not reporting to the clan leader? It's fine, there will be someone secretly protecting the young clan leader. But isn't the elven secret realm restricted to leaders and above? One elder scoffed, with those barbarians and a few awakened humans in the secret realm, can they hurt the young clan leader even a bit? That's true. We still need to keep an eye on this group of prisoners from the Seraphim. At this moment, in the palace dungeon, a group of ragged angels sat together, and in the center was a stunning yet weary female angel. Leotia, an old man lowered his voice, where did you send Lioli? The battle angels haven't found out, right? The woman called Leotia slowly shook her head, they will never find Lioli. She should be able to live safely. When Gu Xing and the other two stepped into the secret realm, the scene before them suddenly changed. They found themselves directly in the center of a brutal battlefield. On the charred ground, broken building ruins and corpses lay scattered, and the air was thick with the smell of blood and demonic energy. Right in front of them, less than 100 meters away, a heart-wrenching scene was unfolding. 5 large demon beasts were circling, crazily attacking a small figure in the center. That was a catgirl. She was covered in blood, her snowy fur stained bright red, and her left arm hung limply, clearly broken. But she still gritted her teeth, her right hand tightly gripping a half-broken dagger, her green slit eyes filled with defiance. Get away! You filthy beasts! The catgirl screamed, suddenly swinging her knife towards the nearest wolf-shaped demon. The blade left a bloody mark on the demon's chest, enraging it. The wolf demon let out a sinister laugh, its claws carrying a bloody wind as they struck down fiercely. Lioli, save her! Gu Xing didn't hesitate at all, giving the command immediately. Swish! Silver wings suddenly spread open in the void, and Lioli's figure darted across the battlefield like lightning. Her speed was so extreme that only a series of afterimages were left in the air. Judgment! Lioli waved her right hand, her sword sweeping horizontally. Puff! 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 3 grotesque demon heads soared into the sky. The remaining 2 demons didn't even react, Lioli had already appeared behind them. Silver light flashed, instantly slicing their bodies into several pieces. The battlefield suddenly fell silent. The catgirl stood still, staring blankly at the suddenly appearing angel before her. You, who are you? Before she could finish speaking, her body collapsed forward due to excessive blood loss.
Liu hurriedly stepped forward and supported her.
At this moment, Gu Xing and Ing Bing also came closer. Looking at the cat ears on this girl and the tail behind her, Gu Xing was somewhat surprised.
So he checked her information. Beastkin, Cat Tribe. Level, Awakening 7th Tier. Qualification, Excellent 4 stars. Skill, Beast Transformation.
Seeing Gu Xing and Ing Bing looking amazed, Lanny spoke to explain.
This is a beastkin, they are quite common in our country. Looking at her features, she should be from the cat tribe.
This race is relatively weaker.
Gu Xing nodded and turned his gaze to the two. Now that we have just entered the secret realm, let's wait for her to wake up and understand the secret realm situation before we act, shall we? Ing Bing and Lanny both nodded at this suggestion.
After all, the information they gained in their minds only told them how to enter the secret realm, it did not inform them how to act within it. Therefore, having someone familiar with the secret realm is crucial. Gu Xing's gaze fell on the unconscious beastkin, and he scanned the surroundings. It was not hard to guess what had happened here.
Several 9th tier awakened demons had broken in here.
These low-tier cat-tribe beastmen had no resistance at all in front of 5 awakened 9th tier demon race beings. Ing Bing carefully took out a bottle of light green potion from her bosom and gently fed it to the cat tribe girl. As the potion went down her throat, the pale face of the cat tribe girl slightly recovered. She weakly opened her eyes, and when she saw who had saved her, her pupils shrank, and she exclaimed.
Prophet Sir. Chapter 41, Special Secret Realm. Attribute Enhancement.
The cat tribe girl's exclamation left Gu Xing and the other two stunned in place.
What on earth is a prophet?
After the cat tribe girl explained, the others finally understood what she meant by prophet sir.
This secret realm is a world of its own. The elf tribe used to be a large tribe with many subordinate races. During the war, the elf tribe and its many subordinates collectively migrated to the secret realm to escape disaster. Although the secret realm protected us from the ravages of war, it has also become an unescapable prison. The cat tribe girl looked gloomy.
In the secret realm, the rules of heaven and earth are not perfect, making it almost impossible to level up. The strength of the new generation is getting weaker and weaker, and now there are hardly any extraordinary level beastmen left. Moreover, aside from being unable to level up. She bit her lip, a trace of fear flashing in her eyes. But the worst part is, half a year ago, the demon race infiltrated. As she said this, her voice trembled slightly, and she suddenly knelt on the ground.
Sally begs you, Great Ones, please save us here. The demon race is gathering towards the holy city in the center of the secret realm. Once the holy city is destroyed, the inheritance of the elf tribe will be completely severed.
Her eyes turned red, her voice choked, and, my father is also there. Gu Xing reached out to support Sally's shoulder, stopping her from continuing to kneel. Now that it was clear that the inheritance of the elf tribe was in the holy city, they must go there.
Gu Xing turned his head and asked Ing Bing and Lanny for their opinions.
Ing Bing nodded, I have no objections. Both of them belong to the Longsha kingdom, so she would naturally choose to stay with Gu Xing.
However, Lanny shook her head.
I'm very sorry, but I may have to leave here.
My purpose this time is not the inheritance of the elf tribe, so I will take my leave.
Gu Xing and Ing Bing exchanged glances and nodded in tacit agreement. They had only partnered temporarily, so there was no need to insist on traveling together.
After bidding farewell to the two, Lanny turned to leave.
Until she disappeared from the view of the others. This mysterious girl suddenly stretched out, her graceful waistline drawing a beautiful curve in the sunlight. With a crisp snap of her fingers, her disguise washed away like a tide.
I'm exhausted.
Veronica rubbed her sore shoulders, disguising is truly not easy.
The black cat in her arms gracefully landed, its form swelling into a majestic black panther in the blink of an eye.
A hint of helplessness flashed in its dark golden beast eyes.
Miss Vero, you still love to play.
Call me Lanny, Veronica pouted, twirling her finger around her hair, this name sounds so nice.
The black panther sighed, its sturdy tail swaying gently.
As the guardian beast of the Vero family for generations, it deeply understood the character of this young lady. With an exquisite bloodline that surpasses all previous heirs, her talent was astonishing. But because of this, she was spoiled by everyone, developing this playful personality.
Alright, I won't tease you anymore.
Veronica suddenly became serious, her emerald eyes flashing with sharpness.
We need to find the token that grandfather left here. But how did that old man sneak in?
Hearing the young lady refer to the old patriarch in such an affectionate way, the Black Panther's whiskers twitched. Miss Vero, still be careful, if you encounter danger.
Oh come on, if there is danger, you will be there, right?
On the other side, Sally was leading Gu Xing and Ing Bing rapidly towards the holy city in the center of the secret realm. As they delved deeper, the atmosphere became more and more tense. The number of demons appearing along the way has obviously increased. However, In front of Lioli, these demons are as weak as paper and are instantly wiped out. Yet, after continuously killing dozens of demons, Gu Xing sharply sensed something unusual. He frowned and looked at Ying Bing beside him, noticing that the same confusion flickered in her eyes. Strange. Gu Xing murmured to himself, logically, after killing so many demons, Lioli should have broken through to the extraordinary rank. Sally noticed the doubts of the two and quickly explained. My lords, due to the special rules of the secret realm, killing demons here indeed cannot increase levels, but... She paused. This energy will convert into attribute enhancements, but the amplification effect is limited. Attribute enhancement? Gu Xing's eyes brightened, and he immediately pulled up Lioli's attribute panel. Holy Angel, Lioli. Quality, Legendary 3 stars. Level, Awakening rank 9. Strength, 302312. Constitution, 301311. Spirit, 307317. Speed, 314324. Skills, Judgment, Divine Protection, Seraph Form, Final Elegy. After seeing Lioli's attributes clearly, Gu Xing's pupils slightly contracted. All of her basic attributes have indeed increased by about 10 points. In that case, it seems that in this secret realm, the demons are the greatest treasure. Out of curiosity, he checked Sally's attributes again. Catfolk Beastman, Sally. Level, Awakening rank 7. Quality, Excellent 4 stars. Strength, 212. Constitution, 213. Spirit, 201. Speed, 232. Skills, Beast Transformation. The moment the data jumped into view, Gu Xing gasped sharply. He now realized how abnormal Sally's attributes were. To know, an ordinary rank 7 excellent beast master usually only has around 120 points in each attribute. Yet Sally, compared to ordinary beast masters, has attributes nearly 100 points higher. No wonder she can survive under the siege of 5 rank 9 awakened demons. At this moment, Ying Bing beside them also noticed that the Ice Phoenix's attributes had changed. She turned her head and exchanged a glance with Gu Xing. The two locked eyes and instantly reached a silent understanding. In addition to the original mission of searching for the elf clan's legacy, this time, the mission objective has added one more. Hunt demons to enhance attributes. Gu Xing calculated roughly. If Lioli can increase her attributes by nearly 100 points in the secret realm, combined with the system's quality improvement feature, what terrifying level will her attributes reach when she breaks through to the extraordinary? Extraordinary rank 3. No, even rank 4 ordinary beast masters may not match Lioli's attributes. With the addition of the Seraph Form's boost, challenging extraordinary rank 5 might be quite easy. Thinking of this, Gu Xing looked at those ferocious demons with burning eyes. These are not vicious enemies, they are clearly walking attribute points. Lioli, not a single demon can be let go in this secret realm today. Upon realizing the benefits of killing these demons, the little girl's eyes suddenly shone brightly. Becoming stronger is every beast master's pursuit. Moreover, here, the way to become stronger is so easy. Yes, master. Once Lioli got serious, all the demons along the way suffered. Whether it was rank 5 awakened grunts or rank 9 awakened elites, before her, they were as fragile as paper. Because of this, Lioli's attributes rapidly soared at an eye-catching speed. Chapter 42, The Demon King of Extraordinary Rank 2. Holy City. Black clouds loom over the city, and demonic energy fills the air. On the towering stone walls, the Catfolk clan leader Ron's claws sunk deep into the crevices of the stone, his brown pupils narrowed into a fine line. The number of demons is too many, continuously surging towards the holy city like a tide. If not for the barrier left by the elf clan, the holy city would have already been trampled by demons. Report to the leader. A Catfolk beastman reported with a grave expression, the barrier has shown cracks, it can last at most another half an hour. And the walls guarded by other races aren't looking good either. Hearing a series of bad news, Ron sighed. According to the prophecy, the descendant of the elf clan will enter the secret realm during this period. For this, he exhausted all his strength to send his daughter away half a month ago, just for the slim chance of survival. But now it seems, most likely she has encountered an accident. At that moment. Boom! The entire holy city suddenly shook violently. Damn it, it's the Demon King. The swirling black clouds were suddenly torn apart by some terrifying force, and a tall humanoid with bone wings slowly descended. His dark purple skin was covered in magma-like patterns, and the curved horns on his head shimmered with a metallic sheen in the lightning. Just hovering in the air made the orc soldiers on the walls feel weak in their knees. Seeing this Demon King, Ron's face turned extremely grim. If it were not for this Demon King, they could definitely hold on with the barrier. But now. Although he was also extraordinary, the gap compared to a Demon King was just too great. Demon King Carlos hovered in midair, slowly spreading his bone wings, casting a shadow like a curtain over half the holy city. He did not rush to attack, but looked down at the orcs on the walls, as if enjoying the last struggle of his prey. To find this secret realm, the demon race had gone through great trouble. But as long as they assimilated the daughter left by the Elven Queen, the demon race would at least gain one Demon King level fighting force. Even. It was very likely to be a power at the level of a demon god. Ants of the orc race, Demon King Carlos's voice was like a dull knife scraping bone. Tell me the location of the elf princess.
Dream on.
The orc race would rather die in battle than bow down to the demon race. Carlos twisted his mouth, revealing an inhuman smile.
Interesting.
He raised his right hand, fingers curled into a fist.
Boom.
The entire sky suddenly darkened, black clouds roiling, transforming into a magical claw that blocked out the sun and ruthlessly struck down towards the holy city. Put all your efforts into maintaining the barrier.
Ron roared.
Orc warriors bit their fingertips and smeared blood on the ancient runes. The barrier glowed brightly, barely raising a pale golden shield.
However, crack.
The magical claw squeezed, and the barrier shattered like fragile glass, cracking with countless fissures.
Then, another strike. Bang.
The entire barrier shattered like glass shards.
Not good. Ron's pupils shrank.
With the barrier shattered, he had to hold the Demon King back immediately.
However, too slow.
A cold voice echoed in his ears, and Ron didn't even have time to react before a hand covered in dark purple scales gripped his throat.
Chief.
The orcs on the wall were about to explode with rage, but no one dared to step forward.
He violently threw Ron. Bang.
Ron's body was smashed into the wall like a cannonball, with rubble bursting and dust flying.
Chief.
As the orcs howled, Carlos slowly landed at the highest point of the wall, folding his bone wings, exuding a terrifying magic power.
Last chance, tell me the location of the elf princess. No one answered.
A flash of impatience crossed Carlos's eyes as he slowly raised his hand, gathering a sphere of dark purple energy in his palm. The surface of the energy sphere surged with black lightning, emitting a suffocating pressure.
Foolish, let everyone die with you.
An extremely terrifying wave of energy emanated from above the holy city.
However, just when it seemed critical,
a crimson figure rushed in swiftly. Sensing the momentum, the Demon King slowly frowned, abandoning the energy sphere in his hand and turning to evade.
And this figure was Lioli.
When Gu Xing and the others arrived here, they saw the scene of the Demon King breaking into the city.
So, without any hesitation, Gu Xing ordered Lioli to unleash her seraph form to strike.
Rushing into the city from outside, Lioli cleared a path, allowing the others to successfully return to the city.
At this moment,
Gu Xing looked up at the Demon King in the sky.
Carlos. Qualification, Demon King. Level, Extraordinary Second Stage. Power, 821. Constitution, 834. Spirit, 812. Speed, 842. Talent, Control of Demon Energy. Skill, Demon King's Claw.
Looking at Carlos's attributes, Gu Xing's expression grew serious. I have to say, this guy is the strongest opponent he has faced within his contract with Lioli. Although he is only extraordinary level 1, all his attributes are already close to 1,000. If it weren't for Lioli relying on the magic tribe along the way to enhance her attributes, facing this guy right now,
there would be absolutely no chance of victory. But now. Holy Angel, Lioli. Qualification, Legend 3 stars. Level, Awakening level 9. Power, 423846. Constitution, 428856. Spirit, 421842. Speed, 430860.
Skills, Judgment, Divine Protection, Seraphim Form, Final Elegy.
Relying on the Seraphim Form, Lioli's attributes have barely reached an equal level with this Demon King. However, even with such attributes, a difference of only a few dozen points in attributes cannot determine the course of the battle. More importantly,
the talent of this Demon King is what Gu Xing is most worried about. This sudden change stunned the orcs present, and then erupted into cheers.
Ancestors above, the prophecy has really come true. It is the great prophet, we are saved.
In the ruins, Ron, supported by Sally, looked at Lioli, who was standing up to the Demon King in the sky, and murmured.
The holy city is saved.
The legacy of the elf race has not fallen into the hands of the demons. After seeing his opponent, Carlos frowned slightly.
The angel race? How could such a high-ranking race appear here?
His gaze fell on Gu Xing.
It turns out to be a human beast tamer. However, an awakened angel dares to stop him?
That's just laughable. Carlos's mouth twisted into a sinister arc, and his white bone wings suddenly spread open, bringing a gust of foul wind. His claws, covered in dark scales, rushed towards Lioli at an astonishing speed, with suffocating magic swirling around his fingertips. Lioli nimbly dodged to the side, yet the fierce claw wind still cut off a few strands of her hair. Several charred scars had already appeared on her snow-white wings, indicating that the previous clash had not been easy.
Gu Xing's pupils shrank, noticing the gap between Lioli and this Demon King.
Although the attribute panel shows that Lioli has the advantage, the magic energy boost from the Demon King's talent gives Carlos the upper hand on the battlefield.
Realizing this, Gu Xing also no longer hesitated. He could not delay any longer. Activate critical state.
In the critical state, raging red flames surged around Lioli.
Six-winged seraphim form.
It is also, at present, Lioli's strongest form. The numbers on the attribute panel jumped wildly, finally breaking through the 4-digit barrier.
Power, 1023. Constitution, 1045. Spirit, 1018. Speed, 1052.
In the ruins, Ron felt this momentum, but his expression became increasingly serious. Although the beast tamer of the Great Prophet has already suppressed the Demon King, the gap between awakening and extraordinary levels is ultimately hard to bridge. Moreover, this Demon King's talent is among the best in the demon race. If the Great Prophet has no other means?
Sure enough.
As Ron had guessed.
Carlos sensed Lioli's rising momentum and a strange arc appeared at the corner of his mouth.
To achieve such strength in the awakening period really proves your greatness.
But extraordinary level is ultimately extraordinary level.
Before the words fell, amidst the surging magic, Carlos's figure had already flashed to Lioli's front like a ghost. Lioli, with attributes breaking 1,000, reacted, and the holy sword was instantly in her hand, slashing down at the Demon King.
Clang!
The holy sword collided with the magic energy, producing a crisp metallic clash. The sword's momentum was actually blocked.
I told you, the awakening period is just the awakening period. Carlos's bone wings swept horizontally, heavily striking Lioli.
Her petite body fell like a shooting star, crashing heavily onto the ground in front of Gu Xing.
Cough!
The little angel furrowed her brows, her pure white wings covered in dust, yet she still stubbornly propped up her body.
Master, I'm fine. Gu Xing looked at Lioli's pale face and slightly trembling wings.
For the first time, he felt the power of the demon race. The Demon King level demon was equivalent to a legendary quality beast tamer. Lioli, with her awakened 9th level strength, could barely contend with the Demon King. She was close to her limit. Around her, the orcs looked at Lioli's defeat with expressions of despair on their faces.
Is it possible that even the Prophet cannot defeat this Demon King?
Damn, if it weren't for the fact that the Prophet is only at the awakened level, this Demon King would definitely not be a match for her. Those cursed demon creatures wiped out the elf clan 1,000 years ago, now is it our turn?
At this moment,
Sally bit her lip tightly, holding onto her father's arm, her grip so hard that it turned white. Her nails dug deep into her palm, yet she felt no pain.
Why?
Clearly she had found the Prophet, yet still could not prevent the destruction of the Beast Clan or save the fall of the Holy City.
Ron felt his daughter's trembling body and forced a faint smile.
Sally, you've already done your best. Even the Queen probably didn't expect the Demon Clan to invade this secret realm. His rough hand gently brushed through his daughter's hair as he spoke in a low voice. Later, I will gather all the beast warriors to hold off the Demon King. You should leave with the Prophet. Looking at his daughter's innocent face, a determined look flashed in Ron's eyes. To him, death was not scary. As long as Sally could live, dying on the battlefield today was worth it.
However, at that moment when despair enveloped everyone,
Gu Xing stared intently at the swirling demonic energy surrounding the Demon King, his knuckles turning white from the strain.
Was the gap between awakened and extraordinary truly insurmountable?
Even if Lioli unleashed her ultimate skill, if she couldn't break the damn talent, their chances of victory were still slim.
An unprecedented sense of helplessness washed over him. But just then,
Gu Xing suddenly felt a strange power surge from within, like 100 rivers converging into a sea, rushing toward the beast taming space. He was astonished as he looked at those familiar blue orbs of light. This is energy obtained after killing demons. In this secret realm, every time Lioli absorbed demonic energy to strengthen herself, a portion of that energy quietly settled within him. This energy had been hidden deep within his bloodline, and at this moment, it was finally fully activated. Buzz. As the energy was completely released, the world suddenly fell into a strange stillness. Time seemed to stretch, everything became slow and distorted. Gu Xing slowly raised his head and saw the Demon King's snarling smile frozen on his face, the orc's expressions of despair captured in that moment. In his view, the Demon King was slowly raising his arm, a pitch-black energy orb condensing in his palm, pushing slowly toward him. He saw Lioli struggle to turn around, her lips parting and closing as she desperately tried to rush over and protect him. Those golden eyes were filled with panic, his figure clearly reflected in her pupils.
This girl, whose heart and eyes were filled with him, right now was not worried about her own safety, but about whether she could protect him. Master. Liuli's voice seemed to come from underwater, vague and distant. Gu Xing knew that in this strike, she would definitely activate her divine protection skill, using her body to build the final barrier for him. But what about herself? His heart felt as if it was gripped tightly by an invisible hand. It hurt. Reluctance. Strong emotions surged in his mind. Boom. The silver-white mental power suddenly exploded in his sea of consciousness. The overwhelming mental power surged out like a flooding river bursting its banks. Gu Xing slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of eyes glowing with silver-white brilliance, with golden patterns spreading from the corner of his eyes to his neck like a sacred mark. His gaze was vacant yet profound, as if piercing through everything in front of him. Master. The moment Liuli met his gaze, her body went rigid, her mind blank. In a daze, she seemed to see a ruler seated high on a throne, holding a sword representing supreme authority. This is the gaze of an emperor. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The Demon King's attack was still approaching. At this moment, Gu Xing was unsettlingly calm. Jun Lin. With this low shout, an invisible chessboard seemed to unfold before him. Liuli was the most important piece on it, and he was the king who controlled the whole game. Grant. Kill. Vast mental power transformed into a solid red light stream, surging from his body and wrapping around Liuli. With the infusion of this power, an unprecedented quality began to emerge around Liuli. Holy Angel, Liuli. Qualities, Legend 3 stars. Special state, Kill, ignores any defense. Level, Awakening Ninth Stage. Power, 1000. Constitution, 1000. Spirit, 1000. Speed, 1000. Skills, Judgment, Divine Blessing, Seraphim Form, End of Days Cantata. The red killing aura wrapped around Liuli like a blood-colored robe, dyeing her 6 wings crimson. She felt the surging power within her, trembling slightly in disbelief. This is the Master's talent? A fierce battle intent ignited in Liuli's golden pupils. She absolutely could not disappoint her master's expectations. Just a demon king, how could it compare to the bond between her and her master? She looked up at the shadow hovering in the demonic clouds, her heart no longer wavering. Judgment. The holy sword suddenly erupted with bloodlight, and the killing aura coiling around the sword distorted space itself. Facing the overwhelming demonic energy, Liuli advanced instead of retreating, her 6 wings flapping vigorously, transforming into a blood-colored meteor that shot upwards. Looking for death. The demon king grinned, urging the demonic energy. However, the red sword light tore apart the pitch-black demonic energy like fabric, and Liuli's figure broke through the barrier. Carlos's pupils shrank, unable to believe his attack had been split in two. How is this possible? Chapter 44, Killing the Demon King. Shocking the entire venue. Ying Bing controlled the ice phoenix to swirl around the city wall, the chilling air freezing the approaching demon clan into ice sculptures. Just as she prepared to unleash the next round of frost storms, she caught a glimpse of Gu Xing emitting an eerie silver glow. Premature awakening? She gasped. As the direct descendant of the victor, she knew better than anyone what this meant. In the entire history of Longsha Kingdom, there were only a handful of beast masters who could forcefully awaken their talents in battle. Those geniuses recorded in history were all exceptionally talented, and their awakened talents were incredibly powerful. But now, Ying Bing felt that the records in the history books were overshadowed. The aura emitted by Gu Xing was far deeper and more unfathomable than described in any text. In the sky. With Gu Xing's talent empowering her, Liuli was now completely unafraid of the Demon King. Ignoring defense. This meant that the Demon King's demonic energy had no effect on her at all. Judgment. Accompanied by a clear sword sound, the holy sword in Liuli's hand erupted with an unprecedented bloodlight. The killing aura fused perfectly with the blazing flame, and wherever the sword edge passed, space twisted. Chi. The hastily formed demonic energy barrier by Carlos was torn apart layer by layer like thin paper. His scarlet demonic eyes shrank violently. No, this is impossible. As his bone wings flapped wildly, dozens of demonic energy barriers appeared in succession. However, when Liuli's 6 wings just gently flapped, with an explosive sound, the blood-colored sword light had already reached him. Puff! At the critical moment, Carlos barely sidestepped, but his black bone wings were cut off. As demonic blood gushed, he roared, unleashing all of his demonic energy and finally creating some distance. Why? You are unaffected by my talent. Screaming, Carlos directed his gaze to Gu Xing beside him. When he saw those silver-white eyes overlooking all living beings. So it's you. His twisted face contorted in rage, and Carlos's surrounding demonic energy suddenly retracted. In the next moment, his body surged towards Gu Xing. You deserve to die. However, how could Lioli give him another chance? With a light flap of her 6 wings, the red light had already blocked the path between the Demon King and Guxing. Carlos, who had lost the support of demonic energy, now stood before Lioli like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The cold light in Lioli's eyes was intense. The beast tamer was the reverse scale of the beast. This Demon King had clearly touched Lioli's bottom line. The crimson flame suddenly surged, and Lioli's momentum reached its peak. The next moment, Lioli's figure suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, Lioli was already behind the Demon King. The Demon King's body froze unnaturally in midair. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but only black blood surged out. Sizzle. A thin line of blood slowly emerged from his forehead, extending straight downward. First his forehead, then his nose bridge, and finally the mouth that always carried a sinister smile. The bloodline continued downward, cutting across his neck, piercing through his chest, and finally stopping at his abdomen. Carlos looked down at his body, trembling as he raised his hand, seemingly wanting to touch the bloodline. Just as his fingertip was about to touch it. Splash! The Demon King's body shattered like broken porcelain, splitting into 2 halves. The pitch-black demonic blood was about to gush out but was instantly vaporized by the crimson flames, turning into wisps of black smoke that dispersed into the air. His 2 half-bodies slowly fell, beginning to decay into fine black ash before hitting the ground. Those crimson eyes remained wide open until death, filled with an unbelievable expression. He could not believe, until his death, that he would fall under the sword of an awakening angel. The entire battlefield was silent. The beastmen stared blankly at the scene, forgetting to even breathe. Until we won. Sally's trembling voice was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing ripples of waves. The next second, deafening cheers filled the sky. The holy city is saved. Long live the prophet. Amid the cheers, Guxing's spiritual power slowly withdrew, and the silver-white light in his eyes gradually faded, returning to the deep black. However, after using this talent, he realized that his golden finger could actually awaken his own talent. Guxing. Beast Taming, Sacred Angel. Contracted Beast Count, 1. Level, Awakening 9. First talent, Sovereign, can apply states such as killing, guarding to contracted beasts. Second talent, Unawakened, will awaken once reaching the Transcendent level. After seeing his talent, Guxing's pupils contracted. The power of the Sovereign talent, he had just experienced it firsthand. Incredibly powerful. By bestowing various special states to the contracted beasts, it could bring nearly god-defying improvements. For example, the killing state. It completely ignores defensive traits, meaning that from now on, Lioli can easily slaughter any high-defense enemies as easily as cutting tofu. As for other states, Guxing hadn't tried them, but he believed they wouldn't be worse than the killing state. But what truly shocked him was the second talent section that was clearly displayed on the attribute panel. In this world, no matter the talent level, everyone could only awaken 1 talent. No exceptions. But he had a second talent. Guxing swallowed, and a strange premonition spread in his heart. This second, unawakened talent might be even more powerful than Sovereign, which is why it couldn't show itself during the awakening phase. Thinking this, Guxing couldn't wait to reach the transcendent level as soon as possible. But then he realized, at that time, he would still need to contract a second beast. As of now, he had no clue about it. It's too early to think about this. Guxing shook his head and refocused on the present. Right now, the most important thing was to obtain the elf clan's inheritance. After all, he had worked so hard to come to this secret realm. If he didn't get anything valuable, he would truly have suffered a great loss. And with the fall of Demon King Carlos, the remaining demons immediately fell into chaos. Ing Bing seized the opportunity and commanded the Ice Phoenix to cooperate with the Beastmen warriors to launch a full counterattack. Under the combined assault of both sides, the remaining demons were quickly wiped out. The smoke gradually cleared, and Ron, with Sally's support, dragging his injured body, he came before Guxing and the others. The orc chieftain bowed deeply, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Master's grace, my beast tribe will never forget it for all eternity. If it were not for Guxing, both the holy city and the beast tribe would have disappeared at the hands of the demon tribe. Guxing waved his hand at this. Whether or not he had the legacy of the elves, seeing the beast tribe surrounded and attacked by the demons, he would not stand by and do nothing. After expressing his gratitude several times, Ron began to tell the two about the legacy of the elves. Two masters, you must have come here for the legacy of the elves, right? But there is only one legacy of the elves, so. Just as Ing Bing approached, Ron's words reached her ears, and she spoke without hesitation. Guxing, you go. Her tone was crisp and decisive, with no hint of hesitation in her eyes.
Once upon a time, she too was a genius admired by all, but after witnessing Guxing's strength, she truly understood what it meant to have someone even greater. Killing a second-tier demon king during the awakening period was an astonishing feat. It is important to note that the demon tribe is already stronger than beast masters of the same level, yet Carlos still fell at Guxing's hands. Thinking of this, Ing Bing looked at Guxing with a bit more awe in her eyes. If Guxing were to step into the extraordinary level, how powerful would his beasts become? Seeing Ing Bing voluntarily step aside, Ron obviously breathed a sigh of relief and quickly added. Although Master Ing Bing cannot obtain the legacy of the elves, the Elven Queen has left behind a land for bloodline purification. Upon hearing this news, her eyes lit up. After all, the winner's bloodline is special. One can only contract one beast, but can nurture the beast through the power of their bloodline. The higher the purity of the bloodline, the stronger the beast's power. This place for bloodline purification was simply tailor-made for her. After instructing someone to take Ing Bing away, Ron respectfully bowed deeply to Guxing. Master, please follow me, I will take you to the land of the elf legacy. Chapter 45, The Elven Legacy. The Mythical Beast Master. Under Ron's guidance, Guxing crossed through the central square of the holy city. He arrived at an ancient grand hall. On the ancient stone slab floor, a teleportation array made of silver-white runes was emitting a faint glow. Ron took a step back and slightly bowed. Master, this is the place. Through here, you can enter the sacred land of the elves, which is also the birthplace of the elven race. Hearing Ron's explanation, Guxing took a deep breath and stepped into the center of the array. A flash of white light, and in the next moment, his figure disappeared from there. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in another world. Guxing slowly opened his eyes, and the scene before him took his breath away. A giant tree that reached the heavens stood majestically, its thick trunk towering like an ancient mountain, with the dry bark marked by the ravages of time. Standing at the foot of the giant tree, Guxing felt as small as a grain of dust. Instinctively, he reached out his hand, his fingertips touching the rough bark. Cold, dry. Clearly, this giant tree had lost all signs of life. Master! Are you okay? Liuli's anxious voice called out from the beast space. The moment he entered this mysterious space, she had been forcefully sent back to the beast space by an invisible force. Guxing tried several times but could not summon Liuli back, so he simply gave up. I'm fine. After calming Liuli, Guxing finally began to carefully examine the giant tree. In this space, there was nothing but this tree. So what was the legacy of the elven race? Was it this tree? Just as Guxing was puzzled, a soft light suddenly illuminated the withered trunk. The light gradually condensed, transforming into the ethereal silhouette of a graceful woman. She had delicate elven ears, and her light golden hair flowed down like a waterfall. A warm aura that instills calmness radiated from her. Yet in those emerald-like eyes, there was a deep, unshakable sadness. 1,000 years, the phantom murmured softly, carrying the weight of time, I have finally waited. Guxing instinctively stepped back half a step, his eyes filled with caution. But soon, he realized that this figure before him was likely the legendary elf queen. However, wasn't she supposed to be dead? Perhaps sensing Guxing's confusion, the phantom slowly spoke. You guessed correctly, I am the last queen of the elf tribe, who died 1,000 years ago. What you are speaking to now is merely a wisp of spirit relying on the remnants of the tree of life. Guxing's pupils constricted. A wisp of consciousness? To maintain awareness for 1,000 years, how terrifying must this elf queen's power have been in life? Even a king-level beastmaster could not retain consciousness 1,000 years after death. Thus, the elf queen was at least above the level of a king. But then, he felt a tightening in his heart. Such a powerful existence fell in that war 1,000 years ago. So, what about the strength of the demon tribe? The elf queen's green eyes seemed to pierce through Guxing's thoughts. Don't worry, today's demon tribe is nowhere near its former strength. Moreover, she paused meaningfully. The human race possesses a uniquely special potential that no other race can compare to. To the other races of the aberrant space, humans are like a bug. They can become beast masters, gathering all races. And by reaching a certain level, they even possess impressive combat power. They are like the darlings of the world. However, for reasons unknown, not a single being above the king level has emerged among the humans until now. That is why, before her fall, she set up nearly impossible trials, just to select the genius among humans who could ascend as a god. Through this conversation with the elf queen, Guxing also grasped a glimpse of the iceberg that is this world. The aberrant space where everyone is located is more like a battlefield than a world. All races are competing and contending within it. The demon tribe is a common enemy for all races. But ironically, powerful races often disdain to ally with the weak. The once proud elf tribe also looked down upon other races, and the result was a painful price to pay. The phantom gently shook her head, pulling back the drifting thoughts. Fortunately, the elf tribe still holds the last spark of life. The phantom slightly extended her hand, and a stream of emerald light slowly rose from the roots of the giant tree. Accompanied by the ancient bark making crackling sounds, the trunk slowly cracked open, revealing a passage radiating soft light. Go, the phantom's voice began to become ethereal, may you treat her well. Before the last words were finished, the phantom had completely vanished. It had already completed its mission. Gu Xing looked at the passage that appeared before him and, without hesitation, walked straight in. If the elf tribe bore him any ill will, they wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to lead him here. Soon, he reached the end. A natural spring less than 2 meters square came into view, with water shimmering in an unusual silvery light. Next to the spring, a small tree less than a human's height grew tenaciously, with tender green leaves still adorned with glistening dewdrops. In the center of the spring, a green cocoon formed purely from life energy floated quietly. Through the translucent walls of the cocoon, a petite figure could be faintly seen curled up inside. Is this a beast? When Gu Xing's gaze fell upon the green cocoon in the spring, a data panel suddenly appeared before him. Nature Spirit, Vera. Qualities, Mythical 1 star. Level, Awakening 0 stage. Status, Asleep, cannot contract. Solution, enter the sacred pool of beasts for awakening. Mythical stage qualities? Gu Xing gasped sharply, his pupils suddenly constricting. This level of beast mastery has never been contracted in all of human history. He carefully observed the spirit and found a few gray-white strands faintly visible among her light golden hair. It seems the 1,000 years of sealing has indeed affected her quite a lot. The sacred pool of beast mastery. Gu Xing whispered, a location flashing through his mind. The National Academy. As the highest academy of humanity, there indeed exists the unique sacred pool of beast mastery. With the cultivation materials for Liuli, along with the sacred pool of beast mastery. It seems a visit to the National Academy is unavoidable. Gu Xing took a deep breath, feeling the beast mastery space within him. Although he had not yet broken through to the extraordinary level, he had already constructed the beast mastery space in advance. He cautiously stretched out his hand, attempting to collect the light cocoon into the system space. Fortunately, there were no accidents. If he couldn't store this little guy in the beast mastery space, taking a myth-level beast out would indeed be too conspicuous. Inside the beast mastery space, Liuli saw other beast figures appearing in the beast mastery space. She was taken aback. But soon, she understood that this was her master's second beast. Although she desperately wished to monopolize her master, this was clearly an unrealistic thing. Looking at the small figure wrapped in a green cocoon, Liuli gently leaned forward, but she could feel a faint sense of oppression coming from the green cocoon. Liuli's expression changed slightly. The newly arrived guy seems to have a bit strong talent. Her position as the first beast is not secure. Thinking of this, a sense of urgency surged in Liuli's heart. She must work harder. And outside the beast mastery space, Gu Xing originally intended to turn and leave. But as he was about to leave, his gaze fell on the spring well. Fountain of life, sacred object of the elven race. Effect, can accelerate beast growth and repair injuries? Good stuff. Gu Xing's eyes lit up, and he immediately tried to collect it into the beast mastery space. With a wave of spatial fluctuation, the entire spring well was indeed completely stored. Then, his gaze fell on a small sapling beside it, less than a person's height. Since I've collected the spring well, a tree won't hurt. Collect. Chapter 46, Battle Angel Miller. On the other side, Veronica was experiencing the greatest crisis of her life. She lay on the back of the shadow spirit leopard, her hands tightly hugging the Black Panther's neck. Not far behind, a 6-winged angel radiating golden light was chasing her relentlessly, each flap of its wings bringing a blinding holy light. Miss Vero. The voice of the shadow spirit leopard was filled with helplessness, its agile body swiftly weaving through the dense forest. I clearly warned you not to provoke that angel. Things could have gone smoothly. They had already found the treasures left by Veronica's grandfather and could have left the secret realm safely. But this young lady insisted on continuing to explore the depths of the secret realm. As a result, they ran into Miller, who had just entered the secret realm. The shadow spirit leopard immediately sensed the danger. The pressure radiating from that angel far surpassed the ordinary, definitely an extraordinary existence. She was about to quietly retreat with her master, but Veronica boldly stepped forward and said, "Are you willing to be my beast?" Miller had originally intended to let this ignorant human go, but did not expect the other party to dare to provoke him like this. The angel race, as one of the top races in this world, how could it lower itself to become a human's beast? Seeking death. The shadow spirit leopard reacted quickly, grabbing Veronica by the scruff and starting to flee the moment Miller was infuriated. And this just infuriated the proud angel even more. Since his birth, no one had ever escaped from his grasp. watching the human and beast fleeing towards the center of the secret realm. This was just what Miller wanted. His destination was indeed the center of the secret realm.
Leopard, I admit I was wrong. Next time, I will definitely listen to you. I just want to find a powerful beast for an extraordinary breakthrough. The dark spirit leopard shook its head helplessly. Although it knew this was an excuse, it couldn't bring itself to say anything blameworthy. As the heir of the Vero family, how could Veronica be worried about her contracted beast? The family had long arranged everything for her. But at this point, blaming was useless. Dodging another attack from behind, the dark spirit leopard accelerated once more. If it were an ordinary awakened beast, being chased by this extraordinary angel would have already led to its demise. But she had voluntarily signed a contract with Veronica, which was why her level was only at Awakening 9. Therefore, relying on years of battle experience and the speed of the dark spirit leopard, she could barely create some distance from the angel behind. Miss, hold on tight.
A glint of determination flashed in the dark spirit leopard's eyes as its muscles tensed, increasing speed again. Veronica tightly wrapped her arms around the leopard's neck, the wind whipping her long hair wildly.
Suddenly, the imposing outline of a city appeared on the horizon.
Seeing the city, the leopard felt a surge of joy. A city means there is life, they will surely be able to hold this angel off for a while.
However, Veronica hesitated as she looked at the city. Wait. Leopard, they are all innocent, right? If the angel was forcing Leopard to this extent, it meant that the angel's strength was incredibly strong.
If they chose to burst into the city, it could very likely bring disaster to the people there.
But the leopard never slowed its footsteps, its voice unusually serious.
Miss, you will inherit the Vero family in the future, you must learn to make decisions at crucial moments.
But we have means to save ourselves. Miss, the leopard interrupted sharply, its tone carrying an elder's sternness, those trump cards come at a cost. Since there is a chance to avoid danger, why waste it unnecessarily? Without allowing Veronica a moment to think, the leopard surged towards the holy city.
At this moment, the beast tribe that had just finished a battle noticed something unusual.
Look at the sky. What is that? A new demon clan? No. No. It's not a demon clan, it seems to be the angel clan. Angel clan? Could it be a companion of the Prophet Lord? Just then, Veronica on the leopard's back entered their line of sight. The leading orc captain's eyes suddenly shrank. No. That angel is chasing the person in front. Wait, that looks like another Prophet Lord. All units, stand guard.
A crack opened in the barrier, and the leopard seized the opportunity to leap, landing steadily inside the city with Veronica. Before the two could catch their breath, they were surrounded by a group of fully armed orcs.
Not as a threat, but as protection.
Veronica blinked, and when she heard the orcs refer to her as Prophet Lord, she pointed incredulously at herself.
Me?
The leopard also perked up its ears in confusion. After entering the secret realm, they rushed straight to their target, completely unaware of what had happened during that time in the secret realm.
Outside the city. Miller hovered above the holy city.
He looked down at the rising protective barrier, a cold sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. At this level of barrier, truly deserves to be from the natives. Just when he planned to casually smash the barrier, he suddenly sensed an incredibly familiar presence in the air.
This presence. His pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints. The presence of the Seraphim clan? Impossible?
His father had clearly imprisoned the entire Seraphim clan in prison.
Miller could be sure that besides the Angel clan's stronghold, there couldn't be another Seraph anywhere else. Wait, Miller suddenly remembered something.
A flash of wild joy crossed his eyes.
The daughter of the former clan leader. That little one who was desperately sent out by the remnants of the Seraphim faction. Lioli.
Having searched high and low with no result, Miller's mouth twisted into a sinister arc. His father had always been worried, fearing that this young Seraphim would grow up. After all, the Seraphim clan grows slowly, but once they reach adulthood, their combat power far surpasses that of their warrior Angel clan. Now, the trace of this hidden threat had actually been found by him. Miller looked down at the waiting orcs below and slowly extended his right hand.
A golden longsword began to form in his palm, the blade wrapped in ancient warrior angel runes.
Kacha. He simply flicked the tip of the sword, and the seemingly sturdy barrier was torn open with a vicious crack, like thin paper. And it was with this sword that he could easily enter this secret realm. This sword was one of the Angel clan's treasures. It could ignore all prohibitions and barriers. The orcs, seeing that Miller had effortlessly entered the holy city, prepared for battle. The orc warriors formed a protective circle around Veronica and the Black Panther.
My lord, you must go. I will hold him off.
Seeing the orcs' willingness to sacrifice, Veronica glared fiercely at the Black Panther. They had planned to use these orcs as a shield, but the orcs treated them as. Seeing this, even the Black Panther, a beast who had lived for many years, felt a little embarrassed.
Panther, are you still running? Can you live with yourself?
The Black Panther remained silent. Though she didn't want Veronica to pay the price, it was only a small price to pay. Seeing Veronica's determined stance, the Black Panther slowly stepped forward.
It's just an extraordinary level angel.
Back then, such beings weren't even worthy to serve her.
She took a step forward, ready to make a move. And just then, Gu Xing emerged from the place of inheritance.